GTs, eh?
No, my shit. No, my shit, though. I'm in my Valentino Rossi year this year, bro. 46, baby.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? Can't say it's been a swan song for him or I, but anyway.
Yeah.
How are we looking? Good? I was going tripod. Tripod City, baby.
Tripod City.
Yeah. Tripod City.
Shitty pod.
Pepperoni! No, pepperoni's over there. That's gonna get better than that, eh?
No doubt.
Cue the start of the show, cue Eye of the Tiger. Nothing wrong. Nothing wrong.
Hey.
We're standing by. Looks like we're standing by each other. Big welcome to Zwartkops and the final round of the Extreme Festival. Yes, it's come down to this. A couple of championships to be wrapped up here today. Exciting racing and live streaming for the first time this year at Zwartkops. An incredible effort from the Zwartkops team and from our team upstairs to bring you all the live action here today with some championships up for grabs. Joining me is my brother from another mother, but from the same town, all the way from Bulawayo. No, only joking, but he was originally from Bulawayo. Tim Kamala, good to have you here, buddy.
Thanks for having me, Greg. It was truly amazing to have a beautiful summer's day. We've been dealing with crazy weather in Gauteng this week, but awesome to be back with Extreme Festival racing here at Zwartkops Raceway.
Yeah, it's going to be a great day's racing, there's no doubt about it. We've got championships up for grabs today, starting with the Super Cup at Volkswagen. You're going to catch up with Mark Rowe a bit later and chat about that. An inaugural championship that basically kicked off the beginning of the season, just out of lockdown, and has blown away a lot of the competitors and as well as a lot of the fans out there with the ability of what these cars are capable of doing. You're going to be pretty impressed with them, I'm telling you right now.
I'm very excited, Greg. I don't think any of us were prepared for the jam-packed season since our comeback to racing post-lockdown. As you said, a championship decider in the GTC Super Cup. Exciting, nail-biting racing coming up today.
Also got all the regional championships to be sorted out. We've got the wellness group who've jumped in as well to help us out with the Bridgestone Challenge. So there's bikes, cars, single-seaters, supercars, and of course the supercars are a big, big factor to be taken into account. Not only the extreme supercars with the Lamborghinis, the Ferraris, and the McLarens, but you've got these big monster V8s behind us as well. They've got to wrap up their championship too. It's going to be a mind-blowing day. I'm going to shoot upstairs and get ready for the commentary. I'm going to let my good friend Mark the Toy come and join me here, and you can catch up with him and talk about Extreme Fest. Marky, come on in.
I'm pleased to be joined here by Mark Toy. Mark, as we all know, it's been a difficult year for South African motorsport. Please just tell us a bit more about the work that's gone in to get us here racing and how it feels to be back with Extreme Festival at Zwartkops Raceway.
Yeah, I mean, we're really thankful to be back up and running again. I mean, there's a lot of people that who are involved in the motorsport industry, a lot of livelihoods and jobs depending on the industry. So we worked hard during lockdown in the first couple of months to get permission to go racing again. I mean, we really miss the crowds. You know, it would be great to have people here, and we have a lot of people writing to us and emailing us and on Facebook wanting to say they want to come through, and we're working hard to get that permission to come. But at the moment, Minister of Sports says national sports, no spectators for now. But I mean, grateful that we can live stream. So it's been a real learning curve for us. I think you guys and Dave Peterson have done a fantastic job. Really high quality, world-class stuff. and it's just so nice to be able to bring the motor racing to the people, even during this difficult time.
Thank you very much, Mark du Toit. It's very clear for all to see that South African motorsport is largely driven by the passion of the organisers, teams and competitors. Have a great day today, Mark. You will now go back to join Greg Maloney, who is standing by in commentary to tell you more about the day's proceedings.
Thanks, Temba. Yeah, an amazing day's racing expected here today. We're going to be kicking things off, of course, with the two-wheelers, courtesy of the Wellness Group. They've come in lastminute.com to give us a little bit of extreme festival feeling and their last championship round for the Bridgestone Challenge. So look forward to that one. There's no doubt about it. We've got the Car Care Clinic, 111 Sports and Saloons and Sports and GTs. Hankook Formula V are out here as well, one of our single-seater categories. There you can see the lineup of what we're expecting. After that, we go into the Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge, Car Care Clinic Super Hatch, the Investchem Formula 1600s, G&H Extreme Supercars, Global Touring Cars, including, of course, the Super Cup category. And in fact, it's just the Super Cup cars, really. None of the GTC cars have made it out. It's just the Super Cup category cars that will be participating here today. And then, as we mentioned, the big monster V8s there, the mobile V8 supercars. So that's basically what we've got lined up for you. Kicking things off in a few minutes' time with the very first of our races. And it's the first heat of the Bridgestone Challenge, courtesy of the Wellness Group, and Wayne Spicer jumping on there to help us out with that. So thanks to him. And then a whole set of second heats of racing. So we basically kick off here in approximately 3 or 4 minutes' time, straight into racing. And then it's basically back-to-back throughout the day with myself and with Temba down in pit lane. Temba, of course, will be down in pit lane, and he's going to be... Okay, so Temba's mic looks like he's gone down there. So, oh, we were going to be catching up with Mike Rowe. Sorry, just getting that in my ear there. We were going to catch up with Mike Rowe, but it looks like Mike Rowe is not available for that interview. So we'll wait and see what Temba's got for us. He's going to probably be looking around to see if he can fix things up. Speaking of Mike Rowe, the class that he's involved in, of course, is the GTC Super Cup, and Volkswagen Motorsport have put together an incredible amount of cars there. And they've just finished their qualifying session with Brad Liebenberg putting it onto pole position, just ahead of Jeff Kruger, according to the timing monitor I've got in front of me here. So that's not gone according to plan there for Jeff Kruger's plans, because there's only about 15 points between those two drivers heading into this final round of Super Cup. And Jeff Kruger had to get pole, and he has to win both races and get the fastest lap in both races for the bonus points that are available. Otherwise, Brad Liebenberg could possibly spoil his day. Saul Hack from Team Perfect Circle was there in third place. And Jonathan Mahotsi, the second of the Volkswagen Motorsport entries, was there in fourth, just ahead of Andre Besaidnout. Right, we got Mike Rowe down in pit lane with Temba. Stand by as we go down to Temba and catch up with Mike Rowe.
I'm pleased to be joined by Mike Rowe, head of VW Motorsport. Mike, we're here at Zwartkops Raceway for the season finale of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, a championship going down to the wire in the GTC Super Cup. Please tell us more about this incredible season of racing we've seen.
Yeah, indeed it has been. We just finished qualifying for Super Cup. It's really tight between Bradley and Jeffrey. I think they qualified within thousandths of a second of each other. And it's all to play for in the next two races. So I think Bradley's leading by a very small margin. So I think it really will just the decider will be between who wins and loses in race 1 and 2. But the times for the rest are all very close, and the guys are really enjoying the cars. So we're very happy.
Excellent. Thank you, Mike. There you have it, your live stream from Extreme Festival of Motorsport here at Zwartkops Raceway. Exciting day of racing coming ahead. Championship decider coming up in the GTC Super Cup. Stay tuned with our live stream.
Thanks, Temba. Yeah, awesome stuff expected here today. There's no doubt about it. As we mentioned on, we've also got the Investchem Formula 1600s, second of our single-seaters to be sorted out. They, of course, are not an official championship this year. Investchem deciding to step out due to the COVID and the lockdown scenario. They'll be joining us yet again for another incredible season of single-seaters next year, with Ian and his team getting behind that single-seater championship and our SA driver there too. But expect big action in that Investchem Formula 1600s here today as well, along with the Formula Vs. Wies is basically a two-horse race. You've got Gert Van den Berg, who can possibly spoil the day there for Lucian Ramchanda, but according to the way things stand there, Ramchanda literally just has to finish up the 2 heats of racing today. Can be anywhere on the grid, doesn't have to worry about winning things out, but if he does get, of course, a win or a second place in the first of the heats today in the Hankook Formula V's, he wraps up 2020's championship, and I think he'll also become the first man of colour who will be taking a South African championship in Formula V's, which will be an incredible day here at the Zwartkops Raceway. We're just west of Pretoria in South Africa. It's Gauteng, and a big welcome to everybody who's joined us worldwide. If you are joining us from all around the world, we do appreciate all the support. Please like and share what you're seeing on our live stream, because, of course, that just helps us getting the sponsors involved for next year and showing what the power of social media is all about. That's exactly why we are here and why we're doing the live streaming and why Mark du Toit has decided to bring on his whole team at Zwartkops and give us a chance to show the world what's happening at Zwartkops, not only here on the day, but of course also on our TV package later on in about 3 weeks' time. So as I said, we've got action aplenty happening here at Zwartkops. Looking forward to it. As you can see, it's an almost perfect day. A slight breeze coming across the circuit. In fact, it blows straight down the main straight. So into turn 1, on a motorcycle, you're going to be braking a little bit earlier than what was expected. And of course, you'll be looking out to ensure that you go through turn 1. That's Volkswagen Corner now, the new sponsor of turn 1. Turn 2 is a right-hander. It's a hairpin style corner. It comes back at you completely. A little short straight up into turn 3 that takes you onto the back straight and starts about the halfway stage of this 2.1k circuit. Turn 4, very fast right-hander, hits you straight up the hill. And of course, at the crest of the hill next to the AMG Driving Academy, you get to the fastest part of the circuit on a motorcycle here in the Bridgestone Challenge. Probably going to be just over the 220k an hour mark. And then, of course, heading into the famous right-hander at AMG. It's a tight right-hander into a double right at Kenwood, then a flick through into Mix FM corner, down the hill, and down into the final corner, which, of course, is G&H Transport Corner. And G&H is the sponsors, of course, of the Extreme Supercars. So that's what we're looking forward to. As you can see, preparations now for the first race action of the day, and that will be the Bridgestone Challenge, proudly brought to you today by the Wellness Group. And a massive thanks to Wayne Spicer and his team.
Dave's just busy at the moment, but yeah, everything's fine. You've got the start of your shot now, yeah? Which is pan right. Then pan right. No, not too much. Back. Back, and left. Yeah, no, not there. Pan right a bit slowly. Yes, there's the start of your shot.
Just a reminder that everybody that is watching that is at the circuit as well. We are following the COVID rules today, so if you are watching us on your smart devices, etc., please make sure that your teams are aware that we are doing live streaming, and the live streaming means that you could be on camera at any stage. The idea, of course, is that we are trying to keep masks on at all times, and even when you're not, even if you're just walking around pit lane, the only time that you should be removing your mask is if you're putting your own helmet on and your balaclava on to go and race, or if you're eating or drinking. So please make sure that is the case. And of course, everybody that's watching here on our live stream, that's what we're trying to do. Don't forget as well, we've got Andrew Schofield, who's of course entered under the InvestCam as a sponsor, but he is now flying the flag high for SAF Air. So he'll be getting a little bit of additional coverage there for SAF Air, and hopefully that'll be a start of a good relationship, not only for Andy, but of course, hopefully any other competitor that's out there, because I think SAF Air is only one of the only airlines that's currently flying. So if you are looking to get around the country or around SA at any stage, maybe you want to give Andrew Schofield a little bit of a call up there, and maybe he's got a connection that can help you out there. We'll mention him a bit later on, of course, and he'll be under the SAF Air colours there for the races in the InvestCam Formula 1600s.
That's great. It's all off now. Thank you. Zoom in for me. Let me have a look.
So we're just waiting for motorcycles to come and join us on the grid for the first time today. It's, of course, the Bridgestone Challenge, proudly brought to you by the Wellness Group today. So they'll be making their way onto the circuit any second now. The way things went, of course, in qualifying and in the practice sessions, all weekend long, we basically had a bit of a battle at the front end there between Johan Leroux, Harry Potgieter, who's moved up onto a ZX10, and Ian Thomas. Nice to see Ian Thomas back on his bike after a big crash last weekend at the Aldo Scribanti circuit in the final round of Bridgestone Superbikes. and he was able to get that bike sorted out. Cliffy Ogle's up there as well on the Suomi Africa Aprilia RSV4. Pelo Siate will be out also on a ZX10. And then you've got Byron Rothkall, Hein McMahon, and Francois de Villiers. Nicole Zaboza out there too, looking out for an improvement from her on the Wakanya Racing Honda CBR. So some fun and games to be had in the two-wheeled action that's going to be happening here today. And of course, some action still to be sorted out in their championship too. I was having a chat to Sifiso Temba in between last weekend's final national championship round and the weekend we're at the moment at Zwartkops with the regional round to be sorted out this weekend. And actually, on our TV coverage, we picked up on the fact that there's a very good possibility that he actually won the Bridgestone Championship, the Bridgestone Superbike Championship, that is, due to the consistency of him being out there at almost every single event. So we got to confirm that still, and of course it was put up on the YouTube feed. So we're hoping that was the case, and hopefully if it was, we didn't get to mention Sifiso Temba last weekend and the fact that he had taken that championship, but we do get a chance to mention him today because he'll be out and having some fun here with the Bridgestone Challenge riders.
Maybe a little bit more left. Let's see. No, a little bit more left. Sorry. No. Okay. So back where it was. Don't worry about it. Okay. What, does that card?
Other championships to be decided today, of course, will be the very good possibility of Vota Rus wrapping things up in the 111 Sports and Saloons. We've got to keep in mind that in the Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge, there's a very good chance of the championship going either the way of Rory Atkinson or in Class B, Dion Holiday Jr. So some action still to be happening in those two classes. And remember, with that, as you'll see later on in the coverage, there are 3 separate starts to the Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge. Class A goes out on their own. Class B will then be moving, of course, in a second start, and Class C starts all on their own some too. So slightly different formats of racing today, and all just as exciting as each other, and certainly something that's going to be worthwhile picking up on our live stream feed today.
That's much better. Okay, that's fine. Just leave the dish. We didn't lock off on that corner, Dave. Because we pick it up here.
Marie, just stay locked off to the right of it. Because it seems to be in the can we get broke up. It could be.
It's kind of the wrapping up of 2020 season here at Zwartkops 2 in terms of extreme festival action, but there are a couple of cars that are involved in today's action that have not completed their seasons. A couple of guys still to look out for, of course, next weekend at Red Star Raceway when we get into the Inland and Historic Tour final round. And then in about 3 weeks' time, down in Cape Town at the Killarney International Raceway for the South African Endurance Series and the South African 9-hour. Yes, it's a 9-hour that will be happening at the Cape Town circuit on the first weekend of December. And a couple of cars, as I said, that are involved here today, and a couple of drivers involved here today will be making their way down to participate in that incredible event. Very good, highly likely that we're also going to be seeing the Intercontinental GT Championship making its way to Kyalami, just down the road here from where we are today, for the second weekend of December, and a possibility of finalizing their championship for 2020 with the Kyalami 9-hour. So those are all still to happening and in South Africa in terms of motorsport for 2020, which has been an incredibly tough year for a lot of people, including our entire team here that are bringing you the live stream. Yours truly, and of course all the competitors involved in motorsport, with motorsport being shut down for such a long time. But it is fantastic to have them back on track, and also fantastic to have, of course, all the competitors that have survived the lockdown and are now back to race. Right, so we're on track at the moment. There's Ian Thomas, incredibly having fixed that motorcycle after a big crash at Aldo Scrimonti last weekend. Harry Potgieter is joining him there, also on a ZX10 for the first time. He's normally been out on a bike that I've done a couple of laps around the circuit on, a Triumph 675 Daytona. But HB Source has decided to go with a slightly bigger machine, giving himself a couple of extra CCs to play with. And the ZX10 is certainly a machine that knows its way around here. And having seen a couple of victories, not only in National Superbike Championships, but of course in the Kawasaki ZX10R Masters Cup and in Bridgestone Challenge and Championships as well. Coming down to the line now to set things up for the grid. It's going to be first bit of race action to go and get sorted out today. Johan LaRue should be on the front row alongside Harry Potgieter and Ian Thomas. That'll be the first three motorcycles, all out of the Kawasaki brand, ZX10s. And then you've got Cliffy Ogle on the Aprilia, followed by Pelo Ciate and Byron Rothkell on the second row of the grid. Han McMahon, Francois de Villiers and Nicole Soboza will make up the last part and the final row of the grid. I'm just looking down on the right-hand side there of the Avidan bike is Johan LaRue, just making sure everything's okay. He's probably the oldest man on track today in both bikes and cars. There's no doubt about it. And there in the background you can see what we is basically showing as the newly crowned South African Bridgestone Superbike champion. That is Sifiso Themba on his Cellar Racing and King Price Extreme ZX10. In the middle, the 17 bike, that is Nassi Vodvala. He'll be looking to come through. Remember, these guys just here for invitation, not part of this championship, just to bolster the field and give a couple more motorcycles, as we are now 30 seconds away from the warm-up lap. Warm-up lap time down towards turn 1. And as they head down there for the very first time, looking forward to action now from our motorcycles. Francois de Villiers there on the Suzuki. He goes through, one of the only Suzukis racing in the country. So watch out for him as he makes his way through there. Zadie Williams will be in the pack as well on bike number 18, also part of the fast bike racing team. Ruan Oberholzer, number 34, getting a good start there. If he gets that kind of start, he'll definitely be looking for a chance to possibly spoil things for the day here for all the riders involved. And you can see 13 of them now making their way around on their warm-up lap. So Byron Rothkell on the Magic Machine, looking for a chance now to go a little bit higher up in this championship, possibly finish up in the top 3 overall with his teammate and stablemate there, Zay. And Han McMahon will be definitely looking for a chance to spoil the day for everybody today in terms of race victories. But I think your big outside factor, of course, are the 2 or 3 Bridgestone Superbike riders that have joined the Challenge riders here today for an additional and final go at some action here at Zwartkops. Here he is, the oldest man on circuit today. And Johan LaRue certainly knows what to do on a ZX10. That Avidan bike has been a big giant killer here in the past, with opportunities now to do the same for the first race of Bridgestone Challenge. Proudly brought to you today, of course, by the Wellness Group. And a big thanks to Wayne Spicer and his team for jumping in lastminute.com to bring you all this live action from Zwartkops. So it's number 44 on pole. Look out for 34, Ruan Oberholzer, 17, Nassi Vodvala, and possibly Sifiso Themba and Ian Thomas to try and squeeze out the front pack of Challenge riders into turn 1, Volkswagen corner. 5-second board goes up. Lights are about to go on. We're about to go racing for the first time today. A big welcome to everybody here from Zwartkops. We're west of Pretoria in South Africa, and it's Extreme Festival, final round. And down into turn 1, it is Vodvala who gets the whole shot. Side-by-side action there between Ian Thomas and Byron Rothkell as they go down into turn 1. Sifiso Themba just squeezing between the two of them as he goes onto the inside now and into turn 2. Great shot there from Sifiso Themba, moving up to about 6th place there. There is Francois de Villiers. Francois de Villiers now trying to find a way through and fighting hard at the back end of the field there. You can see looks like Francois de Villiers with Johan LaRue. And in fact, no, Johan LaRue at the front end. So apologies, they're just getting the wrong bike there. But look at this, Johan LaRue on the inside of Han McMahon. And Slaggy's got no option other than to follow him through turn number 4. Very fast right-hander. Now they power it up. They get to the fastest part of the circuit as they crest the hill up towards the AMG Driving Academy. As they climb on the brakes for the first time, Sifiso Themba making his way up as well as they go up into turn 5. Coming into turn 5 now, sorting things out in the mid-pack. All these riders making their way through with no issues whatsoever for any riders. They've all stayed upright. They've got to be careful on the first couple of laps just to get the heat into the Bridgestone rubber. But once that heat is in, these tyres do not go away very quickly. And the option to ride these motorcycle tyres for such a long time is one of the reasons why Bridgestone have been chosen, of course, as the official tyre supplier, not only to this championship, but to our two bigger championships that finished up last weekend in Aldo Scribanti. So Sifiso Themba currently sitting down there in about 5th place as they come under brakes. And for the very first time now, he's under a little bit of pressure there from Brian Rothwell. He's going to be coming off last weekend's first race victory as a confidence builder for himself and maintains 5th over Byron Rothwell. Top 2, 4 against 44. Battle of the 4s out front. Nassi Vodvala hasn't quite closed down on him, but I think he might be waiting and going to go for a little bit of a late race charge there on McMahon and LaRue. You can't afford to let them get too much room, though, because there's a very good possibility that LaRue and McMahon can get away from him. Ruan Alba still in 4th place in the 34, could join them to make it another 4 in the battle there for the 4s up front. And tight stuff between those top 2. Ian Thomas, though, just falling by the wayside behind Byron Rothwell. Can't quite stick with the same kind of pace as what Rothwell's got there to stay with Sifiso Themba. Those two at each other's throats there. And then Cliffy Ogle in 9th, just ahead of HB Source. And Harry Potgieter for the first time out on his ZX10. Nice to see that one. De Villiers and Zadie Williams just behind them, of course, on the Suzuki, and Zadie Williams just ahead of Nicole Zaboza. The only 600cc rider out there, but great to have the young lady giving it everything she got and learning every time she gets onto the very first motorcycle that she's ever ridden and ever raced, of course. It was only a couple of weekends ago, in fact, about 3 or 4 months ago, that we were here at Zwartkops, and we saw her climb on a race bike for the very first time. Down the back straight. Top 2 getting away now. Wadvala not answering the call just yet. He's just taking it a little bit more gingerly than what we normally see from Nassif. But maybe, as I said, waiting a little bit later on in the race to see what he can do to try and close things down there on the top 2. So Nassif in 3rd. Alba just behind him, making his way up. Of course, he is the double figure of the 17, 34. Then it's the 6-3 bike. And a big move on the inside there from Byron Rothwell. Had a look at Sifiso Themba, but couldn't quite make it stick. Down on the brakes and into G&H Transport corner, and another lap completed. Eight laps of action coming your way now from the Bridgestone Challenge, courtesy of the Wellness Group. Johan LaRue leads things out. He's just sitting comfortably at the moment, and Hein McMahon has not given him anything other than a cool, calm ride at the moment. Hasn't put any wheels up the inside, hasn't shown any intent to get around the 44 just yet. But it is still early on, and a very good possibility of that changing up as we get into the latter part of the race day. Heading up into turn 4, out of turn 4, up the hill and into turn 5. Nassi Vodvala comfortable in 3rd place. Not really troubled by Ruan Oberholzer in 4th. He had a fantastic outing down in Aldo Scribanti as well. There's Byron Rothwell diving up the inside. Has he got through? Yes, he has. Byron Rothwell diving through there for 5th place, getting through on Sifiso Themba. We'll get confirmation on that the next time we see them coming down. But top 2 now heading into G&H Transport corner to complete what is going to be the halfway stage of this race. 4 laps down and 4 to go. Coming up on the back marker there, Nicole Saboza. About to be caught by the 2 leaders. A little 600cc Honda. About to get eaten up, first of all, by the ZX10 and then the BMW S1000RR around the outside. Outside of turn 3. You have to know what to do on a motorcycle if you want to pass somebody on the outside of turn 3. That's not an easy motorcycle, not an easy motorcycle pass to make on any form of 2-wheeled machinery. No matter what skill you've got, you certainly have to know what to do if you're going to make that one stick, and that's exactly what Hein did to get through on the young lady sitting down there now in 13th place. Lucky for some, as Nassi Vodvala gets on the inside into turn number 5. Just want to get confirmation. There you go. Byron Rothwell has got through. Here we go. That's the first time we've seen the 2 of them since that move on the previous lap to see Byron Rothwell dive on the inside of Sifiso Themba and overtake him for 5th place. So Themba down to 6th place, into the clutches possibly of Ian Thomas. Ian Thomas, though, I think will be feeling the effects of that big crash he had last weekend at Aldo Scribanti. He went up into the hairpin and I think ran completely out of brakes on the ZX10. He had to lay the bike down just before it hit the tyre barrier and actually fell straight onto his face, breaking not only the helmet but the visor too. And he actually got some cuts and bruises on his face after that big crash. So nice to see that he's got the bike sorted and in time to come racing here today for Bridgestone Challenge Championship points. Here comes Sifiso Themba on the inside, or going to go around the outside actually, of one of his proteges, also part of the Wakanya racing team there. And the big boss man there just going around the outside of the young lady, and Nicole gives way. Zadie Williams, I think, might have had a bit of an issue. He's parked somewhere on the circuit or possibly gone into pit lane. We didn't see him go into pit lane, but Williams not completing that last lap and has dropped right out of it down to 13th, moving Nicole Saboza back up into 12th. So it looks like Zadie might have had a little bit of a problem there on his 1,000. Coming up onto lap 6 to be completed, so we've got 7 and 8 to do, 2 laps to go. Crossing the line there and getting confirmation, the 2-lap board out there for our leaders, with 2 to go for Johan Leroux and Han McMahon. McMahon, I thought, might have a go here and get a little bit closer to Johan Leroux, but he doesn't seem to have an answer. As I said, the oldest man on track today, leading the first race of the day. That bodes well for him. He's very quick around Zwartkops Raceway. And in fact, at one point, was in contention for an overall win in the ZX10. The top riders had some problems of their own. In fact, took a victory here and set his fastest and personal best lap time at one of the ZX10R Masters Cup rides during the 2020 season. So we've got Leroux out front, Han McMahon in second. Third place, it's still Nassi Vodvala all on his own sim, and Ruan Alberholzer there in the 4 spot on the 34 bike. So some fun and games still to be had with 1 lap to go still as they cross the path this time. Here come the leaders down towards G&H Transport Corner for the penultimate time. 1 to go now for these guys, Johan Leroux, McMahon and Wadvala, top 3. Nassif is normally a lot quicker than what he is today, but I think he's decided just to have some fun out there and not get involved in what is possibly going to be the championship deciding race here between these 2 riders. Leroux and Slakey McMahon looking for a chance now to wrap up 2020's difficult season. Ian Thomas with a bit of pressure from HP Sauce. Put that brown sauce all over the back end of Ian Thomas there, and HP on the ZX10 for the first time, looking good. Stepping up from the 675 Daytona. 3-cylinder 675 onto a 4-cylinder 1000cc. A little bit extra cc's to play with. Probably not used to the bike just yet, but certainly has got what it takes to run with the ZX10. And as he gets better and better on that machine, he's certainly going to be a contender, I'm sure, having got into 8th place in his first time of asking on the ZX10. Up on the brakes, Nassi Vodvala in 3rd. No problem for him. And down to the checkered flag now, Johan Leroux. One of the coolest guys you've ever seen on a motorcycle. Rocks out some MC Hammer gym pants every time he climbs out of his leathers. He's got some really, really funky clothing that he walks around in despite his age. An incredible ride from him. Also, having said that, the oldest man out there has just taken the first victory of the day. Winning things out over Hein McMahon. Nassi Vodvala for the Fastbike Racing team comes through for 3rd place. He'll be happy with that one. And it's Byron Rothkoll who hangs on to take out and actually get through on Ruan Alberholzer. So a nice change up there between Byron and Ruan on the last lap, with Sifiso Themba coming through in 6th place there, ahead of Ian Thomas and Harry Portgieter. Cliffy Ogle will beat out the Suzuki of Francois de Villiers for 9 and 10. The Aprilia RSV4 there in 9th spot for the Somi Africa boys. And then it's the Suzuki GSXR 750 that'll be coming down now. It says 1000cc, but I think he's on the 750, I'm not mistaken. But we'll get confirmation of that. Waves only from our marshals and medics on the sidelines. Yes, we are still under lockdown scenario here, which means there are no spectators at the circuit, and anybody that you might see there might just be some of the mechanics and supporters that are allowed in as part of the teams for the weekend's racing. And that's our first race done and dusted for the day. I think we're going to send Themba Khumalo down there to go and pick up on some of the action with those guys as they come down. Johan Leroux, you might need to get his Zimmer frame there, Themba, because he's going to take a little while to get off that bike, being the oldest man on track. But he certainly knows what to do on 2 wheels to take victory. So congratulations there to Johan Leroux. Hein McMahon in 2nd, Nassi Vodvala in 3rd. beating out Byron Rothkoll on his BMW S1000 RR. So we got Kawasaki ZX10 ahead of a BMW S1000, ahead of a Yamaha R1, another BMW S1000, and the top 5 made up of another Kawasaki ZX10. That man there, number 34, Ruan Alberholzer, making his way back into pit lane.
Claudia, I don't know if they're going to come to you or not. Interviews, probably not. Go to 6, just hold the shot 6, Claudia. 6. Hold the shot, Claudia.
So down in the pit lane at the moment, you can see getting ready for their first race of the day. It's going to be the Car Care Clinic, 111 Sports, Saloons and GT Cars. And we'll be back with you with live commentary in a few minutes' time.
Don't you want to do the 111 coming up next?
Rob, just stay on your locked off shot, go a little bit wider actually, Rob, just zoom out. Okay, we're going to go to 5, let's just go to 5. Okay, stay on 1, stay on 1. Okay, Rob, follow those guys onto the track. Mike, go wider, Mike, go wider. Mike, go wider. Okay, be standing by with the winner here. In 3, 2, 1, on 6.
Sfiso Temba, better known as IM63. Sfiso, back-to-back racing weekends. I can see you bouncing, coming off the track. How was race 1 for you?
Listen, it was hot. I had a good start, but I lost it in 10-2. Everyone just mobbed me there. But for the second race, I'm very hopeful I'm going to be more going forward for it.
Sfiso, I've seen you working so hard to improve your riding, to drop those lap times. What are the plans for race 2 now?
Yes, yes. Well, there's areas to fix 10.5. I see that's my weak point. But the training has been good and it really feels good. The performance is coming and it's been a good racing day so far.
Good luck, Sfiso.
All right, cheers.
You've heard it live from Sfiso Temba. Back to Greg Maloney, bringing us our commentary for the next class coming up.
Yeah, thanks, Temba. Appreciate that. We're going to try and catch up with a couple of other riders down there as we see our 111 Sports and Saloons and GT Sports and Saloons making their way around for their first heat of the day. This action proudly brought to you by Car Care Clinic. The man from Car Care Clinic himself, Louis Scholz, of course, with the #1 plate from last year's championship, and possibly could be losing that to his good friend Wouter Roos in the outing here today. And of course, Wouter, one of the franchise owners, in fact about 3 or 4 franchises, if I'm not mistaken, now in the Western Cape with Wouter Roos down in that area. So great to see that not only supporting the racing, but the drivers then return the favour and support the brand that supports their racing. Pretoria Note Toyota, of course, is a brand that has been associated with the Zwartkops Raceway for a long, long time, and great to have them on board. And of course, in the race today will be none other than Lucas Besaidnout in his Pretoria Note Toyota Lexus. That is the IS300. There it is. It's the black and white car coming into your shot right now, turning into G&H Transport Corner. The big boss man there of Pretoria Note Toyota, also putting his money where his mouth is, but also getting involved in the race action as well here at Zwartkops. There's about 35 cars on track. It's great to see Vermeulen out there in the Universal Motorsport machine doing a great job too. Big improvements coming out of Peter Vermeulen in that Volkswagen Polo Classic, as he'll be fighting for honours a bit further in the pack there, with Class E up for grabs there between himself and Team Gregory's Mark Gregory. So class action to be expected all the way through here today, as well as some championships to be wrapped up. And Wouter Roos, of course, looking to wrap up the overall championship for the 111 Sports and GT Saloons. So as it stands, it's Wouter Roos and Bob Neal who are on the front row for the GT class, ahead of Stefan Schneiders in the 911 Porsche and Andre de Lange in his Roof Sure Ford Focus. Mark de Toy will be there in the Trans Africa Racing BMW Z4. Then it will be Johan van der Vyver in the Devlaw Subaru Works Impreza. That's the first 6 cars on track. Behind that, Richard de Roos alongside Harry Arangis. And Arangis in the 350Z for Stradale Motorsport, also looking pretty strong here this weekend. They'll be fighting hard with Piet Potgieter and Philip Meyer. Philip Meyer in the 924 GTR. He's fighting with Lucas Besaidnout in that Lexus IS300 from Pretoria Noord Toyota. The Volkswagen Golf 1, look out for the battle there. And of course that Golf 1 of Adrian Dalton looking for Class A honours, and fighting with Maritz Leroux. Ryan Quanshire in the second of the Z4 M Coupes out of Trans Africa Racing. Mark Harvey Wallbanger in ADAPT branding and signage Porsche 924. That's all Class A. Class B, it's Wayne Labotsky and Floris Stopforth that'll be fighting with Roland Hopkins. Class C will be Johan van der Heerden, and he'll be fighting hard with Gerard Potgieter and Josh Veyers. In the X category, Graham Obery making a nice return to racing, normally on a two-wheeler in Supermoto, but this time out in the Haval Edenvale Porsche 924. And then, of course, as we mentioned earlier on, it's Peter Vermeulen and Mark Gregory with Mark Kingsmill fighting for Class E honours as the Pretoria Noord Toyota 86 GT pulls off the circuit. That's our official pace car for Zwartkops and leaves it in the hands of Wouter Roos and Bob Neal on the front row now for Car Care Clinic, 111 Sports and GT Saloons. Coming out of the GNH Transport corner now, it's Wouter Roos and Bob Neal. Stefan Schneider's on their tail. Look out for Andre de Lange, a very, very good driver, particularly at Zwartkops and front-wheel drive specialist. He'll also be in action a bit later on in the V8s, as the Mobil 1 V8 supercars are part and parcel of the day's action. Into turn 1, it is de Lange who dives on the inside. First forward focus into turn 1 is de Lange beating out Bob Neal's machine. And look at that. Oh, Mark Harvey Warbanger banging his way through there with Philip Meyer. Philip Meyer in the people car, just squeezing out a couple of the usual contenders, including Harry Arangis. Arangis has got no worries at all, though, as he tucks in behind him. Here comes Harvey Warbanger looking for a way through, trying to get on the back end of Lucas Besaidenout as they come out of turn 3. And that ADAPT branding and ink machine all over the back end there, and looking for a chance early on if he can find it. Pete Potgieter under pressure as well. Here comes a maneuver as they dive through there. Watch out for Adrian Dalton fighting hard as they come up through there. Oh, and there's a big move. That's Philip Meyer, I think, who's gone away. Yes, Philip Meyer's got out of shape. I think that's Philip Meyer, if I'm not mistaken. So, yes, it is. He's got it completely wrong coming out of turn 4. So usually what happens is there might be a little bit of a touch that just gets the car a little bit unsettled, and it sends you straight onto the inside of the circuit. So Meyer very lucky to survive that one and get back on track. This is Wouter Roos down on the brakes now. Andre de Lange in second place with Bob Neal on his tail and Schneiders, followed by Mark de Toy. Temba spoke to Mark de Toy at the beginning of the show, and you saw just how excited Mark de Toy was about the fact that we are live streaming and bringing the action to the world as the rest of the field pump on through and into Volkswagen corner. Big move at making their way through there nicely. Lucas Besaidenout still hanging on to a position there for the Pretoria Noord team as he comes ahead. He's just made his way through, and he's just completely out of, not right on the front end of this race, but certainly in contention there, as we see Ryan Quanchai now closing on the back end of Harry Arangis coming out of turn 2. So there's your first 4 cars, first 5 in fact, because you just missed the Porsche behind the big wing there of that Ford Focus. Arangis under attack. It's big pressure coming in there on Arangis. Adrian Dalton in the Golf is all over the back end of Ryan Quanchai. Now, I spoke to Adrian in between the races before we got started this morning, and he was saying, if you come up here, don't be on the outside, because my Golf tends to want to go left on the turn-in point. So Ryan Quanchai, be aware that black extra shoes Golf might just get a little bit squirrely coming out of the right-handers. So let's try and stay on the inside of the car, not on the outside. Let's see if he was able to survive that one as the Toy closes on Schneiders. Mark de Toy on the back end of Schneiders. Bob Neal on the back end of de Lange. GT category up for grabs here. Wouter Roos wants it. Richard de Roos. Then you've got Johan van der Vyver. There's a change up there between the two of them. And then this is the battle we were expecting to see in that mid-pack. As you can see there, Leroux in the elegant fuel car having a phenomenal little bite there. Maritz Leroux having not really been in contention all race season long, but certainly now found something special in that Polo, and is now looking to close down on the Golf 1 of Adrian Dalton. Schneider's looking for a way past, can't find it just yet. De Roos has pulled a small margin now over Van der Vyver, and then it's Harry Arangis. And oh, there you go, there's an example of how sideways that little Golf gets with Adrian Dalton behind the wheel. Leroux has got through on Ryan Quanchai. Quanchai, I saw him this morning rocking an old school Santa Cruz Screaming Hand skateboard t-shirt, so maybe looking to get that Z4 a little bit higher up there using some skateboard tactics. But Besaidenout's got other issues on his hands. He's looking for a way to get through. And remember, just behind us, there's Schneiders with a big move. I was about to say, just behind that is another Porsche of a Mark Harvey Warbanger. And Harvey, he is telling me he's found about 300 horsepower in that little 924. The problem he's having is that the wheels are too small, and he can't get the power down, so he has to detune the car ever so slightly to ensure that it gets the power down. He's got to feather the throttles through some of the fast corners as well, just to keep it going in the right direction. So De Roos coming into turn 2 now, trying to bridge that gap onto the back end of those GT cars, and just not able to do it at this point in time. But he's left the Dev Law Subaru behind. There's Schneider's on the inside of Bob Neal. Good move. Is he good enough on the brakes? Yes, he is. Oh, Schneider's with a big move into turn 4 and gets ahead of Bob Neal. Bob Neal looks like he might have a bit of an issue because he runs wide, and here comes Mark de Toy. Mark the Toy having a big look as well as they go up the hill. Bob Neal in trouble as they get up to the top end. Under braking there, I think the Toy might have had a go. Coming down into turn 1. This is the battle for Class E. Kingsmill on the inside of Vermeulen. Vermeulen on the inside of Mark Gregory. It looks like Pete Pottieke had a little bit of a problem there. He's dropped right back. He's into that little fight for Class C, D and E. Which is not really where Pottieke wants to be. He should be a little bit higher up there and fighting for Class A honours, if that is where he wants to be in this championship. Schneider's now looking to dive on the inside of De Lange into turn 1. Is he good enough on the brakes? Oh, the Porsche has a big look. That was a big dive there from Stefan Schneider's, but De Lange saw him coming and shut the door. So De Lange not going to allow Schneider's through, that is for sure. Stefan Schneider's is going to have to work a little bit harder than that to find his way through there on Andre De Lange, who, as I said, is a seasoned campaigner at this circuit and certainly knows his way around in the front-wheel drive car. But Schneider's getting the drive out of turn 3. Watch out for the inside line. Almost identical kind of maneuver he pulled to Bob Neal earlier on, but he's not close enough. De Lange is just that much quicker than Neal's Ford Focus. And that's De Roos all on his own. So look up, the gap has grown between Richard De Roos there in that 911 RSR and the big action happening behind him. Coming down into turn 1, speaking of big action, this is great action here. A little Opel Corsa there of Veyers. Josh Veyers now fighting hard as they go through turn 1. You can see Josh Veyers having some fun and games of his own there in that mid-pack. Remember, there's 35 cars on track. Oh, and a big maneuver. Great call there. The 415 just completely out of shape. And unfortunately, that's going to be costly there for that 415 car, Gerrit Potgieter. Losing ground there to Josh Veyers as he got out of shape through turn 2. Leading sports and GT cars about to make their way into some traffic. They should be catching traffic by the end of this lap, and it'll be the Car Care Clinic Super Polo, the Super Cup car, who is looking to close things down and get through that traffic without any issues and not allow Stefan Schneider's a chance to close him down and possibly spoil his day. So there goes Class E. Mark Gregory, third place in Class E, about to be caught now by the leader in the GT class. As I said, halfway through the lap, they'll be getting into traffic, and Wouter Roos is going to try and use that traffic to his advantage. So Roos goes up the hill as well. Further back, we go to turn 2. This is Wayne Labocci closing on Mark Harvey. No, in fact, that's Philip Meyer. Philip Meyer, the Porsche that looped out in lap 1 of this race through turn 4. Back on track, and Meyer's made his way back up into 15th place overall, which will put him in about 6th place in Class A. Yo, look at this. Into traffic now. Wouter Roos under big pressure from Schneiders. Stefan Schneider's once passed, but Wouter's keeping him honest as they come in amongst some more traffic. Blue flags waving frantically for the slower cars, and he's going to have to go around the outside of Vermeulen. Vermeulen blocks him slightly. He dives on the inside into turn 2. Vermeulen comes across on Schneiders now, making the Porsche go the long way around turn 2. Here comes Andre De Lange diving on the inside of Peter Vermeulen. Very lucky to survive that one. The Universal Motorsport man, they're just getting a baptism of fire with the GT cars now, squeezing him out and finding a way through. Yo, that was close. Wouter lucky to survive that one. Schneider's even luckier, having to go around the high side of turn 2. It's an off camber, and it'll be a lot dirtier on that outside line than what it was for Wouter Roos on his inside line. But we're coming, of course, to complete lap number 7 now. And here comes Schneiders. Schneiders late on the brakes. Is this a change up for the lead? We could possibly see a change for the lead there with the Porsche. I think that Porsche might have just got through and taken Wouter Roos out. If he's able to get through there, we'll watch out in the background. A single yellow flag there coming down towards turn 8. So there's a good possibility of no overtaking as they come down on the braking point now. Wouter Roos pulls out, looking for a chance now to go back at Stefan Schneider. Schneider's been closed down, and of course onto the back end there. I think it's Marius Lotz he's closed on. That's car 2. So Lotz might be in the way there as they come through. Yes, and a change up. Wouter gets through, using the back markers to his advantage. Good dive from Wouter Roos, and great driving there from Stefan Schneider to stay in the mix. A bit of a white smoke coming out of the back of the Porsche. So he's pushing that car to the limit and a bit more. Wouter runs wide out of turn 2. Schneider's closing in on him. You can see there, Schneider's was a much better line, and Wouter made a mistake coming out of turn 2. That wide line allows Schneider. There's a problem there for Wouter. Wouter slowing down. Wouter slowing down the back straight. Here comes Schneider's. He's through, and there goes De Lange and De Roos. So there's a problem there for Wouter Roos. Can you believe that? The Car Care Clinic car under problems here right in the closing stages for the Super Cup car. That Polo Super Cup car will be in, of course, you'll see a lot more of them in action in the GTCs a bit later on. Whatever it is, he sorted it out. It might have gone back into limp mode like it did at the previous race at, I think it was at the Red Star Raceway. There was a bit of an issue on that car where they had to play around. You had to turn the car on and off to get it to reset And I think that's exactly what happened. He's got the car back and going again. He doesn't lose a position there to Mark du Toit, but he nearly did. There's your new leader, Stefan Schneiders. And look at the gap he's pulled already now over De Lange as they come through to complete lap number 7. This is lap number 8, I beg your pardon. And that is the checkered flag. Checkered flag out there for Stefan Schneiders to perfection. He gets through to take the victory. And it's going to be Mark du Toit, or is it going to be Vota? Oh, it's so close. Du Toit and Vota across the line, but I think Mark du Toit just got his nose ahead there in the Z4. Yes, he did. So Mark du Toit takes the victory over Vota Roos in terms of the battle for 3rd and 4th place, but Vota Roos lost out there on the last lap, incredibly, and that is not what he had planned. Stefan Schneider's taken the victory in the GT class ahead of De Lange, Du Toit and Vota Roos. Class A goes to Dalton ahead of Aria Rangis and Ryan Quanchai. And then a bit further back there, Floris Stopforth. There he is, across the line in the 9-3 car there, taking Class B honours. Class C will be Roland Hopkins. We'll wait to see him coming through there. He'll be in a Volkswagen Polo. Shouldn't be too far back. They're probably just behind Wayne Labochki as he comes through there. Labochki will be taking 2nd place in the Class Bs. Or is that a change-up? No, Stopforth takes the Bs, yeah, and Labochki takes 2nd place in Class Bs. Hopkins gone through the shot already. He's come through to take Class C honours. And that's how things finish up here for the first race of the day for the Car Care Clinic. 111 Sports and GT Saloons. What a battle. What an incredible race there between our 111 Sports and Saloon competitors. Mixing it up in the mid-pack as well as in the front end of the race. Some traffic issues there for a couple of guys, and I'm positive that Vota Roos's car probably went into limp mode. He had to turn it on and off to reset the car and get it going again. But once he got it going again, he'd lost those 3 positions to Schneiders, De Lange and Du Toit. Tried to come back at Mark du Toit across the line, but it just fell short in that last lap of action. Up next, we're going to go to Hankook Formula V's, the first of our single-seater categories, as the cars are making their way back off the circuit and back into the pit lane. Hankook Formula V's up for grabs today is their championship with a couple of points lead now, with Lucian Ramchanda in the Liqui Moly car looking to wrap up his first championship and possibly become the first man of colour as well to go into take a Formula V championship, which will be interesting to see. Confirming that, of course, since unofficially, but I don't recall anybody else coming through for a victory there in Formula V's in the past. Zaire Esser was there, of course, at one stage. I don't think he actually took a championship. I think he only finished up 2nd place in a championship, but I could be wrong. But needless to say, we are going to see a new champion crowned here today, and possibly Stefan Schneiders taking the victory there in the Car Care Clinic 111 Sports and Saloon in the Porsche 911 RSR, Andre De Lange, and then Adrian Dalton winning Class A. So Stefan Schneiders, Andre De Lange, Mark du Toit and Vota Roos, first 4 cars across the line there in the Car Care Clinic 111 Sports and GT Saloons. And it was Adrian Dalton, Harry Arungis and Ryan Quanchai who took the first 3 in Class A. Class B was Floris Stopforth ahead of Wayne Labochki. Class C was Roland Hopkins beating out Johan van Heerden. And Class X going to Graham Obery. Class D to Chris Smith in his Porsche. And I'm not quite sure who finished up in the Class E's. We only got the top 20 on our timing screen here, so I would say either Mark Kingsmill or possibly Philip Vermeulen, who came through for that one. We'll wait and see. As you can see there, Josh Veyers with some issues, unfortunately, being pulled off the circuit, and he'll have to wait and see if that car can get sorted out. The little Opel Corsa was definitely in contention, and now waiting for an opportunity to catch up with some of our victors down in the pit lane. And it looks like Temba and our crew will be making their way probably across to Vota Roos to pick up on the championship win now for Vota Roos, as he thinks there's a good possibility that I think he's wrapped it up after this first heat of racing. 4th place was good enough. There's Josh Veyers being helped out now by the combined efforts of Kyle Army, Zwartkops and Red Star Raceway's marshal team. They're all combined now into one marshalling group, and great to have them here, because without them we can't go racing. So fantastic to see that the combined forces of our marshalling units from all 3 tracks now giving us the chance to go racing every single time. On the right hand side you can see all the action in pit lane there for our Formula V competitors. They're about to make their way onto track. That little Opel Corsa has been recovered back into pit lane. You can see it just in the back end of the pit lane shot there. Pretoria Note Toyota GT86 will be waiting to come out there just to give us a clean run. And of course this is a standing start, the first standing start in the 4-wheelers that we've had today. for Formula V. Let's go down to Temba and catch up with him with Voter
We just had our car care clinic, 111 sports saloons and GT cars. Stefan Snijders, you cut through that field with near clinical precision to take the race win. How's that race for you?
Oh, that was brilliant. That was so much fun having a proper dice. I don't know how clinical it was. I've got a few scratches on the side, but that's rubbing is racing, so that's what it's all about. And it's so much fun to have a race with these guys and everyone respecting their own line and having good, clean, honest racing, which is awesome.
Great drive, Stefan. Well done. We're now going to be joined by Voter. Voter, we saw you leading early on in that race. Unfortunately, dropped back towards the end. Can you tell us what happened towards the end there?
Yeah, I think it was an awesome race to start with. I was very lucky to get a clean break from the start, but then I got stuck behind the spinning car in turn 2, and that really hurt me. And then another one caught me at the top, but that's fine. This is awesome. It's been an absolute great race. Thank you to Car Care Clinic. Thank you for an opportunity to start a new series like this. We started from a small base and we finished the year with 12 cars. I think that is absolutely incredible.
Thank you, Voter. A very entertaining Car Care Clinic Sports and Saloons GT Race 1. We now have Hankook Formula V Race 1. Back to Greg Maloney at commentary.
Thanks, Temba. Yeah, ready to rock and roll as the cars are making their way out onto the track now for race 1 of the Hankook Formula Vs. As I mentioned, it's a two-horse race here between Lucian Ramchanda, who's on pole position in the Liqui Moly Formula V. Brandon Hills in the Magaza Consulting Machine there in second place on the front row. And it's Lendl Janssen in the Bull Security car that has outgunned championship hopeful Gert van den Berg. Now, Gert van den Berg's got to do all right. He's got to try and take all the victories yet today and ensure that he just has still a shot of spoiling the day there for Lucian Ramchanda. Ramchanda's literally got to finish up both heats. And a first, second or third place, if I'm not mistaken, in this first race is good enough for Lucian Ramchanda to wrap up the 2020 championship. Greg Wilson and Jaco Schricks will be on the third row. That's just behind them in the lube station car. That is Schrixie in that car. MD Bester in the second of the Mangaza Consulting cars will be on the fourth row ahead of Sean van der Linde from Truck City Boksburg. Watch out for Peter Hills and Vaughan Hills in the fifth row for Monkwaza and Hankook. Jean-Andre Leroux in the second of the Liqui Moly cars, car number 27, good number on that car. Rico Wentworth alongside him. It's Theo Vermaak and Roy Douglas, then Joseph Kotze and Yanni Geisa, Albertine Pienaar and David Austin, with the final car being Ben Pienaar at the back for DOE Quality Parts. All season long with Formula Vs, and in fact for the last, I'd say, probably 10 or 12 years of racing in Formula Vs, this is kind of known as the four-wheeled superbikes, because they get up close and personal like we see in 600cc superbike racing and kind of Moto 3-esque styled racing with these single-seaters. So expect more of the same here today. Schricks has got the number 1 plate on his car. He'll be losing that. And that number 2 plate may be staying on Gert van den Berg if he can't do anything about the all-conquering and man who's been the most consistent so far this season in terms of race wins as well as being at the front end of the field. That is Lucian Ramchanda, who leads this championship now into the last 2 races of 2020. So we've got red flag at the front, waiting for these guys to take up their positions. Final guys are going to clear the grid there quickly. Just getting confirmed that they're all good to go. We're waiting for a green flag at the back. As soon as we've got a green flag at the back, we've got 10 laps of race action coming your way now for the first heat of Hankook Formula V. 30-second board is up. It's the fastest 30 seconds of your life as the 5-second board goes up and the lights are about to go on. And we're racing for the first time now in Hankook Formula V. Great start coming from Gert van den Berg as he tries to get to the front as quickly as he can. But diving on the inside there, a great start from Brandon Hills. Brandon Hills now trying to go around the outside into turn 2. Geisa goes through there. As they come up into turn 2 now, is it Lucian Ramchanda ahead of Lendl Janssen? Brandon Hills getting forced wide, and here comes Gert van den Berg diving on his inside, trying to find a way through early on. As I said, he's got to try and get his way up to the front end as quickly as possible, but that's not what's happened because he's tucked in behind Brandon Hills, excuse me, as they dive through into turn 3. Onto the back straight for the first time. Hills trying to return the favour there on Lionel Janssens. He saw him coming. The Bull security car just moved over ever so slightly and didn't give enough room there for Hills to dive onto the inside. Joseph Kotze makes his way through there just ahead of the 6'4" of Yanni Geyser. Geyser fighting it out there with MD Bester, and I think at the back end, good possibility of the two Pinars, Albertine and Ben Pinar. Onto the top of the hill they go into turn 5. We've got a little issue on our camera which we're trying to sort out now, which is why we've got a small break there, and we're not getting the double right hand at Kenwood, but we've got the left hander coming out of MXFM. And now onto the brakes. Look out for Greg Wilson as he closes things down there in the 5-5 car. Wilson certainly found something special. It looked like they picked up the problem that was happening at the previous round at Pekisa Freeway. It was a distributor issue on that car. He's found a distributor somewhere in a lucky scrapyard somewhere, he told me, and has put that car on, is now back into contention. But unfortunately what he said as well is he didn't think he was going to be at the front end like he is right now. So he's on old tyres. So those older Hankook tyres might not last the distance with the slightly newer ones on the cars in front of him. Coming up onto the brakes into turn 4. Big pressure on Lionel Janssen coming from Brandon Hills. And Gert van den Berg once passed as well. He can see Lucian Ramchunda getting away as Ramchunda's teammate dived on the inside trying to make a move there on, I think that was on Sean van der Linde. Yes, it was on van der Linde. Couldn't make it stick though. He's going to have another go here into turn 5. And behind him, watch out for Peter Hills closing down on the two of them. So Jean-Ray Leroux, van der Linde and Peter Hills having a fight there for the latter part of the top 10 there. 8th, 9th and 10th place up for grabs between those guys. Ramchunda opening up a small margin. It's enough to control things. Hills is ahead. So Brandon Hills has got ahead of Lionel Janssen. Big move on the inside in the background there coming from Sean van der Linde as well. Van der Linde had a big look. Has he been able to make it stick? Yes, he has. Van der Linde diving through and getting up one position there, getting ahead. And looks like, yeah, a bit of a problem there for Jean-Ray Leroux. He's dropped down 2 positions. So given up not only to van der Linde, but also to Peter Hills by the looks of it. Jaco Schricks, that's your number 1 car. He'll be losing that number 1 plate today. It'll be going to definitely one of those cars just ahead of him. Either Gert van den Berg or Lucian Ramchunda. Right now looks like it might be headed to Ramchunda's pit lane. He'll be replacing the number 3 from last year for a number 1 for this year. So great turnaround for his season, and definitely a man to watch out for in this championship because he's become a very, very hot competitor at the front end of Formula V. 3x3, we mentioned it was like Moto 3. It's exactly what we're seeing now as they get to the top of the hill. Hills on the inside, and Jean-Ray Leroux going to try and keep him out. Whether or not that's going to end in tears, we'll wait and see as they come up under braking and into the double right hand at Kenwood. Whew, very close stuff. Lionel Janssen's got through, so is Gert van den Berg. So a bit of a change up there between Hills. Hills making a bit of a mistake into turn 5, opening up the door and allowing not only Gert van den Berg through, but also Lionel Janssen and Van den Berg onto the dirt. Oh, those Hankook tyres don't like dirt. Don't do that on too many occasions there, Gert van den Berg. It's going to lose you a little bit of ground there. Hills might want to pounce into turn 2. He has a look, but no, not close enough. Greg Wilson right there as well. Possibly spoiled the day for Brandon Hills too. And Jaco Schricks slowly but surely closing in on the back end of those cars fighting for second. Leaders open up about a second now over the rest of the pack. Reason being is that Lionel Janssen's having to go defensive all the time, so he can't attack, and it's slowing him up ever so slightly. Here comes Jean-Ray Leroux. Leroux looking for another chance to return the favour there, but can't quite do it. MD Best is just ahead of him. And has he gone side by side again? Yes, he has. Oh, it's a great fight here for 9th and 10th place there between Hills and Leroux. Leroux loses out as Hills just outbreaks him into turn 5. Further back, it's Rico Wentworth and Theo Vermaak with Vaughan Hills having a little bit of fight there for what is 11th to 13th. Now under braking for the final corner again. 4th lap of 10 about to be completed. No changes at this stage between those first 5. The first 5 cars now just maintaining station for now. Late braking from Lionel Janssen. Then Janssen find a way through. Gert van den Berg has definitely done that. So Van den Berg now is in the right position. He's got to try and close that gap down. It's just over a second he's got to close down. Ooh, turn 1 looks like there was a bit of an issue for one of the cars as well, just on that shot. Turn 1 with a bit of a problem, so maybe one of the cars pulling to the sideline there at the exit of pit lane. Right up to the top of the hill, and here we go. See a change up here. Van den Berg, just fighting plenty here. between the cars for second place. Gert van den Berg was in contention for that second place and loses out. There's just every time these guys climb on the brakes, like I said, with Moto3 and with 600cc style superbike racing, there's a changer. And that's exactly what's happening now. Here they go under brakes again. Is it going to be Hills on the inside of Lennel Janssen? No, Lennel Janssen sees him coming, slams it all shut. Doesn't allow him through. Might have to watch for yellow flags through turn 1 there. I did see a car on the right-hand side of the circuit pulling off just on that last lap. Might get a shot of it. There it is on the left-hand side. Yeah, definitely a problem there for one of the cars as it's pulled to the sideline. Ramchundra doing everything right. With a victory, he should wrap this championship up, according to the points that I've seen. Oh, Van den Berg's got a problem. Gert van den Berg's got a problem down the back straight. Maybe just missed a gear, but Gert van den Berg definitely has a bit of an issue. And 2 cars have gone flying past him. I think he missed a gear. Gert van den Berg missed a gear. That's allowed 2 cars through there. Wilson and Schricks have gone through on Gert van den Berg. That is not what he wants. That far back, and Ramchundra taking the victory. The possibility of this championship being wrapped up here after race number 1 is certainly on the cards now. So Lucian Ramchundra, if he just keeps it at the front end for the next 5 laps, 2020 is all his. Heading down towards the final corner. Hills now looking for a chance. Schricks coming back at Van den Berg. In fact, he allowed him through there, I think. Yeah, Jaco Schricks doing a great job, allowing his good mate through there. Not going to fight for the championship, so he just moves out of the way and realizes that it's not really fair to get in the way of the guy who's fighting hard to try and get back again. He's coming up on Greg Wilson. Wilson's still going to make him fight for it, though. And that is now going to be for 4th and 5th place on track, as Lennel Janssen is now controlling things in second ahead of Vaughan Hills. I beg your pardon, Brandon Hills. There's a lot of Hills out there. The Hills have eyes. They'll be talking about me. I'm telling you right now. There's Vaughan, there's Peter, and there's Brandon. Brandon is in 3rd, and he's behind and looking to make it up into 2nd place if he can get the drive out of turn 3. Janssen sees him coming. Oh, but he can't answer that. Look at the drive that Brandon Hills got out of turn number 3 onto turn 4. Powers around the outside of the Bull security car and up into 2nd place. Wilson trying to find a way past it, but he can't close that gap down. His reason being is he's got big pressure coming from Gert van den Berg on his tail. Gert van den Berg right behind him and looking for a way to get back up to 4th place. He's got to get through to take the win. The only way he can hang on to a possibility of this championship is to take a victory, and right now it doesn't look like that's going his way. Coming to complete lap number 7. Formula V's a 10-lap race, remember. So we've got 3 still to go for these guys. 3 laps of action still to come your way as 7 is completed. And coming down onto the braking markers now, you can see big pressure from Gert van den Berg trying to find a way through there, and Greg Wilson. Wilson not giving him any room to play. He's not going to play the game that Jaco Schricks did and allow the championship contender a chance to get through. Gert's going to have to work for it. Lennel Janssen trying to come back at Brandon Hills. That is the man who would be king. He was 2nd last year. He missed out only by a couple of points to Jaco Schricks in 2019. It looks like that number 2 plate is going to stay on his car again. He dives on the inside, though, into turn 5. Oh, he's got it done. He's got through easily. Oh, and further back in the field. How's this? Great bit of fighting there between Yannick Geyser and David Austin. Are we going to see confirmation of Lennel Janssen's through? Gert van den Berg is through. Janssen hangs on ahead of Brandon Hills, but Gert van den Berg has got through there on Greg Wilson. Now trying to close down on the back end of Brandon Hills with 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go now for these guys. Is there enough time? I don't think there is. Gert has got 2 very, very hot competitors ahead of him. They are certainly not going to give him any room to play here. And they're going to make it very difficult for Gert van den Berg in the Hankook car to get through on that Bull Securities machine. And, of course, Brandon Hills in the Mangaza construction machine there too. Consulting machine, I beg your pardon. So it's Liqui Moly out front. Side by side as Hill comes around the outside again. Does he make it stick? Yes, he does. Same maneuver he pulled on Lennel Janssen about 2 laps ago. And he makes it stick again. And that's allowed Gert van den Berg a chance to close down and get a whiff. Is he going to have a go on the brakes here into turn number 5? Back to the battle here between Geyser and David Austin. David Austin behind Geyser this time. Just behind them, it's Ben Pinot. Albertine Pinot a bit further back on that one, but still some work to be done. Have a look as they come through turn 7 now. Oh, Lucian Ramchundra slowing up slightly on this last lap. That's a bit of an issue that we're going to have to keep an eye on. We got 1 lap to go. And Ramchanda, oh, problems there. Hills runs off completely, takes out the Kiwis by the looks of things as he comes onto there. The birds just go flying, and he's saying, what was that all about? Lucian Ramchanda, I think, had a bit of an issue on the car, slowed him down, and Brandon Hills had to take evasive action there. So Hills runs off the circuit completely and onto the dirty stuff. That's now allowed Len Luansen up into second and Gert van den Berg into third. So what went wrong there? Completely out of the ordinary for Brandon Hills to be running off the circuit like that. But I think there was a problem there on Ramchanda's car. He slowed up dramatically into that last corner. He's got going again now. I think Ramchanda was coming through thinking that was the last lap. Maybe that was the case. But Lucian Ramchanda's got about half a lap to go now to try and wrap things up. Is there a good possibility of a change up here between second and third place? It's going to be very tight. Very tight indeed between these riders. These drivers are giving it everything they can here into the closing stages, and it's very, very close here for second place. But Ramchanda has got to keep it all together for a couple more corners. They come down into the final corner now, and it is a battle royal for third. But the championship is possibly going to be wrapped up here with this victory. Watch for the celebration from the Liqui Moly car. Lucian Ramchanda comes through, and that, if I'm not mistaken, is 2020's Formula V Championship wrapped up. Lendl Janssen in second, Gert van den Berg in third. Oh, Brandon Hills is not happy. Gesticulations coming out of the Hills car there means he's going to be probably having a little chat to Lucian Ramchanda after that bit of a braking maneuver he pulled on him into G&H Transport Corner. So Ramchanda takes the win unofficially. Of course, these are the unofficial results until we sort things out later on. But of course, with that victory, Ramchanda should have wrapped up the 2020 championship. Lendl Janssen in second place in the Bull Securities car. Gert van den Berg in the Hankook machine in third place, beating out Greg Wilson. So Lucian Ramchanda, Themba Khumalo should be the interview you're looking for. Our new 2020 champion, as Ramchanda comes through and wraps things up there with the Formula V's 2020 season. Ramchanda wins out ahead of Janssen, van den Berg, Greg Wilson eventually in fourth. Jaco Schricks in the 5 spot. He comes through ahead of Sean van der Linde, Brandon Hills and MD Bester. It's Peter Hills and Vaughan Hills making up the 9 and 10 spots. Rico Wentworth in 11. Theo Vermaak comes through for 12 ahead of Joseph Kotza. Yannick Geyser hung on to win out the battle there with David Austin, Ben Pinot, Albertine Pinot, and some problem there for Jean-Andre Leroux in the second of the Liqui Moly cars there in car 27. Unfortunately, with some problems, he had to pull into pit lane and out of it. I think that was one of the cars that pulled onto the sideline there in the first heat of the day. So that is our first heat of Hankook Formula V sorted out. Up next, we're going to be going into, of course, some other Volkswagen branded machinery, and most of them are of a Polo version as we get into the first heat of the final round of the Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge. We'll be back shortly with some more action as we head down into pit lane to try and pick up on some of the post-race interviews with Themba Khumalo. If you are joining us worldwide, a big welcome here to Zwartkops Raceway, just west of Pretoria in South Africa. And looking forward to the final race meeting of the Extreme Festival of Racing here in South Africa. The Extreme Festival of Motorsport has traversed the country, not as much as we usually do due to the lockdown scenario, and that's why we still have no spectators on the sidelines there, other than teammates and mechanics watching from the sidelines or on the pit wall where they can get some vantage points. So first heat of Hankook Formula V's, first heat of the Car Care Clinic, 111 Sports and Saloons and GT Class, and the Bridgestone Challenge, proudly brought to you by the Wellness Group today, are in the bag. Up next, we'll be looking forward to the Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge competitors making their way out to the circuit. And we're going to be going down into the pit lane pretty shortly to catch up with Themba Khumalo and possibly with Lucian Ramchanda after wrapping things up there in the Hankook Formula V Championship for 2020. Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge cars rolling through. It's a big field of them out there. pull up their grid positions for you as well, as we got sent that earlier on today. So we can see how they're going to line up here for Class A, B and C. It's separate starts, of course, for each of these categories too. Class A is Rory Atkinson and Valdi Mainkies, ahead of Davy van der Merwe in the Universal Motorsport machine. Stian Kriel, Bevan Masters, Wayne Masters, Jody Robertson, Chris Dowell, Derek Smallberger and Mike Barbaglia make up the front part of Class A. There's a small gap, and of course the second start will be headed up by Stuart Mack and Dion Holliday Jr., Robin Creel and Sam Dale, Robbie De Silva, Bryce Pillay and Leighton Faree, Mitch Kutsia, Ethan Kutsia, Chris Davison ahead of Leon Oudendal, Gavin Ross, Maritz Negrini, Ilio Mussolini, Lindsay Kleur and Andre Needham making up the Class B grid. Class C, Mohamed Karodia, ahead of Andy Gossman, Philip Cruiser, Adrian de Beer, Dino Smit and Charles Anderson. That'll be Karodia's first pole position in Class C for him as well. So look out for a bit of action down in the Class C battle too. We should be heading down into pit lane pretty shortly to catch up with Dave Peterson as well as Temba Kamalo. And we're there with Lucian Ramchanda down in pit lane.
We're here with our Formula V Race 1 winner, Lucian Ramchanda. Lucian, you're chasing down the SA title in the Formula V class. We saw you leading out front. Just tell us what was going through your mind during that race.
I just wanted to get out there and just run my own race. Luckily, I managed to get to the front early. And yeah, just ran my laps and I managed to pull a gap behind to the guys behind me. And yeah, just kept my head to the end.
Great drive, Lucian. I know it's never easy chasing a championship at a season finale from out front. How are you going to settle your nerves and prepare for race 2?
Yeah, the nerves have been acting up for the last 2 weeks now. But yeah, once you put that helmet on, it's all ready to go, eh?
Great drive, Lucian. Good luck for race 2. Excited to see how it pans out. Go back that championship.
Appreciate it, man.
So we are back to Greg Maloney in our commentary. Next up, we have the 10-lap race 1 for our Posi Drive VW Challenge.
Thanks, Temba. Yeah, it looks like we maybe called the championship a little bit early there. I was looking at championship points and I thought that a first, second or third might be enough for Lucian to wrap it up. Looks like he's going to have to hang on until race number 2, according to what we picked up there. So we'll wait and see what happens in race number 2 now for Hankook Formula V's to crown that championship. So still some work to be done there in that last race of the season for 2020. Here you can see the big grid. And looking forward to action now from the Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge. As I said, 3 starts here. Class A will go initially. There's about 15 seconds and then a second start for Class B. Another 15 seconds and a separate start for Class C. As we get ready to go now for the first heat of the Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge. The championship here basically is between Class A's Rory Atkinson, who is on pole position, and Class B's second place car there, Dion Holliday Jr. That's for the overall championship, of course, each of those guys leading their respective classes, and looking forward to this one in the final stages of 2020. Right, so red flag moves away from the front of the grid. You can see a second red flag just holding up the second group of cars so that they don't go on that initial start. 30-second board flicks over, 5-second board, and lights about to go on for Class A. Is it going to be Atkinson to try and wrap things up here in Class A and take a victory? He gets a little bit of a wake-up call there from Valdi Mainkies in the Posi Drive car heading down into turn 1. Great start out of Stian Kriel. Kriel just going on the inside and outgunning the Universal Motorsport machine of Davy van der Merwe. Van der Merwe having to take a little bit of action into turn number 2 to go on the inside and keep out the attentions of Stian Kriel. Kriel now all over the back end of Davy van der Merwe, looking to go a little bit off on the dirt as well as they went into turn 3. Class B is already into turn 2 and heading down on the brakes now. In fact, have come through there, and it looks like it is Holiday Jr. who's got the lead over Stuart Mack. Class A up into turn 4. Class C already into turn 2, and is it Karodia? It doesn't look like Karodia's got, yes it is. Karodia's got the drop there over Gossman. Gossman in second, Cruiser in third. And the back end of Class A go to turn 5. We're waiting for the front end of Class B to join them shortly. It's going to be an amazing battle there. Look at this. Oh, massive pressure from Stuart Mack. Mack all over the back end of Holiday Junior, trying to find a way past, but can't do it just yet. Very, very close stuff between those guys as they go through there. So Stian Kriel keeping it all together there. Valdi Mikey's cooking at this stage and looking for a chance to get through. Down in towards turn 1. Chopping and changing in the mid-pack. Performance Masters car there of Wayne Masters going on the inside of Stian Kriel. Can he make it stick? Yes, he can. Kriel drops back 1 position. In fact, it's not big. Yes, it is. It's Bevan Masters, not Stian Kriel. He was having a go at there. Bevan Masters, I beg your pardon, in the CPS warehouse car that Wayne was having a go at. So no love lost there between the two of them as they head into turn 3. Class B's coming towards turn 2 at this point in time. So it's Rory Atkinson from Baldy Mikey's and Stian Kriel, the top 3. That's how they go through across the line. Class B, it's Holiday Junior, Mac and Elna Cruiser leading lady at this point in time, but she seems to have dropped back slightly there. It's 91 Robin Kriel who's up into 3rd place in Class B. Rory Atkinson leading things at this stage and controlling things from the front. Couple of cars slowing up, a couple of cars with a bit of issues there. Here we come. This is Oudendal. Leon Oudendal having a big look. And Lindsay Kleur all over the back end of him as Leon Oudendal in the 3rd of those Posse Drive cars come under braking into turn number 5. He's done this circuit on a few occasions, having been involved in the BMW driving academy here. Rory Atkinson hanging on ahead there. It's a good drive there from Stian Kriel in 3rd ahead of Darby van der Merwe. Van der Merwe ahead of Jody Robertson. And then it's the 2 Masters boys. Bevan ahead of Wayne. Now Wayne ahead of Bevan. A bit of a change up between the two of them. Behind that's Chris Dell and Mike Barbaglia. And then Derek Smallberger bringing up the rear end of Class A. This is the mid-pack of Class B. Great fight here between Leighton Free. Remember, Leighton Free, big contender last weekend in the Utinga Polo Cup. Was on pole position, took a race victory down in the Aldo Scribanti circuit in PE. And, of course, now looking for a chance to show his what he's got in terms of mettle in amongst the Volkswagen Challenge drivers, where he's cut his teeth initially to get used to that car of his. Flying through further back, we pick up on Class C action as well. And Class C, Charles Anderson at the back end, first time out for him. Philip Cruiser. Cruiser just pushing hard. They're trying to stay ahead of Adrian de Beer. And then mid-pack there, Leon Oudendal. Pink wing mirrors on that car as he starts to fight out and trying to close down on Ethan Kutsia. Ethan Kutsia just up the road there from him. Leaders across the line, completing another lap of the 10 laps of action here expected. Stian Kriel under pressure now from Darby van der Merwe. Van der Merwe in the Universal Motorsport car looking for a way through. Can he find it? He gets forced wide, but Kriel's got the inside line for turn 2. He might be able to hang on to it. Turning in the inside line is a slightly slower line, but of course you can control the corner from that line. And Darby's going to have to try and drive around the outside of Stian Kriel. That's not an easy thing to do. Into the back straight, Rory Atkinson pulling away. 2nd place at this stage, it's Valdi Mikey's. Battle for 3rd is raging into turn 4. So is it for 4th place. As Jody Robertson. Oh, and Robinson's out of shape. Sliding through turn 4. That's going to allow Bevan Masters a chance to dive through. Yeah, exactly. He had to come out of that one ever so slightly and then just change a gear and power through, and that's what's caused him to drop back. Bevan Masters dives through and gets up ahead. So Masters moves up into the top 5. Jody Robertson down into 6. Big slide into turn 3. Can you believe that action into turn 3 there? Proper awesome stuff from Jody Robertson to try and hang on. He only just was able to hang on there. That is for sure. Right, leader crosses the line again. Rory Atkinson hanging on. Pulling away now from 2nd place, Valdi Mikey's. Looks like there's no answer coming out of the Motormart and Creative Inc. car of Stian Kriel now that Darby van der Merwe has got through. Masters still maintaining the lead over Jody Robinson after being gifted that one through turn 4 on the last lap. Let's wait and see what's going to happen as they go through there. Now Masters hangs on. Oh, little wheel in the dirt there from Jody Robinson. That might give Wayne Masters a bit of a sniff at it. Let's see if he's able to do anything about that as they go up into turn 4. So change up for Class B it is. Change up for Class B. Stuart Max at the front. Holiday Junior into 2nd. Robin Kriel into 3rd. So there's a change up there for Class B honours, and Stuart Mack leads things out now over Holiday Junior and Robin Kriel. Sam Dell still there in the 4 spot. Looks like they're coming up on the back end there of Is that Derek Smallberger, I think? Derek Smallberger or Mark Barbaglia could be closing in on them. Stuart Mack, Dion Holiday Jr. and Robin Creel. Bryce Pillay not too far off the back end of that as well. Nice to see that little fight there. Mitch Kutsia and Bryce Pillay fighting for honours. No worries at all here for the Universal and Team Red racing car. In fact, he's starting to close down ever so slightly onto the back end of second place Voldy Monkeys. Monkeys could be in a bit of trouble here into the closing stages of this first heat. Whether or not that's going to be the case, we'll wait and see into the second half of this race. But some proper good action here, as expected in the Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge. Oh, Monkeys out of shape there. A little bit sideways for Monkeys as he came onto the back straight now with pressure being applied by Van der Merwe. Mack definitely controlling things from the front end of Class B, not giving the Monitor Net car a chance. Remember, Dion's looking for Class B honours, but he's also looking for overall honours, and he's got to take victories today and not allow Rory Atkinson to take victories. Atkinson is doing the victories at this point in time, and Holiday Jr. sitting in second place. Dive on the inside there from Andy Gossman. This is a bit further back in Class C. Class C honours up for grabs here. Karodia leading things out in the Class C battle. Gossman slowly but surely closing on the back end. Then you can see it's De Beer and Cruiser. Top 5 in Class C. Class A about to catch them though. This is the Class C cars coming onto the back straight. And if you just watch in the background, there's a good possibility. There's a slower car on the left-hand side there. That's not a Class C competitor. That's a bit further back there. So Class C competitors now in amongst some of the back markers of Class B. But watch out in the background because you're going to have Class A closing in on Class C any second now. Top 3 in Class B go through there. Robin Creel in the Calex car, still looking for a chance to close down on Dion Holiday Jr. And behind them, Sam Dell, Robbie De Silva, and Leighton Fourie. Which you could see just behind Leighton Fourie as they go up into turn number 3 now. Class A closing down on Class E. Very, very close stuff here. Amazing action in the Posi Drive. Mark Barbaglia with a bit of battle scars there. We've got turn 4's camera back up again, which is great to see. Nice hustle there from the cameraman to get it all sorted out. That's the back end of Class A. Don't see Derek Smallberger there. He's actually just up the road there, so it must have been a bit of action there a bit further back in that pack. Here comes Leighton Fourie in the Signature Motorsport and Champion car, closing down on the T-Rex machine of De Silva. Evan Masters losing ground and now coming up onto the back end. Looking a great bit of action expected there between Bevan Masters as Masters closed down on Christel. So Smallberger just behind that. That's the Sabertech car there. Christel just ahead of him. So good stuff there between these cars in the front end of Class A. Class B, it's Stuart Mack controlling things. Pulling away now from Dion Holiday Jr. Junior's got no answer. Robin Creel closing on the back end of Junior though. Sam Dell not too far behind that. Then it's a battle between De Silva and Leighton Fourie. Here we go into Class C. Class A is in amongst the Class C competitors. Philip Cruiser being overtaken now by Rory Atkinson. Atkinson gets through there on Philip Cruiser. So it's Cruiser that is now becoming a big factor. But no worries at all. As you can see, Stian Creel has got through. How far back is the next car in Class A? And has Voldy Monkeys been held up by a couple of the back markers there? Is there a change up possibly? No, Voldy Monkeys, but look at, yeah, it's much closer there. Monkeys is still in second, but look how tight it is there between Davy van der Merwe, who's on his tail. Bevan Masters closing on the back end of Creel. The Creative Inc. Motormart Clarkstorp car there under big pressure from the CPS warehouse car of Bevan Masters. Is Davy van der Merwe going to be able to capitalize on these back markers and maybe get through on Voldy Monkeys? Monkeys, a former champion in this class, will certainly know what to do when you come into traffic. Davy van der Merwe's got used to traffic now. He knows exactly how to place that car. The BHIT Bulk Logistics car of Rory Atkinson looking good for a victory as we're into the penultimate lap here. Karodia, that is the first man in Class E, Class C, I beg your pardon, about to be caught and passed by the leader of Class A. Some fighting happening in the mid-pack as well. Second of the Creative Inc. cars flying through there. Gavin Ross just ahead. And Ross trying to get through there and possibly just change up the way things are going to finish up the Ethan Kutsia a bit further up the road. So fights all the way through in Posi Drive Class B. So it's Dion Holiday Jr. who flies through into turn 4. Behind him is Robin Creel. Up a road from him is Stuart Mack. BHIT's Rory Atkinson has on his final lap. And comes flying on the inside. Is that Andy Gossman? Yes, it is. Coming up on Gossman. Leader of Class C, Andy Gossman at this stage. So with a lap, well, a half a lap to go now for the leader. Oh, Davy van der Merwe going to dive on the inside. Davy van der Merwe on the inside of Voldy Mikey's as they come onto the back straight. Very close action there between the two of them as they fly through. Davy van der Merwe on the last lap going for second place there. Can he make it stick on Voldy Mikey's? Rory Atkinson has got the lead, but has there been a change-up between second and third? Double yellows up to turn 5, so there must be an issue at turn 5. Definitely a bit of an issue at turn 5 as they come through there. But now flying through, and of course laps being ticked off by the rest of the pack of cars as well. Awesome stuff here. Chris Davison, haven't seen much of him through the race, but he's in a bit of a fight of his own, as we mentioned, right through the pack. Right, so going into the final lap now, waiting for our leaders. Coming down into the final corner, it's Rory Atkinson for the BHIT Logistics team. First victory of the season, first victory of today, I should say, and penultimate victory of the season goes to Rory Atkinson, and it is Davy van der Merwe who's got through. The Universal Motorsport car has managed to squeeze through there and find a way past on Voldy Monkeys. He comes through there to beat out Stian Kriel and Bevan Masters. Bevan Masters running off the circuit there in his attempt to get through on Stian Kriel. Wayne Masters comes through. I'm not sure if he's seen the checkered flag. I'm not quite sure if any of these cars have actually seen the checkered flag because they're all coming through here pretty hot. But it is the end of the race. 10 laps completed. It's Rory Atkinson who's taken the victory in Class A ahead of Davy van der Merwe and Voldy Monkeys. We're waiting for Stuart Mack. Here he comes. Stuart Mack will be the first of the Class B competitors to take the victory. He'll come through there for second place, or for first place I should say, ahead of Dion Holiday Jr. Robin Creel hangs on for third place in the Calex machine. And a good drive there from her, winning out over Sam Dell, Leighton Free and Robbie De Silva. Behind there, Mitch Kutsia and Chris Davison, who looks like he's just been gunned, just outgunned there by Mo Dangle. Dangle comes through just to beat out Chris Davison in the end. And that's how it all finishes up. Class C honours, that should be taken by Andy Gossman, as the checkered flag is out there for the first heat of the Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge. Up next, we're heading into the second of the car care clinic classes. That is Super Hatch. They should be down in the pre-race paddock. Temba Kamala will be making his way down into pit lane to try and catch up with some of our race winners. I'm sure they'll be down in the pre-race in the Park Fermé area because they have to go into Park Fermé for the Volkswagen Challenge. Rory Atkinson taking Class A, Stuart Mack taking Class B, and Class C, if I'm not mistaken, was Andy Gossman. Car Care Clinic Super Hatch will be up next in a few minutes' time. We're just waiting for Temba to shoot down to the Park Fermé area to catch up with our race winners in each of those categories from the Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge. Rory Atkinson, of course, taking Class A, Stuart Mack taking Class Bs, and Andy Gossman taking the Class C category in Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge. Cars being recovered there from the Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge, and once those cars are off and out of harm's way, we'll be ready to go now for, of course, the race action for Car Care Clinic Super Hatch. But Temba's down in the Park Fermé area. Let's catch up with Temba Kamala and some of our race winners from the Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge.
We held our Posi Drive VW Challenge Class A race winner Rory Atkinson. Rory, we saw you build up a comfortable lead out front. It's a very hot summer's day here at Zwartkops. How difficult was it to build a lead and maintain it and hold it till the end of the race, Rory?
Timber, thank you, man. Firstly, congrats to my competitors, Voldy and Davy and Stian. They had a good fight going down there. But yeah, very hot. Just like you said, build it up, go slowly, get the pressures to settle and just keep it smooth, man. And it really worked out beautifully. Thank you.
Rory, we've of course had a season compromised by the global pandemic. How has it been preparing for you for this race and coming here in such fine form?
It's been tricky, but obviously try and do some physical stuff and keep your life balanced. But it's just such a privilege to be turning the steering wheel, and thank God for that. So any chance, I'll do it.
Thank you very much, Rory. Great drive. Congratulations and see you later for race 2. There you have it, Posi Drive VW Challenge. Race 1 Class A winner Rory Atkinson. Back to Greg Maloney in the commentary booth.
Thanks, Temba. Thanks, Rory. Oh, very happy man. There's some high fives and fist bumps happening between the two of them. There are our Super Hatch competitors almost making their way out onto the circuit in a few minutes' time. You'll see that little red flag being removed, which means that the pit lane is open. The green flag on the fence says they can go through there. Francois Henning leads them out. He's just ahead of Jonathan de Toy. It's the Pro Auto Rubber machine there. That's the Opel Corsa of Andre Danhauser, as he gets ready to go now for his first heat in action for Super Hatch. Super Hatch Grid 1 will be Francois Henning, Jonathan de Toy on the front row ahead of Andre Danhauser and Tyler Scott. Leonard Archer and Trevor Stringer will be the two cars on the third row of the grid. A bit of a break in the proceedings there. One row leads out by Donovan LaRue and Mel Spur on the front row, Ishmael Beloy and Nick Martin, Werner Petersen and Henny Swanepoel, with Gert Veerselaar and Courtney Nicol making up the Class B competitors. And then another break in the grid sees Class C line up with Shane Forget and Craig Priestley on the front row ahead of Almira van Eck, Freddie Watkins, Tony Himes, Johan van der Walt and George Aldrich making up the competitors today for Super Hatches Race 1. Also standing start for Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge and Super Hatch. So two back-to-back standing starts here. We've got a couple of competitors and, of course, a couple of heats coming up in the very near future that go to a rolling start option. But we've still got one more of these standing starts to happen for Super Hatch. So there we see the front row of the grid there for Class A. Francois Henning on the left-hand side of your shot. It's the orange, black and white polo. All dominant and conquering Honda Civic of Jonathan du Toit, who of course is looking to wrap up the championship here. In fact, I think he actually wrapped it up at the previous round at Pekisa Freeway, so he's really the #1 plate, looking for a chance now for a way to go and sort things out and maybe do a bit of a swan song to go out of 2020 season with some victories in the bag. But Henning is going to push him hard. Andre Danhauser will also push him hard. He's had a great season and a resurgence there in the Pro Auto Rubber Opel Corsa. Just behind that, Tyler Scott in another Opel Kadett. And then it's Leonard Archer and Trevor Stinger that'll be looking for a chance now as we go to the 5-second board. Lights on. All the racing starts together there. It's not like Posse Drive. It's all classes starting together just with the break in the grid there. And Henning now goes through in the whole shot with Tyler Scott outgunning Jonathan du Toit along with Andre Danhauser. The two Opels going up the inside and looking for a chance to even go into the lead as Tyler Scott outbreaks into turn 2. Henning gets forced wide and we got an Opel Kadett out front. Polo in second place and the Opel Corsa, the Pro Auto Rubber car there of Andre Danhauser in third place. Jonathan du Toit drops down to fourth place now as, problems already right from the start. One of the Polos is getting, not quite sure who that is actually. Further back in the field there, didn't quite pick up on the number. And the driver got out the car, they didn't quite get to see it. It is Almira van Eck who's involved in that incident. So the Taurus Polo parked on the left-hand side of another Polo. And if I go with possibilities there, that could be, was that not Henny Swanepoel possibly there who got involved in that one? No, there's Swanepoel. He's back on track. So it's Pretorius by the looks of things, yeah. So problems there between Pretorius and Van Eck. So it's actually Vanna Petersen. Vanna Petersen is the other car that's involved there. So Vanna Petersen coming together there with Almira Van Eck as they came out of turn 1. And it looks like they're both parked out of the way. And a little chat there between Vanna and Almiro. Back to race action at the front end. And Class B. Oh, hello. A little bit of an issue there for our front man. That's definitely not what he wants. As Tyler Scott comes into turn 2 with a little bit of extra downforce on that car. Is that going to be a problem? Is it going to slow him down? It usually does. Class B being led out by Nick Martin ahead of Mal Spur. And then the man who was on pole, Donovan LaRue, in the second of those Hondas, is there in third place. That's 6th place overall on track. But I'm sure there's going to be a big change up there with the way things are going at this point in time with the Opel. That Opel is definitely not firing like it should be. That is for sure. Whether or not we get that sorted out, we'll wait and see. But I can tell you now, it is definitely going to affect the ability of that car to go forward in a quick way. Forget looking for a chance now to win things out in Class C. But that's certainly not how things are going at the moment. Shane Forget and Craig Priestley is the battle to watch out for. Look at the gap that Shane Forget has pulled out on the rest of this field. We have got a bit of an issue here on our timing as well. Looks like TJ timing might be down, so I can't give you the exact position I'm going on what I see here because the timing seems to be down. And as we come down onto the breaking point, it's Jonathan du Toit who's made his way up ahead of Francois Henning. And he's also got through there on Andre Danhauser. So up to second place, trying to close down on Tyler Scott. Nick Martin closing down on the 3 of them, in fact, in the Class B Peugeot. Pulling away ever so slightly there from Mal Spur and from Donovan LaRue. Side-by-side action from a lot of these cars coming through here. Little fights all the way through, but all of a sudden, definitely being affected by that boot sticking up. And they're not getting the same amount of downforce and the same amount of drive or aerodynamics out of that car that he should be in the Opel Kadett is Tyler Scott. And Scott under pressure now from Jonathan du Toit. Francois Henning, there in third place, still with a bit of pressure. And Andre Danhauser wants through on him. Mal Spur under massive pressure now from Donovan LaRue, trying to find a way through. And Courtney Nickel also slowly but surely closing in on Leonard Archer. So Archer, Stringer, in fact he's got through on Archer, he's closing in on Stringer. Trevor Stringer now is under attack there from Courtney Nickel. Down the hill they come. And good drive here from Jonathan du Toit. Should see him outgun the Lopec machine. That Lopec Auto Spares Opel Kadett. Under big pressure now from the Trans-Africa Racing Honda. But Tyler's not giving it up without a fight. Can you imagine what the slipstream effect must be like on that big wing as Jonathan du Toit closes in? Oh, big move there from Danhauser. Danhauser looking to dive on the inside of Henning into turn 2. Henning saw him coming, shut the door. But he can't shut the boot, because if you could shut the boot, that would definitely help Tyler Scott out as they come flying through and complete another lap. Henning hangs on for now. Look how hard he's pushing that polo. It runs wide, very wide. Good chance there for the Pro Auto Rubber machine. Danhauser to close things down. Defensive driving coming out of Tyler Scott, under braking into turn 5, not allowing Jonathan DeToy a chance to get through. Is there a chance there for him? No, I don't think there is. He dives through, tries to find a way past, can't do that. Shane Forget still hanging on for a possible win in Class C. But look at Tyler Scott, how hard he's having to fight here with that boot up in the air. Slowing that car up dramatically. Oh, and Jonathan DeToy makes an uncharacteristic mistake, allowing Henning a chance. Henning has a little sniff on the inside into G&H Transport corner. So DeToy putting on a bit of a show here. And looks like he's not going to have it all his own way. Andre Danhauser just waiting in the sidelines and saying, listen, if something goes wrong, I'm ready to pounce. Nick Martin will definitely be looking for a chance to get up into the overalls if he can get onto that overall podium as well in the Class B car in 5th place. As they came through there, looks like Malspur still hanging on ahead of Donovan LaRue and Trevor Stringer ahead of Courtney Nickel. Further back, there's the battle for Class C's. They come through there. Yeah, Jean has moved up ever so slightly. So Jean van der Walt behind Freddie Watkins, and Watkins behind our leader Shane Forget in the Opel Kadett. Yet again, big action through turn 4. As Henning runs wide, so does Tyler Scott. Tyler Scott has got it's a VTEC trailer, not a Civic V. That's on his tail there. George Aldrich in the Opel Corsa, all on his own son there, playing pretty much lone wolf at the back end of Class C. Can't close down on Craig Priestley. So get to the top of the hill and making their way back down again. Tyler Scott still hanging on. Here comes a move from Danhauser. Danhauser had a look at Henning. Henning saw him coming just later on the brakes into turn 8, G&H Transport corner. So you got Lopec Auto Spares ahead of Trans Africa Racing. Great start here from all of our competitors in this class. It's certainly been something we didn't quite expect to be happening with that boot open. I thought that car would slow down a lot more than what it has. Watkins closing down now. See, it's not going to be an easy ride here for Freddie Watkins. He's got to still find a way through there on Donovan LaRue before he can get to the Opel Kadett into turn 2 there of Shane Forget for honours in Class C. Turn 4. Once again, line astern for the first 4 cars. Nick Martin closing down on him. There's a move. Jonathan DeToy pulls out of that slipstream. Eventually he's on the inside line. Tyler, I don't think he's having an answer this time. No, this time it's done and dusted. DeToy hits the front for the first time. Now, if you've been watching Super Hatch all season long, when Jonathan DeToy hits the front, that means basically the race is done. He'll be getting away unless something dramatically goes wrong with that Trans Africa Racing Honda of his. Highly, highly unlikely though at this stage. Oh, but as I say that, Tyler Scott comes back at him through Kenwood and gets back to the front. So he's not giving this up without a fight, and considering the fact that his boot's been open all race long, this is a valiant effort being put in here by Tyler Scott. DeToy on the inside into turn 1, Volkswagen corner. It's Opel versus Honda in the Volkswagen turn. And as they come through there, the Opel's got the inside line, but watch for the cutback now. Jonathan DeToy will know the circuit very well. And he'll cut back the apex onto a later apex and try and get the drive out of turn 2 to outgun the Opel onto the straight. There he goes, cuts back onto the inside of turn 3. Now going to try and outrun that Opel up towards turn 4. Side by side between Henning and Danhauser on a similar kind of maneuver. Danhauser's made it stick. He's got through to 3rd. Can DeToy make it into 1st? Yes, he does. DeToy goes into 1st place. Danhauser goes into 3rd. Similar maneuvers coming out of those 2 cars to make those moves stick and position changes. Here comes Henning back at Danhauser though. He holds an inside line through turn 4. Very hard line to hang on to. Inside for turn 5. Late on the brakes and returns the favour there. Onto Danhauser into turn 5. Very close there between Danhauser and Henning. Tight stuff between DeToy and Scott as well. Tyler Scott's not giving this up though. That is for sure. He's now allowed Jonathan DeToy a little bit of breathing room. That might be enough there. As they come up onto braking. Oh, very, very close stuff between them. So across the line they come. Sure, very tight stuff here. Unbelievably close between these drivers as they came across the line again. And now it's Nick Martin from Class B who's joined them. Nick Martin onto the back end of Francois Henning. And very tight stuff between them two as Henning now comes under pressure from RDG NATO Forces Peugeot. Red, white and blue there of the French brand, but a British flag on it and American colors and you name it. It's the whole NATO version of the Peugeot 207 GTI of Nick Martin. And he closed down. He has closed down, but I don't think he's going to find a way past. Miles Spur still hanging on to second place there for Class B. Class C now, it's Class B I should say. It should be Donovan LaRue. And yeah, Donovan LaRue still up there in the 3 spot for Class B, but he's down in 10th place. He's actually lost out of position to Class C's winner, potentially, Shane Forget. So Forget has found a way through up into the single digits and into 9th place overall. Further back, Ishmael Beloy. Yes, Craig Priestley diving on the inside. Can he find a way through? No, he can't. Jean van der Walt keeps him at bay for now. And now up towards the top of the hill they go. Priestley looking for a chance to get back into the top 3 overall. And maybe into second place ahead of Jean van der Walt. That was the battle for second that we're watching. Here is Trevor Stringer. Stringer closing down. Checkered flag is out. Class A has already gone through there with the toy taking the victory ahead of Tyler Scott and Dan Hauser. Class B, it's Nick Martin, Mal Spur, and coming through there was Trevor Stringer right on her tail. So there are our competitors fighting so hard. Incredible to see Tyler Scott in second place with that boot open. So Tyler Scott now with the boot open gets second place behind Andre Danhauser. Behind him, I should say, was Andre Danhauser in the Pro Auto Rubber Opel Corsa. So we've got Trans-Africa Racing ahead of the Lopec Auto Spares, and then Pro Auto Rubber, the top 3. It's Honda from Opel and Opel. Francois Henning in the Polo behind that. It's Nick Martin just behind him. First of Class B. Class B, Nick Martin taking the victory. Shane Forget taking the Class C honours ahead of Freddie Watkins and Jean van der Walt, who hung on. And a good effort there from Craig Priestley and Jordan Aldrich to bring up the rear of the guard in the Car Care Clinic Super Hatch. Way. So another race sorted out here for the final round of the Extreme Festival. Incredible action there in the Super Hatch for Car Care Clinic's second category of the day. There you can see waiting in the sidelines our first race of our single-seater category from the InvestChem Formula 1600s. Wings and Slicks and a couple of Formula Ford Kents involved in that one too. Not an official championship here this weekend, just another one of the invitational classes for this weekend's racing. But great to have the single-seater championship back in action. And Kelly and her team are doing a great job to get them on track. They'll be out there in the very near future. We've still got G&H Transport Extreme Supercars, the Global Touring Car Super Cup, and Mobile One V8 Supercars to happen before we complete the first heats of today's racing. I'm just waiting for Temba to make his way down into the pit lane. And once he gets into pit lane, of course, we will catch up with some of the interviews with our drivers. And all the drivers, of course, now looking forward to seeing what's going to be happening on our live stream feed as well. So down in pit lane is Temba Kamala catching up with some of our drivers and some of the race victors there from the Car Care Clinic Super Hatch.
We good to go? Camera 6 is ready.
Hot, eh?
It's hot. You. Can someone talk to me?
Who's on the camera, Donnie? Who's on the camera 6? I'm counting you down to Temba. Are you ready for it? Are you ready to come to Temba? Are you ready for Temba? Trey? Trey? I can't hear anything. Trey, are you ready for Temba? The mic must be turned on. Turn the mic on. Turn the mic on. You're trying to talk to because you got a radio that's on you. Dave. Dave's trying to talk to you. Can you hear it? Can you hear that? Okay. Timber's mic not working well. It is now. This working. Should be working. Okay. Let's look onto the two shot with Timber. And count to me down.
Sorry, man.
Tell Timber. I want to hear you say to him, Timber.
Car Care Clinic Super Hatch Race 1. We're here with our Class C winner, Shane Forget. Shane, you told us just now that you saw an accident out there. Really hot conditions. Tell us about your race.
Yeah, no, look, it was a great race. Can't complain. But I saw a bit of accident on the start in Class B. Tried to avoid it, but Gert went on the outside onto the dirt there, and then Almiro was on my inside, and then he pushed me from the right hand side and Almiro, and then I T-boned Almiro, and then from then on it was just clean for me, and then I had to chase down Freddie, trying to get the win. But yeah, all over it was a good race, really.
Crazy, crazy race. How are you planning to get through the carnage in race 2, Shane?
Well, we just have to bite the bullet and just put your head down and go, eh? That's all.
Thank you, Shane.
Thanks,
Good
man.
luck.
Good.
Next up, we have Nick Martin, our Class B winner in the Super Hatch. Nick, Shane was just telling us about the accident that we had out on track. How was your race?
We had a fantastic start. I think we got into the lead going through turn 4 on lap 1. Off the start line, the car was a rocket. We've been struggling since the last race meeting with a misfire. It's fixed now, and now we can race.
Great stuff, Nick. How difficult is it keeping cool, staying consistent in these hot conditions?
It's extremely hot out there. I had to pull out of the slipstream quite a few times from the Class A cars just to cool things down.
Great. Good luck for race 2, Nick. Thank you very much. Thanks. Next up, we have Tyler Scott, second place in Class A. Tyler, I think you should ride with your boots open more often in races, huh?
Yeah, that was a bit of a strange one, but I managed to get a good start, managed to get ahead of the class, and then just had to keep the guys at bay. So with the car that we've been battling with, issues through qualifying and yesterday, managed to get it right, and it seems to be going well. So let's see what we can do in race 2. And then just thanks to Lopec and all our sponsors, J-Stick, and all the guys that always help me, Robin and everyone else. They know who they are. Cool.
Great job, Tyler. Hopefully race 2 is as wide open as your boot was in race 1.
We can only hope.
We can only hope. That was your car care clinic, Super Hatch, race 1. Next up, InvestChem Formula 1600s, joining Greg Maloney back in the commentary booth.
Thanks, Temba. Yeah, they're making their way out into the grid right now. It's a combination of Formula 1600s and the Formula Fords all combined here today to give us a little bit of extra single-seater action. As you mentioned, and if you've just joined us for the first time today, a big welcome to our live stream fans out there watching action from the final round of the Extreme Festival here at Zwartkops Raceway, the home of the Extreme Festival. We're on the Pretoria West, Gauteng in South Africa. If you're joining us from all around the world, a big welcome to you. And action from single-seaters now on circuit. Formula 1600s, of course, has been a very, very competitive class in the past. They have basically taken a bit of a sabbatical this year and not going to be doing a full season and a full championship season. But needless to say, action at invitational rounds like this and at Red Star Raceway, as we saw only a couple of weekends ago, certainly proved to be some of the best race action of the day. It's Andrew Rackstraw and Nicholas Van Wheelie, a former champion, that make up the front row there for the magnificent paint and hardware team. InvestChem and Race Driver SA on front row there with Arrow Helmets as part of his sponsorship as well there for Rackstraw. It's Schofield who's been entered, Andrew Schofield being entered under the InvestChem banner, but of course flying the flag high with the pun intended there for Safair now, his brand new sponsor, involved in the InvestChem Formula 1600 category for the first time. Jared Wawiski brings back the old DAW racing colours, and the youngest competitor in this class looking for a chance now to prove himself and possibly spoil a victory and take away those honours from the 3 cars in front of him. Alex Voss will be behind him in the Curie Zoo car with Ewan Holtzhausen for Total Plastics on his side. And then behind that, it is Nick Setanich making a welcome return with Zaim Gulam in the Dictator engine management car ahead of the Lieutenant Colonel Alan Mayer and Brendan Tracy, also in InvestChem colours. That's the Formula 1600s. We've got a bit of a break in the grid then, as we've seen in a couple of categories so far, down to Ian Schofield, who will lead things out in the Formula Fords ahead of Graham Hepburn, who's alongside him, Dean Fenter and Duncan Foss, and then it's Ron Van Wheelie, Paul Schultz and Steve Fenter that make up that grid, all involved there. Steve Fenter, of course, driving in the Desi's equipment car all the way from Desi's Raceway, so good to have him back here too, involved in this big battle between Formula 1600s and Formula Fords, all combined for the InvestChem Formula 1600 category. As I make the way down the hill now and into the formation of this grid, it's going to be Rackstraw who will be looking to try and hang on to the front end of this field as long as possible, but there's a lot of experience behind him. And when I say a lot of experience, even take Jared Waberski into that experience pool, because he might not have been in behind the wheel of a 1600 for a long, long time, but he's had oodles of experience in karting. And if you want to do well in single-seater racing, karting is certainly the way to start things out. It's a 10-lap race, remember, for these guys. And as they come down into the formation I'm going to try and reboot my timing monitor so I can keep up to how many laps are going to be taking their toll here in this first race. And hopefully we'll be able to bring you all the action into the closing stages here of this first heat of the InvestChem Formula 1600s. See the little break in the grid there from 1600s to the Formula Fords. 1600s running with wings and slicks, and the Fords just behind that, led out by Schofield, the man behind this series, and another man who of course in South African motorsport terms puts his money where his mouth is and backs not only his series but also the Formula Ford historic class in the Kent category. That'll be at Red Star Raceway next weekend. We've got 1 minute to go. That 1 minute becomes 30 seconds within about 3 or 4 seconds. 30 seconds becomes 5 seconds within about the same space in time. And lights go on. And we go racing. Down towards turn 1. Good start there from Van Wheelie. Looks like he might have just outgunned Rackstraw, has he? Oh, very close there between them as they went down into turn 1. And off the circuit as well. Running some completely wide. Oh, that is going to change things up there. Van Wheelie has hit the front. Rackstraw into second place. Jared Reversky around the outside. Looking to try and outgun everybody around the outside of the track. It looks like he might have got through. Yes, he has. Jared Reversky from third place around the outside of turn 2, now side by side with Andrew Rackstraw as they come onto the back straight now for the first time. Rackstraw had the inside line, Reversky into the, has to stuck into second place. There's no way you can go around the outside of turn 4, not in on cold tyres. As they came into turn 4 there, also a bit of a change up. Look at the way that Alex Foss has come through the field too. Rapidly there from Alex Foss. So not exactly what we expected there. Andrew Schofield in the Saffair car just dropping back slightly there as they all sorted things out coming out of turn 1 and 2. And now the Fords head up towards turn 5. Schofield leading things out there in the second pack of cars. So let's just sort things out there. Rackstraw coming through ahead of Weberski. Weberski ahead of the 27 car of Alex Foss, and then only Van Wheelie. The man on the front row is down to 4th place. And into the clutches by the looks things of Ewan Holtzhausen. Holtzhausen coming through there. Had to take a little bit of evasive action as they sorted things out there for the very first time. But of course there's still some action to happen down into turn 2. 10 laps, we've completed 1. And still some big fun and games to be had at the front end of this field. There's no doubt about it, especially if you're looking at the 2 youngsters that are fighting out. Andrew Rackstraw from Cape Town taking on Jared Reversky, and Reversky looks dangerous. He goes left, he goes right. Rackstraw sees him coming, just puts the car in the middle of the circuit and does not allow the youngster a chance to squeeze through. The youngest driver in this pack in second place now, looking for a victory here. Here comes Van Wheelie diving on the inside of Foss. Can he make it stick? Looks like he's got enough under braking to get through there, but Alex Foss will probably go side by side with him as they get up into turn 5. Oh man alive, this is exactly what I expected. Remember, this is no championship up for grabs here. It's just to put on a good show and see who can come out best for the day. At this point in time, it looks like it's going to be Rackstraw, but Weberski's got other things in mind as they complete another lap, and that's 2 down of the 8. Oh, it's getting real. Very real into turn 1. Fly Saffair is Andrew Schofield trying to close down on Holtzhausen. Holtzhausen now with a chance of getting in the mix. Rackstraw. Rackstraw's gone missing. Alex, yes, Andrew Rackstraw's gone missing. It's Weberski out front. Where is Rackstraw? Rackstraw's gone missing out on circuit. He's made a mistake somewhere. The leader of the race. As we went into that camera change, I just lost him. I'm not quite sure where he ended up. But Andrew Rackstraw has definitely gone missing. And it's now Weberski out front. Weberski out front and pulling away now from Nicholas Van Wheelie. Looking for a chance to pull away as well from Alex Foss there in third place as they get up onto the top of the hill and up towards turn 5, past the AMG Driving Academy. Coming into pit lane, that's not Andrew Rackstraw, that's the 110 car there, Brennan Tracy. He's pulled into pit lane and out of the race, but I don't know where Rackstraw's got to. Rackstraw's got some issues somewhere on the circuit. I didn't see where he went off, but he's definitely out of this one as Weberski now leads out ahead of Van Wheelie. The former champion and the man who would look to be champion for the next couple of seasons, I would say, is Jared Weberski. DAW Racing, and famous racing colours there, of course, of his dad and his grandfather. And great to see it now in full flight again in the hands of the youngster and pulling away from the magnificent paint and hardware car of Nicholas Van Wheelie. As I said, the former champion now probably looking at this youngster going, yes, I was in your shoes only a couple of seasons ago. Andrew Schofield trying to find a way through there. Looks like a little bit of debris on the circuit there as well between turn 3 and 4. or turn 2 and 3, I should say. They're on to turn 4 right now. I think it might be Van Wheelie's nose cone who's out there. Oh, and some problems in the background. We got one of the Fords who spun out there. That's Hepburn. Hepburn has spun out there big time into turn 2. He must have been having a big look on the inside. And if I look at the way things have gone, Schofield still leads out. So it might have been between Duncan Foss and Hepburn, or possibly Dean Fenter and Hepburn. But Graham Hepburn certainly stricken in the middle of turn 2. Is there going to be a possibility of our first safety car here? We'll keep an eye on that as they come down there. Pretoria Toyota GT86 will be on standby. And as they come around, no yellow flags flying. So they're going to see that Graham Hepburn is out of harm's way by the time these cars get down there. Setonich under pressure. And Setonich now being hounded there. At this point in time, there's any man for himself out there. And it's going to be a hard task there for Nick Setonich to keep out the charge and the challenge. It's a really, really good battle. Yes, they've got Hepburn out of the way, fortunately, as they come through turn 2. And Holzhausen just playing the game here. This is Alex Foss from Schofield, and look at Van Wheelie. Van Wheelie saying, all right, youngster, let's show you what we can do up the hill. I mentioned that Van Wheelie's got a little bit of a nose cone issue. It's not going to affect the downforce of that car too much as he dives on the inside of Jared Weberski under braking into turn 5. Possible change up there between Weberski and Van Wheelie as they go through there. We'll wait and see as they come back into turn 7. There is Rackstraw. So, don't know what went wrong there, but Andrew Rackstraw on the sideline and a change up. Van Wheelie making that move stick and now gets to the front ahead of Weberski. Rackstraw making his way back into pit lane. Across the line, another lap completed. Weberski was at the front. It's now Van Wheelie. Van Wheelie who hangs on to the front end of this field for now. But Weberski's not given up after the halfway stage has been reached. 5 laps to go. Van Wheelie trying to hang on ahead of Weberski. Foss in 3rd place, all on his own sim, but being closed down relatively rapidly there by Andrew Schofield in the Fly Sapphire car. So there may be a change up there. Alex Foss in the Curie Zoo car will have to keep his eyes on those wing mirrors, because there's certainly some manoeuvring happening there from Schofield to close that gap down. Up to the top of the hill, and late on the brakes they go again. Further back. Oh, bodywork of one of the cars there as well. If I'm not mistaken, that might be Van Wheelie's wing is in the middle of that circuit, but that red Formula Ford of Duncan Foss maybe going out there, I think, without the full covers all over that car. Maybe just worried about overheating with the temperatures today. We've got 4 laps to go for these drivers as they complete this one. So 4 down, 4 to go. 6 down, I should say, and 4 to go. As they come under braking now for turn 2. Weberski looking on the inside, but Van Wheelie sees him coming, shuts the door. Gonna have a tough time of it trying to find a way through there on Nicholas Van Wheelie. As I said, a former champion in this class, and certainly knows exactly where to place a Formula 1600 to allow no one through. He's had to fight off some of SA's finest single-seater drivers in the past to take championships. As we go a little bit further back there into the battle there. The battle between the Formula Ford starting to rage as well. It's Schultz, Fenter and Zaim Goulam fighting hard. Top of the hill, here comes Schofield on a move. Schofield has a look. No, he's not close enough. And the Fly Sapphire car definitely had a chance of just having a look up the inside, but wasn't close enough to make it stick. Duncan Foss, Paul Schultz fighting hard here with Ron Van Wheelie. Van Wheelie leading things out here for what is going to be, what is that? 2nd place on the road for the Formula Fords. His son leads out in the Formula 1600s. So he's pretty much looking for maybe a 1-for-1 for the Van Wheelie and Magnificent Paint and Hardware machines. That's the Akuri Zoo car of Alex Foss with Schofield closing down on him. Ron Van Wheelie's going to have to catch Schofield, who's a couple of seconds up the road, which I don't think is going to happen. So Ron Van Wheelie now looking for 2nd place, keeping out the likes of Duncan Foss and Paul Schultz. Back straight again for the first 4 cars. No issues there, but here comes Van Wheelie, as I said. And looks like also a maneuver there, a lot closer from Schofield. Van Wheelie holding things all together. There is Ron Van Wheelie. And coming through there in the background, the 69 car of Paul Schultz. Schultz closing down onto the back end of Duncan Foss. Duncan Foss soaking up that pressure, but the pressure that is being soaked up is allowing Ronald Van Wheelie to get away. Nicholas Van Wheelie maintaining the gap over Jared Weberski. Roberski hangs on for now into second place. Is he going to try and make it a first by the end of this one? He's got 3 to go. In fact, he's got 2 to go. That's lap number 8 completed now. And 2 more laps to go. Now, this is where Jared Roberski's got to start to apply the pressure a bit more on Nicholas Van Wheelie. Van Wheelie knows exactly what to do in a situation like this. He'll know that the tyres are up to temperature. He's got the grip. He's got the downforce. Oh, we got a car off at turn 1 by the looks of it. Is that Hepburn again? I think it may be. 16 car, if I'm not mistaken, should be... No, that's Ewan Holtzhausen. Ewan Holtzhausen has gone off there. So the 16 car of Ewan Holtzhausen, he was 5th place on track, has gone off into turn 1. Is there going to be a possibility of a safety car to bring this race to a close? This is 2nd place in the Fords, going down into turn 1, going past that action that's just happened. Double yellows there. Ewan Holtzhausen stricken on the outside. They may let them go. Leaders coming down. Penultimate lap completed, about to start the final one. Last lap starting now. 1 to go for Van Wheelie and Roberski. Roberski won't be able to do anything into turn 1. He'll have to wait for the green flags out of turn 2 before he can go on the attack, due to that stricken car on the outside of Ewan Holtzhausen. And they come into turn 2. So it's 2 Ks of action to go now for Van Wheelie and Roberski. Roberski, I don't think is close enough to get past on Nicholas Van Wheelie. Schofield is certainly close enough to have a go there on the Curie Zoo car. So maybe a change up for 3rd. Watch this as they come through into turn 4. Back markers could come into play here as well. Coming up on some of the back markers there in the Formula Fords. If I'm not mistaken, it might be Dean Fenter they're closing in on. Yes, Dean Fenter in the orange car are about to be closed down now by the leaders. Schofield is close, but he's not close enough. Not able to go on the inside of Alex Foss there for 3rd. Coming out of turn 7 now, that's Dean Fenter. Dean Fenter, followed by the top 2 in the Formula 1600s. Here comes Roberski as a last-ditch effort. He's not close enough, and it's going to be Magnificent Paint and Hardware's Nicholas Van Wheelie who's going to take the first victory here in Formula 1600s. 2nd place goes to Jared Roberski. What a drive there from the youngster. He led out for a while. 3rd place to Alex Foss in the Curie Zoo car, beating out Andrew Schofield for Investchem and Fly Safair. What a drive there from him. It's going to be Nick Setinich who should come through for the 5 spot. Has he been outgunned? Yes, he has. Oh, he's just been outgunned in the end. So not quite the way that Setinich wanted to finish things up there as he comes through there. So Zayam Gulam, I think, just beating him to the line. There's Graham Hepburn, early spinner in the Suburban Auto Shop car. He'll come through to take the checkered flag, but in the win in the Fords, he's going to go that man there in the red and black car for Investchem. It's a great drive yet again from Ian Schofield to take the victory. Is it going to be Ron Van Wheelie to hang on for 2nd, waiting for him to come through the heat haze there? It's about 35 degrees Celsius here in Pretoria at the moment. In the heat haze, it is Van Wheelie who comes through for 2nd place, beating out Duncan Voss for 3rd in the Formula Fords. So the win goes to Nicholas Van Wheelie, and the win in the Formula Fords going to Ian Schofield. That's our Formula 1600 first bit of action done and dusted for the day. And of course, up next, we head into some big bangers. First of the big bangers, the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. That'll be down in the pre-race area. We'll possibly be waiting in their pit boxes, ready to go. And looking forward to all that action from them as well as they get into the heat of the day here. The heat of the day is getting higher and higher in terms of ambient temperature, which means track temperatures are also starting to heat up as well. If you just joined us on our live stream, a big welcome to all of you. It's great to have the live stream action here from Zwartkops. It's the final round of the Extreme Festival. They are going to need a little bit of time to recover the number 16 car there of Ewan Holtzhausen. He unfortunately slipped out and spun off in turn 1. Driver's okay, as you can see, he's on the sideline there, being checked out by our medical team. He would have been given the A+ there, but of course the combined efforts of Kyle Army, Red Star and Zwartkops Marshals now working together as a big team to get that car recovered and back into pit lane. We'll be back shortly with interviews down in pit lane from Temba Kamala. As soon as he's down there, we'll come back to you with commentary.
we've just had InvestChem Formula 1600 race 1. Nicholas Van Weely, our race winner, we saw in a race-long battle with Jared Waberski. How are you strategizing in that race to take the victory?
Yeah, well, we got a good start off the line. Got next to Andrew into turn 1, and he just came across me, hit me, and took my front wing off. So going out of turn 2, I was 4th coming out of there, and I spent a lap just trying to make sure the cars are right. And then I just slowly picked them off one by one. Jared wasn't as easy at the top of the hill, though. He left the door open, and I just sized through. So yeah, and then just controlled the race to the end there. So yeah, it was really good race.
Awesome, Nick. It's as hot as 35 degrees Celsius. I can see you sweating. Just tell me a bit about keeping yourself and the car cool in these hectically hot conditions.
Yeah, I know it's difficult in the car. It's extremely hot, but you know, when you're going around and the cool air is blowing in on you, you're okay. It's, you know, it's when you stop and stand still for a bit, then you feel the heat days. So yeah, no, but we just drink lots of water and you try and stay as cool as you can, but you die in the car in this heat.
Great job, Nicholas. Thank you. Good luck for race 2.
Okay, thank you.
That was InvestChem Formula 1600 race 1. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned to our live stream. We've got G&H Transport Extreme Supercars, a 15-lap race. Back to Greg Maloney in the commentary booth. Enjoy the racing.
Yeah, thanks, Tembo. We've got a couple of cars that are stricken out on the circuit. They're going to be recovered. Until they are, we don't have a clear track to go racing for the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. So stand by, and we'll be back shortly with action here from Zwartkops and the final round of the Extreme Festival. It's time for G&H Transport Extreme Supercars here at the final round of the Extreme Festival, and making their way around on their warm-up laps now behind the GT86 Toyota from Pretoria. No Toyota, our official pace car here at Zwartkops. Look out for a battle royal expected in this one, because there is going to be some serious action at the front end of this one. If we look at the way things have gone in the qualifying sessions and in the race grid set up for race number 1, incredible to see Franco Scribanti, who set the pace early on this morning and got down into a 1 minute dead, 0.366. He's ahead of Peter Zeely there, and Peter Zeely, of course, in the Toyota MR2 GT car, ahead of Darren Winterboer from Bulawayo, The Barron's Motorspares machine there of Darren Winterboer, making the first 3 cars A-plus category cars. Charles Orangi's in a GT3 spec machine. That is the Ferrari 430 GT3 that he's piloting today, as opposed to his normal Lamborghini. Is there alongside Darren Winterboer. Aldo and Silvio Scribanti from Silvio Scribanti and the Scuderia Scribanti squad are just behind them. And remember, with the way things go with the Scribanti team, up front, Franco Scribanti is in the stupid-powered car. We've got a turbo-powered car that Aldo drives, and a super-powered car, supercharger that is, in Silvio's car. Ben Morgenhout is just behind them. It's Alwyn Steenkamp and Isak Spies. Look out for Gianni and Ricky Giannacaro. And then you've got Adrian Dalton making up the top 12 there in his extra shoes and clothing, BMW. We're under starters orders now, and it's up to Franco Scribanti to set the pace and dictate the pace down across the line now, as this big field of extreme supercars goes to battle for the first time here at the final round. Lights out, and we're racing down towards turn 1. Who's going to have what it takes into turn 1? Around the outside goes Franco Scribanti. He hangs on by the looks of it for the possible lead into turn 2 as the whole stream head down in towards turn number 2. Good move on the inside there from Darren Winterboer. Charles Orangi's goes side by side with is that no, that's not Silvio. That is yes, that is Silvio Scribanti outgunning Aldo Scribanti. Aldo Scribanti falling behind by the wayside ever so slightly into the clutches of Alwyn Steenkamp. Franco leads out. Darren Winterboer in second place. Charles Orangi's looks like he's into the back end of the Toyota MR2 of Peter Zeele as they head into turn 4 for the first time. Stefan Schneider, we saw him in action a bit earlier on. He's tucked in behind this battle between Jonathan du Toit in the Trans-Africa Racing Ferrari and Dion in his KTM Crossbow. Dion de Beer goes pushing hard now to try and get ahead there. Alwyn Steenkamp, normally in the fire-breathing dragon version of that BMW. Change up the exhaust system ever so slightly so it doesn't kick out as many flames as it used to. That's Steenkamp now on the back end of Giannacaro. So Gianni Giannacaro in the mix there between the 2 Audis and the BMW. He's got a Ferrari up front ahead of him as well, and just behind, closing in rapidly, comes along for the ride, Isak Spies in his machine there. He's of course driving in that McLaren. Coming through for the first time now, Peter Zeele now looking to try and close that gap down on the Barron's Motorspares car there of Darren Winterboer. And looking for honours in class A+. A+, though, currently dominated by that car out front, and that is the 997 Porsche of Scuderia Scribanti and Franco Scribanti Racing's Franco Scribanti. Aldo Scribanti closing on the back end of Gianni. Gigi under pressure now. Aldo in the turbocharged Audi A4. He can just use that additional bit of power up the hill, possibly going to go around the outside. And is he good enough on the brakes to go around the outside? He is! Oh, but he runs wide. And onto the dirty stuff there as he goes into turn 5. So a little bit of issues there for Aldo Scribanti. He just ran wide ever so slightly, trying to go around the outside of Gigi. And Gianni Giannacaro unfortunately kept him off on the inside. Change up over second. Toyota MR2 of Peter Zeele dives on the inside of Darren Winterboer. And that changes second and third place in Class A+ and the overall. So it's now the Toyota MR2 of Peter Zeele up into second place. Third place is Darren Winterboer in the Barron's Motorspares machine from Bulawayo. Tucked in behind him, Charles Orangi starting to close that gap down ever so slightly. And Orangi's now in the 430, being closed down by Silvio Scribanti. If you remember the last time the Extreme Supercars came to Zwartkops, Silvio and Franco were in formation flying at the end of the second heat of racing. So 15 laps of action to go here. Still a long way to go. And lots of action expected here in amongst our G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Looks like Isak Spies has got through in the McLaren ahead of Aldo Scribanti. Aldo Scribanti late on the brakes up into the top of the hill as they come through there. Gigi under attack now from Alwyn Steenkamp. Looks like there's going to be a bit of a fight on between the two of them. Darren Winterboer hanging on for what is third place on track at the moment. Class A+ and third overall. GT3, Charles Orangi's fourth on track, but leading his class. And leading his class over Gianni Giannacaro. Isak Spies third place in the GT3 category. Also out of the Stradale Motorsport team, but also driving, of course, for the LSP group. And for Outlaws Raceway in Vereeniging. We'll see his teammate, Rolf Duplessis, in action in only a couple of races' time as the Mobile 1 V8 Supercars make their way out to the circuit. So we've got Supercars coming at you for the next couple of heats. It's Extreme Supercars at the moment with a big move from Steenkamp. Whoa! Oh yes, and I thought there might have been a touch. Could have been a little touch there between the Lamborghini and Alwyn Steenkamp, and Gianni has been spun out in turn 4. The G&H Transport Lamborghini spun out of turn 4 there. The Super Trofeo just getting a little tag there from the BMW from Alwyn Steenkamp, and the two of them with that touch has put Gianni onto the inside of the track and out of the race for now. Further up the field, Oliver DeLay having some fun in the Marlboro Crane Hire car with Adrian Dalton in an ex-G&H Transport BMW there. As they get up to the top, it's changes potentially there between those two cars. Closing the gap is Charles Oranges onto the back end of Darren Winterboer. Winterboer spoke to me this morning saying he was a little bit rusty, having been stuck in Bulawayo and Zimbabwe for a long time. So Winterboer has eventually got out of Zimbabwe and got a chance to come and race for the first time here at the final round. Change up as expected there. Oliver DeLay just losing out in the 996 to the BMW M3 of the extra shoes car of Adrian Dalton. DeRoos closing down on that. Then behind that looks like it's the Z4. And if I'm not mistaken, in the Z4, is that... Who's piloting that Z4 today? I think it may be Len Henry Goby. No, he's in the Lesavert car. There's Len Henry Goby there. That's the other Z4 there. Just behind this car, the Etre Kujini and G&H Transport 458 of Jimbo Giannacaro. Behind that, it is a big battle that's happening there. Len Henry Goby. There's Jonathan DeToy's brother, Mark. Mark DeToy coming through there into G&H Transport corner on the back end of Ricky Giannacaro in the second of those Lamborghini Super Trofeos. Aldo Scribante now still maintaining the gap over Isak Spies. The Scribante concrete car, that is the turbocharged A4. Trying to get back at Alwyn Steenkamp just up the road there in his M3. Ricky Giannacaro behind that. Mark DeToy, as we mentioned, slowly but surely closing on the back end of Ricky Giannacaro in the 430 Challenge car. That Ferrari 430 GT3 of Mark DeToy's. Dion Duplessis just behind that in the KTM Crossbow. So it's further back in the pack. We'll pick up on the 25 machine. If I'm not mistaken, that might be XO. Zolile Letlaka, I think, is in the 25 car today. Yeah, Zolile not in his standard option McLaren, driving in the 360 Challenge Ferrari today. So XO with a slightly different machinery to the last time we saw him at Bekisa Freeway. Porsche battle. I think that might be Quanshai in that black one. Black Z4 there of Ryan Quanshai. Just looking down the field. Yes, it is Ryan Quanshai in that 174 black Z4. So Mark DeToy not able to bridge the gap just yet, but the KTM Crossbow is certainly closing in on the back end of DeToy. He's got his brother Jonathan behind him, and Jonathan's got Ant Blunden in the Porsche 997 GT3 Cup car. That, of course, also being prepared by Stradale Motorsport. Back markers now for the leaders for the first time. We've seen the 997 Porsche of Franco Scribante go through. Peter Zeely now in the thick. Oh, and out of shape, Mr. Ruiz. That's a big moment there for Ruiz, and Franco Scribante just avoids him. Very lucky to avoid that one. Franco Scribante with a big moment out of turn 1 as De Roos got it completely out of shape. Locked up on the dirt and lit it up. He came straight over the nose of Franco Scribante, who saw him sliding, waited for the moment to go through, and fortunately he did that. He's now turned the wrong way around. Maybe he can get back on track. We'll have to wait and see, but Franco Scribante very lucky to avoid the spinning back marker. He comes up on the back end of the Marlboro Crane Hire car of Oliver DeLay. Shouldn't be too much of an issue to squeeze through there on that 996 Cup car. He's got through on him easily, but it would have been a big moment there for Franco Scribante, leading things out comfortably over Peter Zeely. And then the next thing, you've got a sliding 911 RSR Carrera in front of you. Very lucky there, but maintains and continues to circulate. Coming up to about the halfway stage of this race now. It's 15 laps of action. We're about to complete lap number 8. So the halfway stage of the race would have been completed about half a lap ago, I wanted to say. So it's Franco Scribante controlling things from the front at the moment. Lots of work being done on this 997. It's really an all-conquering machine now that they've got it sorted. As I mentioned earlier on, we've got the supercharged car of his family member, Silvio Scribante, in the A4, the turbocharged version of Aldo Scribante's. And as we like to call Franco Scribanti, it's the stupid charged car, because it's got so much power, that machine. Look at this, Mark Totoy closing on the back end of Ricky Giannaccaro. New colours there on Giannaccaro's machine. Usually white and blue, but now going with the all-yellow machine there. Still G&H Transport all over the back end of that one. And, of course, Itre Cogini, part of their stable. The two logistics companies involved with the Giannaccaros. Then Henry Gobi about to be closed in now and passed by our leader, Franco Scribanti. 9 down, 6 to go. Zili still second. Not too far off the back end. It's only 2.1 seconds there between Zili and Scribanti. And it looks like Totoy now also looking to close down. He's got ahead of Aubry. So Roy Aubry there from Haval Edenval in his Porsche 996 GT3 car. He's currently second in Class C behind Stefan Schneider's. Then Henry Gobi in the BMW Z4, that car there, just being overtaken by Franco Scribanti, is third in Class C. GT3 dominated at this stage by that Ferrari, the 430 GT3 of Charles Oranges. He's third on track, but leading his class. Nice recovery here from Gigi. Gianni Giannaccaro back on track after that big spin and the tap between himself, I think, and Alwyn Steenkamp into turn 4. Coming out of G&H Transport corner, 5 laps to go. Plain sailing for the first 4 cars. They've been able to control the traffic. There is Aubry in the GT3 Cup. Haval Edenval Porsche. About to be caught by Zili in the MR2 there. The Zili Auditors Toyota MR2 and the all-conquering 997 Porsche of Franco Scribanti's. Aubry trying to go for the lead here. Oh, Aubry dives on the inside for the lead on Schneider's, right in front of the charge of Class G, the A-plus cars coming through there. I think Aubry was going to try and catch Schneider's out there, but realized that there was a bigger car coming and decided, hang on, let me wait for a little while. Here comes Zili, going to go try and go through on the 2 Porsches as well. Ben Morgenroot, he's at the back fighting with Exo, as he did earlier on in the season at the Pakisa Freeway. It's a great battle between the two of them, actually, that raged there only a couple of weekends ago. Dalton comes through, completes another lap. He is, of course, sitting in 15th place overall, and what is that, 1, 2, 4th in Class A. Class A at the moment, Alwyn Steenkamp ahead of Ricky Giannaccaro, Jonathan Totoy, and then Ben Morgenroot. Class A plus, it's Franco Scribanti, Peter Zili, and Silvio Scribanti. GD3s is Charles Oranges from Isak Spies and Mark Totoy. Class B and London. And Class C, Stefan Schneider's and the Porsche battle that was raging that we just saw in shot there behind Franco Scribanti. There between Schneider's and Aubry. Franco now coming up on some back markers and closing down on the back end of Exo. Yellow flags up into turn 5, so it must be an issue out of turn 5 or into turn 6. Still, the recovery rate there of Gianni Giannaccaro would definitely not be to his liking. He would have been fuming, I'm sure, in that helmet after being just slightly tapped into turn 4. Picking up on the 7-7 there of Ant Blunden. Exo moves out the way to allow Peter Zili through as the leaders come to complete another lap. And we got 3 to go. 3 laps now for our leaders. Oh, De Beer. That's Dion De Beer with a bit of an issue in the crossbow. And he pulls off the circuit and out of harm's way. Good driving there from the KTM crossbow man. Realizing there's a problem on the car. Doesn't want to put any fluids down if there are any coming out of the car. And comes to a stop just on the exit point of turn number 8. That is the Ultimate Raceway and LSP Group. McLaren of Isak Spies currently sitting in 2nd place in the GT3 class, but he's 6th place overall. Back markers once again for Franco as he dives on the inside of Adrian Dalton in the BMW. Zidi coming up on that back as well. Just watching Gianni Giannaccaro just creep into the top 20. Closing in on Ryan Quanchai's Z4. There is the first shot of Silvio Scribanti. Silvio Scribanti currently 3rd in Class A+, behind his cousin, Franco. As Dalton runs ever so slightly wide in front of Peter Zili. Zili will find a way through probably into turn 2 to get ahead there of Adrian Dalton. Ben Morgenroot Coming down into turn number 2 with the Porsche on his tail of Franco Scribante. Dalton behind them, about to be caught and passed by Peter Zealy. There we go, another back marker sorted out there. Another back marker in the way of Peter Zealy's progress to close in on Franco Scribante. It's quite a maneuver there from Ben Morgenroot. Morgenroot, as I said, 4th place in Class A at the moment, 11th on the road. So that's where we've got our leaders lapping up to at this point. So Franco Scribante's got through a pack of 25 cars. He has overtaken 15 of them. Alwyn Steenkamp trying to close that gap down to Silvio, but the Class A car just not with the same amount of grunt as that supercharged Audi A4 of Silvio Scribante's. Scribante putting another Ferrari between himself and Alwyn as Alwyn gets the BMW Z4 of Len Henry Goby out of his way. Melissa Vert and G&H Transport Z4. So Scuderia Scribante out front, controlling things in the Porsche 997, and Franco doing a great job of it. He's found ways through the traffic relatively unscathed. Here comes maneuver from Jonathan DeToy. He's onto the back end there. One of the Lamborghinis, I think it was Ricky Giannaccaro. He's closed up and going to probably pass into turn. Or is that? No, that might be Jimbo. That might be Jimbo Giannaccaro he's fighting with there. Down on the brakes comes the 7-7 of Ant Blunden. Lamborghini versus Ferrari into turn 2. It's Ricky Giannaccaro and Mark DeToy. DeToy in GT3. Mark DeToy, of course, fighting with Ricky Giannaccaro in Class A. Checkered flag is out. And that is the race 1 victory for Franco Scribante. Peter Zealy comes through for 2nd. Zealy takes 2nd place there as they come to complete those laps in anger. First time we've seen Jackson in the R8 just ahead there of Blunden. Checkered flag is out for Peter Zealy. He'll come through for 2nd place in the Toyota MR2. Schneiders comes through winning out. I think that is going to be the win for Class C. So he'll come through to take that one. Yeah, Schneiders takes it ahead of Roy Aubrey. Silvio Scribante coming through ahead of Alwyn Steenkamp will put Silvio Scribante into 3rd place in the A+, but 4th on the road. In fact, I think he may... No, he hasn't. Charles Arangis would have gone through there in the 3rd place. So if we look at the standings coming across the line there, Franco Scribante will win out overall over Peter Zealy and Charles Arangis. In terms of the classes, it's Franco Scribante from Peter Zealy and Silvio Scribante in Class A+. GT3s goes to Charles Arangis. Isak Spies in 2nd and Mark DeToy down in 8th place for 3rd place in GT3. Class B, it's all about the battle between Ant Blunden, who eventually wins out over Dion Duplessis, who had to retire his KTM crossbow. It's a bit of a pity that he lost out. He'll still be classified though, having completed 11 of the 15. Good option there from Isak Spies as well. He of course is that's our GT3 3rd place. Class C, it's Stefan Schneiders ahead of Roy Aubrey and Len Henry Goby. Class D going to Ryan Quanshire. So that's it for the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars Race 1 of the day. Up next, we're going into the Global Touring Car Super Cup category. They'll be out on track in a few minutes' time. But until then, we'll wait to get down into the Park Fermé area and catch up with some of the drivers with Themba Khumalo.
GNH Transport Extreme Supercars Race 1. Franco Scrivanti in the Porsche, our race winner. Long 15 laps out there, Franco. Just tell us about the sensations you're feeling over such hot conditions in such a fast and powerful car.
I was feeling that I wish it was winter again. That's about all. Yeah, look, my car's so sorted now. I know it's been the end of a long journey for us, and the car's 101%. So, some of the big guns like Charles and them weren't out in the real cars that they were supposed to be. It's the end of the season, I suppose. They're waiting for next year. So for us, it was just a question of conserving the car and getting to the finish, and that's what we did.
Great stuff, Franco. We've of course had an abnormal year, difficult conditions with COVID and everything. Just tell us what it means for you to be back racing here at Extreme Festival of Motorsport.
Oh, it's great. I mean, our racing is our life, so it's like we're living again. Just to be out here and to be racing again. We're just relieved that hopefully it goes from better to better from now on.
Yeah, they say racing is living, everything before and after is just waiting. Thank you very much, Franco. Good luck for race 2. Next up, we have the Global Touring Cars and GTC Super Cup. We of course have the championship decider in our season finale between Kruger and Liebenberg. Stay tuned for 12 laps of GTC Race 1. Back to Greg Maloney in your commentary booth.
Just hold it. We're going to go to 6. Let's go to 6. Then to 6. Okay, go to 1. Go to 1.
Final round of Super Cup now, coming down into the final corner and ready to go for the last bit of action. 2 more races to go here for 2020 season in the inaugural championship for the Volkswagen Super Cup. And of course, global touring cars, usually the sort of headers at the front end of this little battle. But here they're all on their own sim today and out of shape. It looks like a big maneuver going through there. And who has got caught out there? I think Saul Hack just put a wheel wrong going into the first part of turn 1. And in the background, somebody went off in sympathy by the looks of things. I think it may have been one of the SMD cars. I'm not quite sure which one. Yeah, definitely. There you go. One of the SMD cars, they're getting it a little bit out of shape as they came through for the very first time. Going to try and pick up on which one it was. But Saul Hack certainly making a slight mistake there. Andre Besaidnout, his teammate in Team Perfect Circle, now fighting at the back end as we see the return of that SMD Exotics machine. I think it possibly was Sean Dermody who got involved with that little incident initially, because he was right there with Saul Hack going into turn 1. But we'll wait and see if that's the case. Coming up under braking, you can see those cars going into turn 4. But it is a bit of maneuvering happening at the front end, and exactly what Jeff Kruger's got to do. Remember, Jeff Kruger from Universal Motorsport has to win this race, and he's got to win the second race as well and hope that Brad Liebenberg finishes out of the top 3. He has to be behind his teammate Jonathan Mahotsi, which is highly unlikely with possible team orders there at Volkswagen Motorsport. But every man for himself on track at the moment. It is Sean Dermody. Confirmation as Manoj Maharaj goes through there just ahead of his teammate. So Maharaj, being the first of the SMD exotic cars, will definitely say to me that it was Sean Dermody who went off following a similar line to what Saul Hack did through turn number 1. So as they come across and into the back straight for the second time of asking, in full flight at the moment, it's Jeff Kruger doing it all right to the front end, although he's missed out on the bonus point that could potentially be the big factor here in the championship. It's about 15 points between himself and Brad Liebenberg coming into this round. Liebenberg led things out. Second place was Jeff Kruger. Kruger had to get pole position. He has to get the fastest laps in both races, and he has to win both races in order for him to win the championship by 1 point. If he doesn't, and he finishes it like he is right now with the fastest laps and the 2 wins, and Brad Liebenberg gets that extra bonus point, Brad Liebenberg will end up on even points, which means it goes down to a countback. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, it will go to Brad Liebenberg in the championship. Jeff Kruger pulling away from Liebenberg now in second place. It's Jonathan Mahotsi in third. Paul Hill now fighting with Saul Hack, and I beg your pardon, with Andre Besaidnout as they come through into turn 2. Saul Hack is now closed onto the back end of Campos. Campos trying to help his friend out there, Saul Hack, to try and bridge the gap. It's friends off track, but of course arch rivals on it. And as they go flying through there, Jason Campos makes a welcome return. He wasn't down in PE a weekend ago. It was his dad who climbed into the wheel of that turn 1 and Campos racing machine. But this time Jason in the thick of it now with Saul Hack and Mahotsi. Maharaj tucking onto the inside just ahead there of the Odacure car of Johan de Bruin, and waiting for the return of Sean Dermody, who's a little bit further back after running off there in turn 1 and lap 1. And you can see he's not too far off the back end. So Sean Dermody, having a lot of experience in these kind of race cars, will be able to bridge that gap relatively quickly. But will he be able to get to the front? Probably not in this one. He'll have to wait for the second heat. First 5 cars now pulling away. Slight gap down to the second set of cars, which is led out by Paul Hill and Besaidnout, Manoj Maharaj and Johan de Bruin. So 2 packs of cars out there on similar kind of lap times. There's a move on the inside from de Bruin, going to try and get the inside of Manoj Maharaj and makes it stick into turn 1. So it's Odacure up the inside and squeezing out the SMD Exotics machine there of Manoj Maharaj. Dermody comes back, but so does Maharaj into turn 2. Returns the favour as there's late braking and a little bit of running wide from Johan de Bruin in the Odacure car. Out front though, Jeff Kruger commanding things. Looking at the lap times, 107.1 from him, 107.2 from Brad Liebenberg. So everything going according to plan here for race 1 for Jeff Kruger. The Universal Motorsport team will be sitting on the sidelines biting their nails. So will Brad Liebenberg. This is, of course, the inaugural championship for Super Cup. It's the first time that anybody will lift up a Super Cup championship trophy. And one of them, in fact 2 of them, and you can even bring in Jonathan Mahotsi, as 3 of them have all been involved previously in the Utinga Polo Cup and the previous versions of Polo Cup action that have happened over the last couple of seasons. We're going to 25 years of racing with Polo Cup next year, and now with Super Cup as the stepping stone into the next part of a saloon car driver's career, it's certainly the way that a lot of the Polo Cup drivers are thinking about going in the very near future if they're starting to step out of Polo Cup and into what is going to be the next part of those racing careers. Germany has closed down rapidly onto the back end there and is not too far off the back end of that Oda Cure car of Johan de Bruin. Besaidenote looking for a way through there on Paul Hill. Paul Hill keeping him honest though. Andre Besaidenote certainly knows his way around this circuit. He spent a lot of time in other formats of racing and other cars that he owns, particularly in his big Porsche 911. And of course in a couple of the other very, very fast cars that are in his stable. Heading up to the top of the hill, Brad Liebenberg starting to close that gap down now on Kruger. 0.7 of a second as they cross the line, so just under a second, and Jeff Kruger down into the 106.9s. So doing everything right, exactly what he needs to do. Winning the race is what he has to do. Getting the fastest lap is the other thing he has to do. And that means coming down to the final race, it'll be up to whoever wins and gets that final race victory as well as the fastest lap for the second heat. That'll put them onto even terms in terms of points. I don't want to be the man to have to try and work out who's going to win this championship, but it's going to be pretty tight. Saul Hack coming from Porsche Racing in the United Arab Emirates. Of course, he's been a big Porsche fan here in South Africa as well, and a multiple swimming champion as well, now stepping into the Super Cup and making it look like it's relatively easy to do, which it's not. Super Cup, of course, being a very competitive class. If you look at the first 3 cars, former champion Polo Cup, former champion Polo Cup, former second place in Polo Cup, and a man who won the Volkswagen Driver Search, former champion in various saloon car categories in Campos, and then Saul Hack, multiple champion when it comes to international Porsche experience. Under Besaidenote, King of the Hill at the Neisner Hill Climb. Paul Hill, a race winner in the South African Endurance Series with Michael Stephen as his teammate in his Aston Martin. And then, of course, a multiple championship contender in Sean Germany at the back of this pack. So a really good array of drivers, and showing that what GTC have done and what Volkswagen have done to create this brand, Super Cup, hopefully is just putting a bit of taste buds and getting those taste buds wet for other manufacturers to come and be part and parcel of this. It's not only a Volkswagen branded Super Cup category. There are other manufacturers that are definitely looking at this as an option. One of them I know is Audi. They're possibly looking at building an A1 version of the Super Cup class. I don't know why Hyundai don't jump into the bandwagon with that i20 WRX car that they run and WRC car they run. Peugeot could probably put one in here. Ford have definitely got an option. Suzuki could probably put in the Swift Sport as an option. So definitely a chance for other manufacturers to be involved in the Super Cup class, and it could potentially become a big factor with the kind of demise of global touring cars at this point in time. There was a really, really small amount of cars involved this year, but there is still hope for the GDC category, and hopefully with some more cars and cars getting involved in the category, we can get them back up to speed. Right now, all we're worried about is who's going to be taking the Super Cup class, and at this stage, Jeff Kruger doing it all right. Brad sitting in second place. I wonder if he's playing the game here, because he knows he's got to put the pressure onto Jeff Kruger. Kruger has taken that pressure and soaked it up easily. No worries at all for him. 106.8 is the fastest lap out of Jeff Kruger so far, and a 107 dead at the moment. 7 deads out of both of those top 2 cars. 7 laps completed, which means there's about 3 to go, or 2 to go in fact, in this one. 3 to go, I would say. Just double checking on the amount of laps in this one. The first Super Cup is a 12 lapper, so there's a lot more to go. Sorry about that. I thought it was a 10 lapper, but it's actually a 12 lapper, so there's about 4.5 laps to go now in this one. Campos falling by the wayside now into the clutches of Saul Hack. Saul battled yesterday with a couple of little issues that eventually got sorted out by the fast development team, and eventually got him back on track. He missed the last session, and in qualifying this morning he had to do a little bit of work to try and make his way to the front end. Didn't quite get there though, but certainly knows what to do in this car, having spent probably more time than anybody else other than his teammate behind the wheel of one of these cars. Because not only do they pilot their car here in the Super Cup category, but both Saul Hack and Andre Besaidenote pilot their Super Cup car in the South African Endurance Series race, and are currently sitting 3rd place overall in that championship, heading into Cape Town and the first weekend of December for the South African 9-hour at the Killarney International Raceway. So Kruger maintains. haven't seen a better lap yet out of Brad Liebenberg or out of Machotsi. Machotsi controlling things ahead of Campos. Campos and Hack equidistant there. Paul Hill still remains ahead of Andre Besaidnout. Minaj Maharaj ahead of De Bruyn, and Dermany at the back, closing the gap down. There's about 1.3 seconds to De Bruyn now for Sean Dermany. Bit of a procession going at the front end. He has the second battle on track there between Besaidnout, Paul Hill in the Calyx machine. Using his time behind that Calyx car to maybe hone his skills for the big Aston Martin Vantage that he pilots in the South African Endurance Series. He'll be going up against Andre Besaidnout. Besaidnout dives on the inside of turn 5. Big move there from Andre Besaidnout. Maybe a chance there for him to squeeze through as the leaders come to complete another lap. 9 down, 3 to go. Second group, Machotsi, Campos and Hack. Team Perfect Circle and Hack Racing taking on Campos Transport, Pepper Racing and Turn 1 Insurance. They come through Volkswagen corner, the top two pulling away now. Definitely the class of the field there. It's only 0.9 of a second between the top two, but it's a 4-second gap down to Jonathan Machotsi now. So Machotsi's doing it all right there for second place, maintaining that nobody else comes through to get involved in that battle with his teammate and the championship rival, Jeff Kruger. Liebenberg and Kruger. That's the championship deciding cause, unless something goes dramatically wrong for either one of them. Campos now closing down. Late braking from Campos. Look how late he was on the brakes there. Way past the 100-meter board before he climbed on the anchors. Machotsi was on the brakes at about 100 meters, so definitely trying to close that gap down now as they come to complete lap number 10. 2 to go. Are we going to see some late pace here from Kruger? No, 107 ones. 107 deads out of Brad Liebenberg. So it looks like that 106.8 of Jeff Kruger might be enough to give him the bonus point. Ooh, and Saul Hack runs wide. Saul Hack runs wide into the kitty litter. Catches it though. Very lucky to catch that one. The Team Perfect Circle man just maybe catching himself under braking, trying to push through there a little bit quicker than what he'd normally do. His teammate is through on Paul Hill. So if Andre Besaidnout sees a mistake there from Paul Hack, from Saul Hack I should say, you're going to see maybe a little bit of anger in his eyes there to try and close that gap down. Oh, it's going to be closed up between the two Team Perfect Circle cars now, if that's the case. Up the hill they go again as Machotsi leads things out for third. Campos can't close that gap down on him. It's going to stay equidistant between them. But with Hack running off ever so slightly, watch to see the gap now. That is a big gap down to Saul Hack and on a Besaidnout. I wonder if there's a problem there on Hack's car as well, and has Besaidnout been able to get through relatively unscathed. We've got a lap to go now for Jeff Kruger. The Universal Healthcare man and Team Red Racing car coming across the line ahead of the Volkswagen Super Cup car of Brad Liebenberg. He goes flying down into turn 2 again. This is what they've got to do. Lap times. Let's have a look at them as they came through there. 107.2, 107.3. So it's definitely Jeff Kruger who's going to be taking the hot lap here. And the bonus point that goes for the hot lap in race number 1. Can he get the victory though? He has to take the victory. It's going to be incredibly close for this last race of the day, or the last race of the championship. It's the second last race of our coverage here today at Zwartkops. If Jeff Kruger takes this first victory, it means there's going to be only a couple of points in it between them. Very, very tight stuff here. Minaj Maharaj coming out, and looks like Dermany's got through on his teammate, so change up there between the two teammates from SMD Exotics. So the men from Belito changed up in terms of their order. Paul Hill in the Calyx car heads up to the top of the hill. Checkered flag is on standby though, and Jeff Kruger's done it all right. Kruger coming to the line. First race victory for GTC Super Cup for Jeff Kruger. That is exactly what he needed to do, with the hot lap as well. So he gets the bonus point there for the fastest lap of the race. Temba Kamala is going to make his way down there to catch up with Jeff Kruger. Kruger's got it all to do now in race number 2. He's got to take another victory. He's got to take another fastest lap. And that should, if calculations are right, bring him onto even points with Brad Liebenberg. That's going to be a big turnaround. So Saul Hack comes through there. He'll finish up in 5th place ahead of Andre Besaidnout. Formation flying there from the two Team Perfect Circle cars. Sean Dermany comes through ahead of Minaj Maharaj. And they will finish up in 9th and 10th place respectively. So a little bit of helmet scratching there. Maybe some tweaking to be done by Brad Liebenberg and his team. Or have they worked out the points a bit differently to what I know it as? I wonder if that's going to be the case. We'll wait and see a little bit later on today for Heat number 2, I beg your pardon, of the Global Touring Car Super Cup.
We've just had GTC Super Cup Race 1. We had our race winner, Jeffrey Kruger. Jeff, everything's played for in the championship. Great way to start your day.
Yeah, we would have liked to have a pole this morning, but unfortunately Brad pipped us to that. So, yeah, at least we got the victory now, so the championship's even closer. But yeah, I think there's still a chance for him to win it if he finishes second and I win the next race. So, yeah, we're gonna have to hope for something crazy, something different. Hopefully, some other guys can come into the mix there. But yeah, well done to everyone that drove well. And yeah, I just focused on my own race and trying to pull away from Brad. He was there in the beginning, very strong. And yeah, looking forward to race 2 to see what we can do.
Jeffrey, it's always an interesting situation, fighting for a championship at a season finale. How tricky is it to prepare for a race, thinking about all your competitors, but also only focusing on one guy who's your direct competitor for the title?
Yeah, it's a mental game for sure. You sort of just have to focus on your own pace and your own performance. and then worry about the other guys later. I mean, it's a tough game mentally. Everyone's always trying to outsmart each other, and yeah, the pace is really strong. So you just have to get it together and try to stay ahead when you can get ahead.
Thank you. Well done, Jeffrey Kruger.
Thank you very much.
There you have it, your Race 1 GTC Super Cup winner, Jeffrey Kruger. Next up, we have Mobile 1 V8 Supercars to start their first race. After that, one more race each for each class. Back to you, Greg, in our commentary booth.
Thanks, Temba. Yeah, we've got one more to go before the lunch break. Yeah, it's the Mobile 1 V8 Supercars. They're going to be making their way onto the circuit any second now. The big bangers, the Rolling Thunder, as they've always been called. Great to have them back on track with us here at the final round of the Extreme Festival. As we get into the thick of it here as well, we're also looking forward to action, as Temba just said, from all of the heats yet again, to run through every single one of them one more time for the close-off of 2020's Extreme Festival season. Rolling Thunder about to make their way onto the circuit now. You can see them just getting to wait for that red flag to be pulled off the fence and open up the pit lane. And some big battles expected at the front end here for this championship. Mackie Adlam has got the #1 plate, but he's going to definitely be pushed hard today by Franco Di Matteo, who wants that championship. Di Matteo looking for a double championship this weekend, or this year. Potentially in with a chance of wrapping things up as well in the South African Endurance Series too. But let's wait and see how that goes. As Franco Di Matteo leads them out in the Deltec Batteries Black Cat Jaguar, as he heads out there ahead of Julian Familiaris, Terry Wolford, Mackie Adlam, and Corey Falschenk will be just behind them. Watch out for Andre de Lange. We mentioned the fact that Andre de Lange, of course, is in the Roofsure car there. He was in action earlier on in the 111 Sports and Saloons Sports and GT category in his Ford Focus. It's a nice field of V8s that have made their way onto the circuit as well. And watch out from the back end of the field, because there is a return of a man who was a big contender in the V8 Supercars for a long, long time, all the way from Randfontein as well, Rolf du Plessis, as he makes his way onto the circuit too. There he is in the LSP and Ultimate Outlaws machine as he comes onto track. That big Chevy of his will definitely be a contender, making its way down there for a return to racing there. It says he's in the Mustang. He's actually in the Mustang, I beg your pardon. He's normally in a Chevy. He's a Chev man at heart. Oh, big smoke coming out of Larry Wolford's car. That's a big problem. We're going to have to keep an eye on that one. Big puff of smoke out of Larry Wolford's car as he came down the back straight away there. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one. 24 is Johnny Ecote. Nice to see him back on track as well. I haven't seen that Chev Corvette for a long time on the circuit. So certainly a man to enjoy things back on track. Remember, this will be a rolling start for the V8 Supercars. I'm not quite sure if they're going to bring them to grid formation first and then set them off, but they normally just do 2 laps behind the Pretoria North Toyota. Just looking at the way things are going here, I've got information coming to me as well from Peter Maloney, my dad, who's involved in this series, and says that Thomas Reeb had some problems, and Larry Wolford's car has had to withdraw due to a mechanical. So I wonder if that smoking gun might be Thomas Reeb behind the wheel of Larry Wolford's car. I'm just waiting to see if that's actually the case. Thomas Reeb, remember, is in contention for the championship in his Chevy Holden. He's in the Mobile 1 and Cafe 9 Holden usually. If we can get a shot here as he comes through there. I think that's Terry Wolford. I think, yeah, the white car that was smoking could possibly be Thomas Reeb, due to the fact that information being sent to me now that Thomas is in car 9 now. And Larry Wolford's car was car 77, so they may have just changed the number on that car. We'll try and get confirmation on that on the white Mustang at the back. Due to the change in car, he might have had to go to the back of the field, but let's see now as they come round for the first heat of Westbank. What were the Westbank V8 Supercars? Now the Mobile 1 V8 Supercars. It's been a long time I've been commentating on these guys, so it's interesting to see how a lot of competitors have now become household names in this one. So, looking at the grid, it's Franco Di Matteo, Julian Familiaris on the front row ahead of Terry Wolford and Mackie Adlam. It's now up to the Deltec Batteries Jaguar of Franco Di Matteo to dictate the pace across the line. JP Nokia and Andre de Lange, Lombard and Marks, Kutsia and Hapst as they line up to now go into full race action. Drop the hammer into turn 1. It's usually double yellows into turn 1 and 2 for these guys, so there's no overtaking until they come out of turn number 2. Just waiting for those double yellow flags to go to green as they come out of turn 2, and then it's race on from here. They come out there, a little bit of wide maneuver from De Lange as he goes side by side with Warren Lombard. Nice move from Kutsia diving through on Steve Herbst as they get the green flag now out of turn 2 into turn 3. Franco Di Matteo controlling things. Here comes Mackie Adlam diving on the inside of Wolford. Can he find a way through? Oh, in the background, big smoke in the background. Big smoke in the background there. Oh, I don't know what went wrong there, but a couple of guys coming together, I think, by the looks of things. Getting out of shape there, watching them come through there. And I think that, yes, there you go. There's one of the cars involved. It's the Corvette there, I think. Is that Pete Nokia? I think, yeah, Pete Nokia parked on the sideline there in the N4 Autocraft car. Having some issues there. I think he may have come together with Thomas Reeb trying to make his way through early on. Reeb might have just caught the kind of, he's more of the rookie there, I would say, because Nokia hasn't been involved in a lot of race action in the V8 Supercars just yet. So as they come down into turn number 8, GNH Transport corner, across the line, it's Di Matteo who leads out from Familiaris. Familiaris from Wolford. Wolford from Adlam. Adlam now ahead of Wolford, if I'm not mistaken. No, the return of the favour there from Terry Wolford. He stays ahead now of Mackie Adlam in the second of the Jaguars. JP Nokia as Warren Lombard dives on the inside. Can he make it stick in the background? Watch out for that Pep Boys machine as he comes through. Yes, there you go. Getting up on the inside of the Chevy Holden. As they come through there. Nice start there. And JP Nokia starting to put the pressure on. The 11 car. Oh, but right there. Look at that. Amazing stuff there. Side-by-side action as they come onto the turn 4 and between 4 and 5, the straight up to the top. Mackie Adlam now. Big pressure coming onto Terry Wolford, looking for a way to squeeze through there on the Fuchs machine. Adlam Auto versus Fuchs. It's Ford Mustang versus the Jaguar. Just hanging on there. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, that's the Ford Falcon. Yes, it's the Ford Falcon that Terry Wolford is in. So the Cat taking on the Bird there, and at this point in time, the Bird wins out. 10 car comes through there, and Tony Marks. And then as they come out of turn 2, oh, very, very tight step between the 3rd and 4th place battle. Triple 1 car there of JP Nokia pulling away now from Warren Lombard. Lombard, is that Rolf Duplessis in the background? Yeah, Rolf Duplessis looking to close down on Warren Lombard now, so watch out for the black and orange bonnet there, and or orange livery on the bonnet of Rolf Duplessis. David Kutsia. Some pressure coming from the back end of Corey Falshank. Falshank to the top of the hill. Oh, good move here from Adlam as he dives on the inside of Terry Wolford. Forces Wolford wide onto the rumble strip and up into 3rd place. So Adlam eventually finds a way past there on Terry Wolford, and the man with the number 1 plate hangs on to 3rd spot. They come down the hill. Top 2 getting away ever so slightly. Adlam realizes that. That's why he's gone and made that move stick to get through. 7 laps to go. 3 completed now. And it's Julian Familiaris closing on the back end of Di Matteo. Stable mates in the South African Endurance Series, but rivals now on track. And it's Di Matteo Racing, of course, who preps that Corvette in 2nd place. So it's literally Di Matteo Racing 1 and 2 on track at the moment. The Pep Boys machine there of Warren Lombard, the Ford Falcon. He's closing down on the back end of JP Nokia, but he's got pressure coming from Rolf Duplessis right behind him. So it's black and orange, orange and black, orange and white, black and orange, and an all-black car of Corey Falshank. And Tony Marks comes through there as well, should say, in the all-black Chevy Holden. Normally see him in slightly different colours, but now heading up. His battle between Kutsia and Falshank. Falshank's the camouflage car just behind that, of course. Now as they get to the top of the hill, looking at the back end there, we've got Johnny Ecote fighting with Steve Herbst and Thomas Reeb. Reeb battling at the moment in that Chevy Lumina. He'd normally be in the Chevy Lumina, of course he's in the Ford Mustang at this point, and it's not working out for him. Tipping into turn 1, Volkswagen corner. V8 supercars, full flights, probably 3rd gear through there. And about 160, 170 k's an hour as they pitch it into that one. Then it's down the gearbox into 1st gear for this hairpin. 140 k an hour in 1st gear can these cars are capable of doing. Oh, and Rolf Duplessis has a big look at Warren Lombard coming out of turn 2. Diving on his inside. Maybe had to get a little touch there. No, they've kept it together side by side now. Du Plessis coming onto the back straight. We watch maneuver here from Adlam. Adlam closing in on second place. Adlam now looking for a chance for second place on Julian Familiaris. He's going to look on the inside line. And he dives up. Is he good enough on the brakes to keep Familiaris out? No, Familiaris is better. The more nimble Corvette keeps out the big cat. But that Adlam Auto Black Jaguar is looking for a chance and hasn't found it yet. Dimitar Racing Corvette probably playing a little bit of a team game here to try and keep out the tensions of Mackie Adlam. His teammate and stablemate up the road looking for a championship. Adlam trying to stop it from happening. Unbelievable race action here for the V8 Supercars again. Brilliant action now as Familiaris now tries to pull away. He gets a little bit of a better drive than Adlam was able to do out of turn 2. Wolford trying to close down on that gap. He's bringing JP Norkier along for the ride. JP Norkier just off the back end there, but a little bit further than what I thought. It looked a bit closer on that last camera angle. Rolf Du Plessis has got through there on Warren Lombard. So Du Plessis now on Lombard. Lombard trying to return the favour and come back at him. So it's Rolf Du Plessis in the LSP group and Ultimate Outlaws Ford Mustang taking on the big Ford Falcon of the Pep Boys Automotive Machines there. Of Warren Lombard. He stepped out, of course, of historic racing in his big Cobra and has decided to come to V8 Supercars. Another lap down. 4 to go. And it's controlled racing at the front end from Frank Amato with his stablemate and teammate doing everything right to keep out Mackie Adlam. Corvette, the meat and the sandwich between the two cats, and then the Ford Falcon coming along for the ride there with Terry Wolford behind the wheel. 5th place, second Corvette on track is JP Norkier. Then it is the big Ford Mustang and Ford Falcon of Rolf Du Plessis, followed by Warren Lombard. Corey Falschink in 8th place, Kutsia is 9th, and 10th is number 10, Anthony Marks. Oh, big one. Top of the hill, that is Johnny Ecote. He's gone off at turn number 5. And that is a big moment. He's gone straight across the kitty litter and into the tyre barrier. And the front end of that Corvette is very second-hand. Ecote lucky to walk away from that one. He gives a thumbs up. He looks like he's okay. Just a big impact there. Safety car situation possibly going to be called for here. We'll wait and see. The cars are starting to slow, and I'm sure there's going to be a safety car. Safety car flags are out. Red flag, in fact, being called. So red flag being called there due to that big incident up at turn 5. And they'll now come to resume their positions. They're probably going to start in the positions that they finished in. Might have to do a little bit of a recall here on the grid. If they do start in the position they finished in, it'll be Dimitar and Familiaris on the front row, Adlam and Wolford second row, Norkier and Du Plessis third row, Lombard and Falschink fourth row, Kutsia and Herbst on the 5th, Reuben and Tony Marks on the 6th row. As the red flag comes out now after that big incident with Johnny Ecote hitting through the tyre barriers and into the Armco barrier at the top of turn 5. Seeing a number of crashes up there. In a V8 supercar, remember you're getting to the fastest part of the circuit as you crest the hill there. And in a V8 supercar would probably be close to 200k, over 200 k's an hour. And it looks like he may have just run out of brakes there and gone straight into the tyre barrier. And he's hit the tyre barrier through the airbags as well and hit the Armco. Steve Herbst comes into pit lane. Not sure why he pulled into pit lane. Maybe he had a bit of an issue there on the PPG car. That is the PPG and Pry Instrumentation Corvette. Incredible paint job on that car as well. Medical team just asking Johnny to jump into the medical car, and they'll take him down to the medical center just for a quick checkup and make sure everything's okay with him. Definitely need to make sure that everything's okay. Need to get his helmet apparently. That's what I think Hanley's asking for there. They need to just double check that his helmet's okay as well and hasn't taken too much of an impact. All the cars are back onto the grid. Les Pitnock here, who's still stuck on the sideline there. Andre De Lange had some problems as well. I don't see his car on the circuit, so I think he's pulled out and into pit lane in the Roof Shore Jaguar. Just waiting to see if we've got clearance to go yet. Doesn't look like we've got clearance to go just yet there. We're going to have to clear that car at the top of the hill first. I can see Big Max rolling out of the pit lane there to go and recover the stricken Corvette of Johnny Ecote. So the PPG and Prime Instrumentation car sitting, waiting to go out there. The pit lane is closed, so they can't get that car onto track until that pit lane opens up again. They've pulled the Corvette of Pitnock here back onto the track to see if they can maybe get it fired up and give him a chance to rejoin at the back of the grid. Didn't look like there was any damage on the car. I just think he couldn't get it started. I'll have to give him a bit of a assistance to get that car started. There you go, the marshal's working there to get the car going. If it does get going, he might be able to join the back of the grid and resume the race. It'll be a couple of laps down. If they do a full restart, it actually might play into his hands here for Pitnock here. Might have a second go at it, but he'll have to start at the back. And that'll be behind Corey Falschink and at this stage David Kutsia, who are at the back there. You see that Prime Instrumentation and PPG Corvette waiting to get onto the track. That's Thomas Reeves' car that's on the inside of the pit lane. And the shot on the right-hand side there. He had some problems. There was a big smoke out of that car earlier on. His own Chevy Holden gave up the ghost and he had to jump into Larry Wolford's car, which is why he started so far back on the grid. And it hasn't quite worked out for him in terms of the championship hunt he was looking for there with Mackie Adlam. So Adlam looking to try and retain the number 1 plate, but Franco Matteo, of course, doing the job to ensure that he takes it away from him. There you go, Nokia back on track. That's good to see. If he's got that car going in and there's no damage to it, he should be able to resume his position, or is he going to pull into pit lane now? It looks like he's taking the short version of the circuit. He cuts across the shortcut between 4 and turn 8. And does he go into pit lane? Yes, he does. So the Ultimate Outlaws Corvette of Pitnock here pulls into pit lane and out of this race. Officially now, as opposed to parked on the sideline. Well, he's in the pit lane having a quick squiz at the car. Whether or not they can get that car back on track, maybe they're having a look to make sure that there's no damage. He just wanted to double check that there wasn't any bigger damage on that car than what he saw himself. He might be able to roll out and get behind the PPG and Prime Instrumentation Corvette and wait for the pit lane to open up again, if he's got some time, which currently he does. One concern you're going to have, of course, as a driver is sitting on this grid with 35 degrees Celsius temperatures outside. Those cockpits are going to start heating up rapidly. They get pretty hot during race time. Now sitting with no air going through them is going to make it even more difficult for them. You can see the Pretoria North pace car making its way out there, which means we could possibly be ready to go if all the cars are out of harm's way. We just haven't seen what's happening up the top of the hill yet, and whether they've got Johnny Ecoat's Corvette out of the wall and out of harm's way. Welcome back to Extreme Festival action here, the final round of the Extreme Festival 2020. We're at Zwartkops Raceway, just outside of Pretoria. Gauteng in South Africa. Ideal conditions to go racing in today. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Although the temperature has shot up ever so slightly over the lunchtime break. And the reason for us starting a little bit later than what we expected was a big incident in our final heat of the first heats of the day with the Mobil 1 V8 supercars and Johnny Ecoat going off at turn 5. He's okay. His Corvette, unfortunately, is a bit second-hand. And we needed a little bit of time to get the tyre barriers and the Armco barrier sorted out before we got underway with the second heat of the Bridgestone Challenge, proudly brought to you today by the Wellness Group. Warm-up lap now for our Bridgestone Challenge riders as they head down into turn 2. Great battle at the beginning of the day's racing between Hein McMahon and the oldest man racing here today. And watch out for him because you were looking for more of the same, I'm sure. It's a massive resurgence coming out of Johan Leroux. That man in shot right now. Behind him, 34 and 4. We're going to see a battle of the 4s at the front end. That's exactly what we're expecting with Hein McMahon to go at it. HP Source, Hendrik Potgieter. Harry Potgieter, I beg your pardon, has gone and changed up from a 675 Daytona Triumph onto a 1000cc ZX10 Kawasaki. So a little bit extra CCs for him to play with here in the Bridgestone Challenge final race of 2020. Heading to the top of the hill and over the crest into the AMG Driving Academy turn. Definitely in for a exciting second heat of motorcycles. It's our only motorcycle class here today, which is why they have gone out first and foremost just to ensure that the track is all clean and clear. Zwartkops team have had ample time to do that as they sorted out the tyre barrier. Beg your pardon, up at turn number 5. Coming to the line now and lining up for heat number 2. Johan Leroux and Hein McMahon first and second across the line after race 1. Now looking forward to race 2 as they are lined up. Under starters orders now. Lights about to go on and off. It's 8 laps of action coming away now as the Bridgestone Challenge head down towards turn number 1. Is it going to be Nassif Vodvala who just squeezes through? Yes, it is. He comes onto the inside and into second place there. Good start once again from the 3-4 there of Ruben Oberholzer as he heads just into about 4th or 5th place there. Safisa Temba with an incredible start. He's into 4th place, tucked in behind Hein McMahon. And the King Price Extreme Kawasaki there doing a super job off the line and getting himself up into what is 4th place on track. Nassif Vodvala doing some damage at the front end, going at it side by side with the man who won out in race number 1 there. And Johan Leroux looking to just hang on to that lead ahead of Vodvala. Here comes Oberholzer on the inside, trying to squeeze out Byron Rothwell. He does that. The only Suzuki racing out there at the moment is, of course, Francois de Villiers, hanging on to his 1000cc GSXR as he heads to the top of the hill, just ahead there of the Suomi Africa Aprilia RSV4 of Cliffy Ogle. Last bike to the top of the hill will be, of course, none other than our young lady rider there, Nicole Saboza, on bike 36 for Wikanya Racing. She's on the CBR 600 Honda. So into the final corner for the first time in anger. And flying through there to complete the first lap. It is Johan Leroux from Nassif Vodvala. Vodvala now, as you can see, leaned over. Just trying to close that gap down ever so slightly on Johan Leroux. Hein McMahon in 3rd place with Safisa Temba. Incredible start there coming out of Safisa Temba. Lots of confidence out of Temba considering the fact that he took his first race victory in the class up from this only a weekend ago. And that, of course, the Bridgestone Championship. The Bridgestone Superbike Championship that is part and parcel of the NGK South African Superbike Series that runs on the national side of things. This, of course, is a challenge class and a club class here, having some fun at the final round of the Extreme Festival. That is Temba, full flight to the top of the hill and onto the brakes for turn 5. Behind him, it's Byron Rothwell fighting with Ruben Oberholzer, and looks like Oberholzer has not found a way through there yet on Byron Rothwell. Now as they come down into turn 7, top 3 starting to pull a big margin now over Temba in 4th. So it's Leroux from Vodvala, McMahon in 3rd. It's Kawasaki ZX10, R, R1 Yamaha, and BMW S1000 RR, your first 3 bikes across the line. 4th place is that man, Safisa Temba. on the King Price Extreme and Wakanya Racing and Seller Racing ZX10. BMW S1000RR in 5th place with Byron Rothkoll on board, BDJ, Freight and Magic Machine ahead of Ruan Oberholzer on the 3-4. Famous number in Superbike racing, of course, 34 was Kevin Schwanz's number. So Oberholzer looking to do what he does there in terms of emulating his hero. And then it's HP Source down in 7th, beating out Francois de Villiers on the Suzuki for Rutpin Racing. Nice move at the top of the hill there, closing things down there ever so slightly. You can see Hein McMahon trying to just get onto the back end of Nassif Vodvala. Nice little fight between them starting to happen. You can see we're just adjusting cameras here. We are battling a little bit with signal today. It's tough out there at the moment. A lot of guys using smart devices and of course interference from the radio signals coming from the bikes and cars that are using radio telemetry. And 5 laps to go as they complete the 3rd one in anger. BMW of Hein McMahon slowly but surely closing onto the back end there of Nassif Vodvala. Vodvala soaking up the pressure though, coming from the man that he's fought a couple of seasons with actually in this Bridgestone Challenge. Vodvala stepped up to the Bridgestone Superbikes and then of course had a couple of outings with the NGK South African Superbike Series. He missed out down in Aldo Scrimanti about a weekend ago, which was a pity not to see him there, but he's here in full force with the fast. Right. Looking good. A little bit further back there, also picking up on some action, as you can see. Looks like a change up there between Francois de Villiers. And there's that Byron Rothkoll who's dropped back there. I'm just seeing him drop through the timing monitor ever so slightly. No, Rothkoll's still up there in 5th, but definitely some issues there for him. Just refresh the timing. Johan Leroux looks at the front end timing on the screen. They're going to just get a refresh. It was the grid we were looking at there. Of course, not what's actually happening out on track. So it's Johan Leroux, Nassif Vodvala, and Hein McMahon. Those are your top 3. Coming up on the back marker now for the first time. That will be none other than Nicole Saboza on her CBR 600. Just gets holds her line through there, which is exactly what the slow rider should be doing. Don't make any evasive maneuvers. The faster riders will always make their way around you and find a way past. And that's exactly what the top 3 have done to get through on her and get past. Up to the top of the hill they go again. Still Johan Leroux controlling things there. 4 laps done, 4 to go. And the halfway stage now reached in this one. Safisa Temba still in 4th place ahead of Byron Rothkoll and Ruan Oberholzer, with Potgieter in 7th, Ogle in 8th, De Villiers on the Suzuki in 9th, and Pelosiate in 10th place. All problems here. I think that might be Pelosiate. That could possibly be Pelosiate pulling in, or Zadie Williams. One of the two just didn't quite get the number on the bike as he pulled in, but the leaders have gone past him nonetheless. A good possibility. I think that was Pelosiate on the ZX10. We'll get confirmation of that as they cross the line. Top 3 already down into turn 1, Volkswagen corner. And here's the pressure coming from Hein McMahon now on Nassif Vodvala. Realizing that the the laps are falling by the wayside, he's going to have to start making a maneuver here very soon. And I think the same thing is happening there between these 3 riders. Look at this. Byron Rothkoll closing on the back end as Safisa Temba. Safisa Temba now with some pressure coming from the back end of Rothkoll and Oberholzer. They've closed down on that King Price Extreme ZX10. 3-way battle for what is going to be 4th place on track. 3-way battle for the 1st place as well. And that's how things stand going into the closing stages here of Heat 2 of Bridgestone Challenge. Proudly brought to you today by the Wellness Group. Tipping in, of course, a bit further. No, there's Pelosiate, so I beg your pardon, it wasn't Pelo. I think it was Zadie Williams who pulled into pit lane there. Zadie Williams was the rider going into the pit lane. And the last time we saw this shot. And now coming across the line to complete another lap in anger. Change up for the Ligia possibility. Are we going to see, yeah, some maneuvering happening here with Nassif Vodvala. Vodvala looking for a way past. Can he get through? He's going to definitely have to have a chance to try and get through here. Johan Leroux fighting with Nassif Vodvala. Oh, a change up for 4th place. Safisa Temba's gone down to 5th. So it's a move there from Byron Rothkoll to get ahead of Safisa Temba. Temba moves out the way, allows Ruan Oberholzer to squeeze on the inside. He's going to try and come back at him though. Temba now trying to just close things down as he lost both those positions, 4 and 5. He's down to 6th place behind Ruan Oberholzer. Here's the Suzuki of Francois de Villiers. Going through turn 1 and trying to close that gap down, but I think it's too far up the road there to catch Cliffy Ogle on the Somi Africa Aprilia. But he's definitely got to keep an eye out on Pela Siate behind him. Coming down to start the final lap. It's Johan Leroux on the Avidan ZX10. 1 to go. Oh, it says 2 to go there. It says 2 to go there. Maybe the timing monitor's frozen up here a little bit. But could possibly be two laps to go. No, they're on to their final lap. They've completed 7, so it is the final lap here for them. They do an 8-lap race, of course, here for the Bridgestone Challenge. Johan Leroux, Nassif Wadvala and Hein McMahon, top 3, but they've left McMahon behind. It's now between Wadvala and Leroux. Can Wadvala find a way past here in the last lap? Double victory on the cards. Oh, a big look over the shoulder there from Johan Leroux. He's worried about that 17 bike on his tail. Across the line is the Suzuki of Francois de Villiers. He'll be looking for a single-digit figure finish there. And here come the leaders back down the hill. Late braking from Nassif Wadvala is not going to be good enough. Checkered flag is out. And as he comes across the line, the flag comes out and a double win there for Johan Leroux in the Bridgestone Challenge. Nassif Wadvala for Fast Bikes comes through for second place ahead of Hein McMahon. And McMahon finishes up there for BDJ Freight and Mag Magic on the S1000RR. He'll be finishing in formation with his teammate Byron Rothwell if he hangs on to 4th. Watch out for the purple people eater coming through there. Here he comes. Yes, he hangs on and beats out Oberholzer to the line. So that purple metallic S1000RR of Byron Rothwell finished up in 4th place ahead of Rowan Oberholzer. It's Sophie September for King Price Extreme and Seller Racing coming through there for the 6th spot ahead of Harry Potgieter on his ZX10R for the first time out. Nice run there from HP Source, beating Cliffy Ogle to the line for what is 8th place. And then Francois de Villiers will be the next bike coming through. That'll be the Suzuki GSX-R 1000. And Pela Siate makes up the top 10. Nicole Saboza stays out there on the 600 and will finish up in 11th place with retirements coming out as A.D. Williams. And we didn't see Ian Thomas make it out for race 2. So, we move on to the next part of the day's racing. Car Care Clinic, 111 Sports and Saloons and the GT class. They'll be on track in a few minutes' time. Until then, we'll wait for Temba Kumalo to get down there to catch up with some of our riders after an incredible day's racing for Bridgestone Challenge. Proudly brought to you today on our live stream by the Wellness Group.
We just had race 2 of the Bridgestone Challenge, bringing the 2020 season to a close for our superbike racing at the Extreme Festival. With me we have Ron Oberholzer. Ron, really good race in that, good battle in that race. How you feel about it?
Yeah, thank you very much. It was extremely hard. I unfortunately made a mistake in lap 2. Byron passed me, then I had to do a lot of work to catch up back. Both of us had to pass Fiso, but all in all, great race. Track conditions were good. Happy about the season. It was lekker.
That's awesome. Thank you, Ron. And your plans for 2021 going forward?
Take a good rest, get my arm fixed up, and then we'll see what 2021 brings.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Ruan Oberholster. Bridgestone Challenge Race 2. Coming up, we have the Car Care Clinic 111 Sports and Saloon GTs. Back to you, Greg, in the commentary booth.
As the Car Care Clinic 111 Sports and GT Saloons make their way out to the circuit, Mel Spur comes in and goes live with us, checking out all her photos that are in her previous office. So thanks, Mel, for joining us there and going live just before we went actually live. Nothing wrong with that, though, because, of course, it's Car Care Clinic that are out there. And her and Voto, of course, are big supporters of this category, not only in terms of racing in the class, but also franchise owners down in the Western Cape now as well. So I think it's 4 dealerships that they've got now. Great to have as we get into the second heat and final heat of Car Care Clinic 111 Sports and GT Saloons. Two laps of warm-up for these guys and girls, and then we get into the final heat of 2020 season for this category. For those of you who have just joined us and are not quite sure what the 111 stands for, that's a 1 minute 11 lap around the circuit of Zwartkops. That was the original designation for 111 Sports and Saloons. If you could do a 1 minute 11, you were classified as a 111 Sports and Saloon. If you went faster than that, unfortunately, you had to go and find somewhere else to play. And that's why they've extended it slightly there to, of course, the GT category cars now that have joined us. De Lange on pole alongside him. That will be Mark du Toit. Watch out for him pushing through. Can't see the second of the Trans-Africa Racing Z4s, although that might be yeah, there he is. That no, that's Gobi's one. No, that is Ryan Quanchar, beg your pardon. There's 2 of them out there. Silver Z4s there. One of Ryan Quanchar, the other one of Len Henry Gobi. As they now come under starters' orders. Big fight expected at the front end there. There's Ryan Quanchar alongside Laura Stopforth. You've got the ADAPT branding machine there of Mark Harvey Wallbanger. He'll be looking for another big fight there between the Polos, the Porsches, and of course Lucas Besaidnout in his Lexus IS300. Heading to the top of the hill now and about to come under starters' orders. When that Pretoria Noord Toyota pulls to the sideline, of course, that will then dictate as to who is going to be able to get through the turn 1 first. Remember, it was De Lange from Mark du Toit and Voto Roos. That's how it finished up in race number 1. So now we look forward to seeing what's going to happen in race number 2 as they've revised the grid. I've just got a revision of the grid, so I'm going to pull that up quickly. Grid for race 2, De Lange, du Toit, Roos, Snyders, Van der Vyver, De Roos and Bob Neal as they come down there. Oh, Harry Arangi's diving into pit lane. So Arangi's with a bit of a problem there on the 350Z. He pulls into pit lane. And of course he was on the front row alongside Adrian Dalton for Class A. And that's not where Harry Arangi's wanted to start things from, that's for sure, from the pit lane. But 8 laps of action about to come your way as they head now down into turn 1. Race start and a good start there from De Lange, but it's Mark du Toit on his inside looking for a chance to squeeze out the man in that Roof Sure Ford Focus. He wasn't able to do that though. Trans-Africa Racing Z4 tucks into second place with Voto Roos, the newly crowned champion, in third. Behind him it will be Stefan Schneider's Bob Neal in the Ford Focus. Then it's De Roos from Van der Vyver. Van der Vyver in the Devlaw Subaru. Adrian Dalton leads out over Lucas Besaidnout. Then it's Mark Harvey Wallbanger by the looks of things in third place there as they went down. Harvey just ahead of Ryan Quanchar. And Quanchar putting the pressure, being put under pressure there by, is that Philip Meyer? Yes, it is. Philip Meyer slowly but surely closing things down. Flora Stopforth coming through there for a chance of victory in his category. Remember, he's pushing hard potentially for the win in the class that he participates in, and Stopforth, of course, will be looking for a chance now to just close things down as quickly as possible. Harry Arangi's back on track, and looks like he's gone into the circuit just ahead of a whole bunch of the drivers. So he's back on track and now heading around the circuit, but a long way down on the front end of the field as they come down into the start-finish line area and across the line to complete lap number 1 in anger. Where is that Subaru going? Well, Fana Faifert has got all-wheel drive in that system on that car, of course, and has to use it as he gets onto the dirty stuff. He brings the works Impressor back onto the circuit, just into the thick of it, ahead of Floris Stopforth, and is that Roland Hopkins? Yeah, Roland Hopkins just behind him. As they come down into turn 2, look at the battle here for Class A. Dalton, Quanshai, Besaidenote, and behind Besaidenote, the 2 Porsche 924s. It was an incredible little one. Here they come. So, yeah, the little sideways stepping extra shoes Golf ahead of the IS300 Lexus of Pretoria North, Toyota's big boss man. And Besaidenote now having to fend off the attack coming from Trans-Africa Racing and the 888 car of Ryan Quanshai. That is the Stradale 350Z of Harry Arangi's. Back on track, but a long way down. I'm not quite sure he's going to just maybe hang tight and let these guys come through and then resume the battle he would normally have had. Now they come down into turn 8, G&H Transport Corner. Wouter Roos in the Car Care Clinic Super Cup Polo. Got a wheel on the dirt there for Bob Neal, if I'm not mistaken, as he went through there. Maybe De Roos going to try and close things down here as well in his Porsche. De Lange hangs on to the lead for now, but it's very close between the first 5 cars on track. The GT class putting on a really good show here. They really are going very well at the front end. Waiting for Class A now to come into shot. There you go. Class A is led out by Adrian Dalton. Further back in the pack. Can pick up on some of the other competitors out there, of course. Another Porsche 924. That will be of Chris Smith. And there you can see back to the front again. De Roos goes to the top. Closes on Bob Neal, looking for a chance. Oh, very close stuff there as they got onto the brakes into turn 5. He's so close, coming out of turn 2 now, further back in the pack. Little fights there. Yorick Smith on the back end of Vermeulen. And the Universal Motorsport man having a good outing today. So good to see some fun and games there, of course. Peter Vermeulen in that Polo Classic. Bit of a chop and change here, potentially for the top 4. Is there a move there on by the Super Cup Polo? The Car Care Clinic Super Cup Polo there of Wouter Roos diving on Schneider's. Schneider's waiting until the very last minute to have a go here at everybody. And I think eventually what happened was he broke out, which is why they dropped him down ever so slightly. So Stefan Schneider's broke out of the allotted time here for 111 Sports and Saloons, the GT class. And that's possibly why he didn't get the race victory. He won out initially by a long way. And with the breakout in his lap times, he would have been demoted down. Here comes a move from Du Toit. Is he late enough on the brakes? No, not quite close enough to get on the inside and past the leading Ford Focus. Stopforth goes through, no worries at all for him. As they come through there, Floris is, well, he's been moved up into Class A according to my timing monitor. Adrian Dalton leading that class, Besaidenote second, Ryan Quanshai third. It's Roland Hopkins who leads Class B ahead of Wayne Labotsky. Class X is Aubrey, Class D is Chris Smith, and Class C at this point in time, Johan van Heerden. And he's in the HJUH Polo. Breaking point for the leaders in Class GT. First 4 cars very evenly matched. A little bit of a breathing room there for Wouter. Bob Neal starting to close in on him now. Bob Neal there in the Delmon Mining Ford Focus, closing on the back end of the newly crowned champion. Come out of turn 2 now, and De Roos is also starting to close in. Problems by looks of things there for Mark Du Toit. Mark Du Toit could have been slowing down coming out of turn 2 and into turn 3. I wonder if there's a problem there on that Z4. No, he's still able to run the inside line. He's just trying a slightly different line there on the car. Looked like he was slowing. But Stefan Schneider's now still not able to find a way past on him. Porsche 911 RSR Carrera on the back end of that Z4 BMW, trying to close down on the very fast Roof Shaw Ford Focus. Class C up for grabs as well. Class E even up for grabs further down. Mark Kingsmill, Peter Vermeulen and Mark Gregory fighting for the honours in that category. As they come down under braking, here comes the lead pack again, and there is a change up for the lead. Du Toit's at the front. Mark Dutoy hits the front for the first time now, ahead of Andre De Lange. De Lange ahead of Schneiders. Some smoke coming out of that Porsche. That could be a bit of a problem there for Stefan Schneiders in the Porsche, but he dives on the inside of De Lange into turn 1. Oh, what a move there. Great dive on the inside from Schneiders on De Lange. De Lange under attack as well now from Wouter Roos. You can see a little bit of blood in the water there. And watch out for De Roos, who's on the tail there. Wow, look how tight it is here between the GT cars. Really great battle there between these GT category cars. Here comes Mark Harvey Wallbanger under attack now from Van der Pfeiffer after his off-track excursion in the Devlaw Subaru Works Impreza. Schneiders has got past De Lange. Now there's another Porsche giving De Lange a bit of a run for his money, and in fact forces him onto the grass and onto the dirty stuff. That's a big one. Oh, that's huge. De Roos coming together there with Andre De Lange and forcing them both off the circuit and into the tyre barrier. I don't think Andre De Lange is going to be too happy about that. So he climbs out the car, and Richard De Roos had the inside line trying to find a way through there on Andre De Lange. De Lange gave him a little bit of room, and he just kept coming. I don't think there was enough room there for them both to play. So Stefan Schneider's up in his second place now after the demise of those two cars. Dutoy leads out as he crosses the line, and there's 2 to go. 2 laps to go now for Mark Dutoy. Schneider's in second, and third place is our new champion in this class. It's Wouter Roos. Down onto turn 2. Stefan Schneiders. Schneiders has got the grunt in that car, there's no doubt about it, but he's got to be careful that he doesn't break out in terms of his lap times. Harry Arangi's now into the thick of the back end of the field as he's made up some ground. He comes through there on the D2 car. And that D2 car, of course, piloted by Marius Lotz. Marius Lotz up the hill. Possibly in chance. No, Chris Smith leads out Class D at this stage, so Lotz about 3 positions back there. Here comes Wayne Labotsky in the Shield Golf 1. Trying to find a way on those 2 polos ahead of him. Haven't found a way through just yet. But Labotsky's got Hopkins and Stopforth just up the road from him. Dive on the inside from the Porsche of Aubry. Aubry having a look on the inside, trying to find a way past on Smith. Nice little battle there between the Class X competitor and the Class D leader. Smith hangs on. Aubry run his outside. And here comes the Golf. You get involved in the mix as well. 249 in the house. And what a bit of driving there coming out of that 249 machine of Peter Kirchhoff. Kirchhoff in the mix there and looking to spoil the day for a couple of drivers. Down into turn 2. Z4 from Stefan Schneiders in second place in the Porsche. Then you've got the Car Care Clinic machine. And that is the Super Cup Polo of the new champion, Wouter Roos. Bob Neal still in 4th place and Ryan Cranshaw still in 5. As you see the leaders coming now in amongst a big amount of traffic. Lots of traffic to be avoided now and be hopefully gotten around by Mark Dutoy. He goes through there on the ACD Welcome Hyundai and gets through on Aubry. He's fighting there still with the 249 machine. Great bit of battle there between himself and Kirchhoff for honours further down the pack. So some fun to be had still yet. And as they come down, the checkered flag will be on standby. Checkered flag waiting now for Mark Dutoy, the Z4 BMW from Trans Africa Racing. He's going to hang on. He's got 2 Porsches fighting for honours there, just ahead of Stefan Schneiders. I don't think Schneiders will dive on the inside there of Aubry trying to overtake Chris Smith. As they come to the line, the flag is out. Aubry gets through. Schneiders does as well. But Stefan Schneiders will take second place in the GT class. Wouter Roos will come through for third place in that GT class. And, wow, big move there from Graham Aubry to get through on Chris Smith across the line. With the flag out, the GT class goes to Mark Dutoy and overall to him as well, ahead of Stefan Schneiders and Wouter Roos for GT 1, 2 and 3. Class A is Ryan Cranshaw, Adrian Dalton and Lucas Poseidonot in the Pretoria Noord Lexus. They're in third place. Class B, Roland Hopkins has hung on. And Hopkins now still fighting a little bit further back. There's still some issues to be sorted out in Class E as well, but as you can see coming through there, looks like Vermeulen might have taken the victory there in the Class E battle in his Polo Classic for the Universal Motorsport team. Mark Dutoy will be a very happy man. We'll wait till we get down into the pit lane and get hold of Temba to catch up with some of the drivers here for the final heat of Car Care Clinic, 111 Sports and the GT Sports and Saloons as well. And as their season done and dusted, a great season of racing. Introduction of the GT class was definitely a win, and we saw just how good a battle it was at the front end there. But battles right through the field, as we've always seen in the 111 Sports and Saloon car category. Harvey Wallbanger and Van der Pfeiffer probably having a little glare at each other down the back straightaway, as Mark Harvey was able to keep out that big Subaru Works Impreza of the Devlaw car. of Johan van der Vyver. Up next, we go into some more race action, and of course the race action continues here. Absolutely amazing stuff. You can see that as we get ready to go, we have got big action expected between the Posse Drive Volkswagen Challenge, Car Care Clinic Super Hatch, the Investchem Formula 1600s, it's the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars, Global Touring Cars Super Cup, and the Mobile One V8 Supercars still to be sorted out here today, and a couple of championships that are still up for grabs as well. Up next, Formula V's. The Hankook Formula V's should be down in the Park Vermeer, or Park pre-race area, I should say, not in Park Vermeer. Park Vermeer will be filled with all of the cars coming off the circuit at the moment from 111 Sports and Saloons. And Hankook Formula V's will be the next one. You can see Big Max also being sent out there to do some duties to pick up a couple of stricken cars out on the track. I think that'll be down at turn 4. And the two cars there, of course, will be Andre De Lange's Ford Focus from the Roofshaw team, as well as that Porsche of Richard de Roos. A little chat between the two of them. I don't quite think de Roos had enough space there to get through on De Lange, forcing him wide and into a mistake which put both of them onto the exit point here of turn 4. Both drivers seem to be okay. I don't know if the medical staff are going to just give them a once-over to make sure that they are actually just that. But you can see Donovan moving across there. Our doctor on duty today, as always, here at Zwartkops to ensure that the drivers are safe and sound. Recovery work being done there by our Marshall team. You can see a slightly second-hand Porsche there. That's the second big crash that de Roos has had this year. One at Extreme Festival here at Zwartkops today. The other big one, of course, was earlier on in the year before we went into lockdown at the Emerald Speed Festival, where he got his car out of shape coming out of one of the kinks. And it was one of the first big incidents and big accidents that happened at that Emerald Speed Festival at the Emerald Casino Complex just outside of Vereniging. Paul.
So what an exciting Car Care Clinic, 111 Sports and Saloons GT race we've just witnessed. I'm here with the GT race winner, Mark du Toit. That was a crazy race. Please tell us what you saw from your perspective.
Yeah, what a great race. I was excited to start on the front row, and then Andre De Lange was in the front, and I was kind of hassling him, trying to get by, with try to stop the other guys getting past me. He went a bit deep into turn 2, and I managed to get past into the lead. And I just thought, shucks, I just keep my head down, and with like 3 laps to go, please, can I just hang on to this lead? And it was looking good, and then the guy started to crash a bit, and there were a few yellow flags to navigate, but yeah, no, hang on, I held on to the end, so super stoked to win.
Great stuff, Mark. I think it's very clear to see that you're really enjoying your racing. Can you just summarize your year for us as a whole?
Yeah, I mean, from a racing point of view, it's been okay. I mean, I have ups and downs. It's really nice to win in the black BMW at the end of the year. I mean, we were leading the Pekisa 200, it ran out of fuel, so that was probably the low point. And then to come back here and to win the race, just what a great finish.
Great stuff. Thank you, Mark. Enjoy the off season.
Awesome.
There you have it. Next up, we have Hankook Formula V Race 2. Stay tuned to our live stream to find out if Lucian Ramchanda can take the national title. Back to you, Greg, in the commentary booth.
Thanks, Temba. Yeah, we're looking forward to that one. I thought it was done and dusted after the first heat, but there seems to be a little bit of work still to be done by Lucian Ramchanda heading into the second heat now of the Hankook Formula V's. A couple of cars that are still stricken out on the circuit, so If my team, before we go, maybe just put up the join in a few minutes' time banner, because there is going to be a little bit of a break in the proceedings while they get those cars back on track. Daryl, if I can ask you to just put that banner back up again, because there is a little bit of a break in proceedings. They are recovering 2 stricken cars down at turn 4. So if we can just put up the poster saying we'll be back shortly, which is exactly what I'm asking Paul to do. And we will be back shortly with some more commentary here from Zwartkops and the final round of the Extreme Festival. Two. So recovery vehicles are now all sorted out, and we've got cars back in the pit lane as we see rolling out for the second heat and final heat of 2020, the Hankook Formula V's. Lucian Ramchandra has got it all to do here to become the first man of colour to take a victory in this championship, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong. I think Zahir Essa only finished second in this championship, so this would definitely be a little bit of history in the making here for the Formula V's. But Ramchandra is definitely looking for his first championship, that is for sure. Whether it is the first one ever or not, we'll wait and see, but it's definitely his first in that Liqui Moly machine of his. Jaco Schricks is the outgoing champion. He is definitely looking forward to another big battle. He wasn't really involved in the first heat, got sort of into the mix for second, third and fourth place. But as you can see there, Ramchandra from Brandon Hills from Gert van den Berg. And Gert van den Berg, down there in third place, has got it all to do. He's the man who has to try and win this race to stop Lucian Ramchandra from taking the championship. Greg Wilson is behind them, then it's Lendl Janssen. Jaco Schricks, the outgoing champion in car number 1, will be there in 6th place ahead of Peter Hills and Sean van der Linde. It's MD Bester and Vaughan Hills making up the first 5 rows of this Hankook Formula V. Looks like they got Jean-Andre Leroux's car sorted out with whatever issue it had in the first one, the second of those Liqui Moly cars. So the 27 car, I think I saw it back on track. He'll be ahead there of Rico Wentworth, Theo Vermaak and Roy Douglas, Yusuf Kotze, and it's Yoni Geyser ahead of Albertine Pienaar, David Austin and Ben Pienaar. The revised grid here for the race 2. Coming out of Mix FM corner down the hill and into G&H Transport corner now to come and take up positions on the grid for the standing start here for the Formula V's. Bit more of a breeze blowing here now at the Zwartkops circuit, which is keeping the temperature down ever so slightly, although we're still over the 30 degrees Celsius mark here at Zwartkops. So it's hot conditions. Track conditions will also be pretty high. The Hankook tyres probably take about two or three laps to come into their full race temperature and optimum racing temperature for the cars. But once they're up to that temperature, they give great grip, and looking forward to seeing that great grip put into fruition on the black stuff here at Zwartkops. It's the last time we're going to see Formula V's in action for 2020. It's been a tough season for everybody with the whole COVID and lockdown scenario. And it is fantastic to be back here and racing. As you can see, no spectators. All those people you can see in the grandstands are all team members or supporters of the teams that are involved here. There's no actual fans at the racetrack at all, which is a big pity. But that's why we're bringing you all this live stream action. Lights on, lights off, and we're racing. Great start from Brandon Hills. Has he got the whole shot? Yes, he has. He goes whole shot into turn 1. In the background, it looks like Vaughan Hills also with a fantastic start, going side by side there with the second of those Formula V's sponsored by Liqui Moly, Jean-Andre Leroux. And into turn 1, it's, yes, Hills who gets the whole shot. Greg Wilson up in his 3rd place, just behind Lucian Ramchandra, then Gert van den Berg. So a great start there coming out of Brandon Hills from the 2nd spot on the grid, using that inside line and getting away. And he's now got a bit of pressure coming from Ramchandra. Ramchandra diving on the inside into turn 4. Doesn't have to do too much other than sit there and finish the race to take this championship. He's got to be ahead of Gert van den Berg. That's pretty much the only thing he has to worry about today. And if he can do that, then the championship will be all his. We heard him chat to Temba Kamala just after the race 1, saying there's a little bit of work still to be done. It wasn't quite wrapped up after race 1. So we still got to make sure that things get sorted out here for race number 2 for Lucian Ramchandra. Coming through, and big flick over through the left-hander at turn 7, Mix FM corner now, hard on the brakes into the 2nd left-hander. It is a great bit of driving here from Brandon Hill so far to keep out Ramchandra, Wilson, and in the 4th spot, Gert van den Berg. Van den Berg looking up the inside of Wilson, then it's Lendl Janssen, Jaco Schricks. Peter Hills looks like he's up into the 7th spot there, just behind Jaco Schricks, so looking for a chance now to spoil the day there for his good friend and arch rival in the championship. Oh, there's a change up for the lead though. Brandon Hills has run wide and opens up the door, and Ramchandra says, thanks, I'll take that. You cannot afford to make a mistake in front of Lucian Ramchanda, not in the kind of mood he's in this season. And as we saw in every single race of 2020, absolutely amazing action between these drivers. Side by side, wheel to wheel, and nothing in it between them. Wilson on the inside, 3x3 into turn 5. Who's going to come out best? Greg Wilson diving on the inside of Lucian Ramchanda. Looks like he might be able to stick it on the inside there, and I think he might have got through. We unfortunately have lost our camera at the top there, so we didn't quite see that. We'll have to wait until they come across and hopefully come through to see if we've got action there into turn 5. It is Brandon Hills who hangs on to the lead, and he has got ahead of Greg Wilson, and Ramchanda down to 3rd. So Wilson's maneuver into turn 5 has dropped Ramchanda down to 3rd place and brought Brandon Hills up into the lead. Lendl Janssen now into the mix. Just behind him, Gert van den Berg. Just ahead of him, Gert van den Berg, and behind him, Jaco Schricks. So we've got 7 cars fighting for the lead. This is what Formula V is all about. Oh, nose cone goes flying there on Gert van den Berg. Little touch on the back end, and the cone goes flying off the front end of Van den Berg's car. It's going to affect the aerodynamics ever so slightly of that car, but won't affect the power. It's just aerodynamics that gets affected there. You can see Van den Berg with noseless Formula V heading down into turn number 4 and getting up the inside of Lendl Janssen in the Bull security machine. Janssen runs wide and high out of turn 4, tucks in behind Gert van den Berg and tries to get the slipstream up the hill. Jaco Schricks doing the same thing as they come into braking now for turn 5. Very, very awesome action, as always, in Formula Vs. It's exactly what we expected with them. The Formula Vs are putting on a brilliant show here. Definitely some of the best single-seater action you've seen today, that is for sure, in the second heat of hand-cooked Formula Vs. Now as they come down under the braking. Brandon Hills hangs on. Wilson still in 2nd and Ramchanda in 3rd. He's got Van den Berg behind him. That's all he needs to worry about. Gert has to be behind Lucian Ramchanda for him to take this championship. The pressure is on, though, and man, there's a lot of pressure when it comes to winning a national championship. Sean van der Linde having a big look there on MD Bester. Behind him, Vaughan Hills starting to close that gap down as well. Peter Hills has definitely closed onto the back end of Schricks. So as I said, 7 cars fighting for the lead. Small gap there between 3rd and 4th. Ramchanda's opened up a bit of a margin now on Van den Berg, and I think that's the reason why Van den Berg is starting to feel that is the lack of the nose. That nose cone is affecting his aerodynamics through the air here. And it's definitely giving Lendl Janssen a chance to go around his outside. Whoa! Brave move there from Janssen. And he makes it stick as well. Unbelievable maneuver there from Lendl Janssen around the outside of turn 4 and gets ahead of Gert van den Berg, putting a car between himself and his championship rival, Lucian Ramchanda. So Van den Berg has got to come back at Janssen. Lendl Janssen has got some work to do now to keep out Gert van den Berg, who will be itching to get through. Watching Ramchanda pulling away ahead of him. He dives on the inside into turn 8. Is he good enough on the brakes? He's late on the brakes, is Gert van den Berg. But even later, Lendl Janssen. How he hung on to that one, only he knows. And still made it through with 6 laps to go. Brilliant stuff here. Brandon Hills has been outgunned as well by the looks of it. Yes, Wilson's hit the front. Greg Wilson has hit the front now and takes the lead ahead of Brandon Hills. So the man who's on old tyres and a second-hand distributor out there seems to be working pretty well so far, Greg Wilson. Had a chat to him at breakfast this morning. He was saying to me, you know, they picked up there was a distributor issue. They had to search a couple of scrap yards for one. They found one, and now seems to be working well. But he's on old tyres. So the older tyres might just be starting to come into play now, because now they're all on old tyres. So it's pretty evenly matched machinery out there between Hills, Wilson, and Ramchanda. Lendl Janssen under attack from Gert van den Berg as they dive into turn 5. The orange car there, the Hankook sponsored machine of Gert van den Berg. And he may have just got through there. We'll get confirmation as they come out of 6 and 7. Coming through the double right-hander, now through the left. Yes, he's got through. He's up to 4th, and he can see Wilson up the road, leading things out with Ramchanda on his tail. So there is another car between him. He thought he'd just seen the back end of that Liqui Moly car of his arch rival in the championship, and then the next thing, Ramchanda goes and puts it ahead of Brandon Hills, and puts Hills between himself and his championship rival. Here comes a good drive and a massive recovery here from Jean-André Leroux. Certainly one of the best outings we've seen from the 27 car there in 8th place. He's ahead of Sean van der Linde and MD Bester. 2, 4, 6, 8 cars now fighting for the lead. That's the kind of action we expect to see in Formula V. Wilson on the inside and Ramchanda on the outside of turn 4. Lucian will probably just tuck in behind Greg Wilson and try and get the slipstream up the hill. He goes on the inside, changes up the line, and gets the drive up the hill now. It's side-by-side action between Wilson and Ramchundra. Ramchundra's going to have to be late on the brakes to make the move on the inside of Greg Wilson. I think he's done it. He's just been able to squeeze through there and get ahead of Greg Wilson, who's led for the last 2 laps. So is there a change-up? Have we got Liqui Moly out front, or is it still Greg Wilson? It is. So Ramchundra's got through. He's got to the lead. Gert van den Berg in the background has dropped behind Lionel Janssen. He's down in 4th place. That's not where he needs to be. He's got to be closer to Lushan Ramchundra with the halfway stage reached and surpassed. 6 down, 4 to go. So with 4 laps to go now, the pressure's on the man who leads from the front. That might be the right thing to do there for Lushan Ramchundra. Get to the front, try and pull a bit of a margin and control things from the front end, like he did in the first heat. Ramchundra from Wilson. Wilson under attack now from Brandon Hills. Brandon Hills looking for a way through, and Lionel Janssen's coming along for the ride as well. Further back there, picking up on action with the car 10. That's Albertine Pienaar. Currently sitting down in 15th place, fighting with David Austin and Yusuf Kotza. Yeah, wow, exactly what I said he was going to do, and it's exactly what he's doing. Greg Wilson goes defensive on Brandon Hills to the top of the hill. That's slowing them up and giving Ramchundra a chance to get away. So I'm not quite sure if Greg Wilson realizes he's playing sort of a bit of an advantage game here for Ramchundra by going defensive on Brandon Hills and slowing the 2 of them up. It's given a little bit of an advantage, and that's the gap that Ramchundra's been able to pull over Wilson as he goes on the defensive onto 6 cars behind him. Led out by Lionel Janssen, then it's Brandon Hills, then it's Peter Hills, then it's Jaco Schricks, and only then is it Gert van den Berg. Van den Berg has dropped right out of it. Big problems here in the closing stages for Gert van den Berg. He's actually dropped behind Jeandre and into the clutches now of Sean van der Linde. I wonder with that nose cone being off, maybe it's starting to feel the effects of the heat in the car and maybe not getting the cooling that it requires. Not quite sure what's gone down there, but we'll wait and see. But Gert van den Berg is losing the championship as he falls into the clutches now of car 9, Sean van der Linde. Lushan Ramchundra doing it all right. Going to change that number 3 to the number 1 by the end of this one. And there's 2.5 laps to go. Up the hill they go one more time. Wilson goes defensive. Brandon Hills follows him through. He's going to try and sneak on the inside of Lionel Janssen into turn 5 at AMG Driving Academy. They go past the Zoc Club, and it could be a change up there between 3rd and 4th place. Brandon Hills was having a look on Lionel Janssen. Is he able to make it stick? Here comes Ramchundra. So Lionel Janssen's got through, and Wilson's been demoted down 1 position. Brandon Hills behind him. Here comes Jeandre Leroux. Wow, you're going to look for a little bit of formation flying here out of the 2 Liqui Moly cars as Jeandre ticks them off 1 by 1. Will he be able to make it a 1-2 there for the Liqui Moly team? That would be an impressive drive from Jeandre, especially after the first race where it didn't go according to plan. And now they come into turn 2. Wilson from Hills, from Leroux, Hills, Schricks, van den Berg, and the 9 car of Sean van der Linde. Ramchundra getting away though. Exactly what I thought he might do. Try and get away and control things, and he's done just that. He hangs on to a potential win and, of course, the SA Championship for Formula V for 2020. Heading to the top of the hill, Lionel Janssen under attack now from Greg Wilson. Wilson going to try and come back at him. Wilson dives on the inside. We go back to turn 2. 13 car there of David Austin. Yusuf Kotza on his tail. Nice little fight between these 2 as well as they come through turn 2 now towards turn 3. Kotza on the inside. Can he hang on to it? Down the hill come the leaders. Wilson running slightly wide. Lionel Janssen going along with him. Same kind of line with Brandon Hills all over the back of him looking for a way through. The Bull security car soaking up the pressure. Oh, but he falters. Commentators curse there on Lionel Janssen. I was about to say soaking up the pressure from Brandon Hills, and he runs wide, but he keeps it buried. Stays side by side and stays in the position. That's an incredible bit of driving there coming out of Lionel Janssen. He managed to get onto the dirty stuff and stay ahead of the charge coming from Brandon Hills behind him. Quite sure how that worked. Those Hancooks don't normally like the dirt, but he was able to keep it all together and stay on track and stay in 3rd place. So we're on the final lap. New champion is about to be crowned, and unbelievable to see Lushan Ramchundra, Greg Wilson and Lionel Janssen in the top 3, but Lushan Ramchundra has now pulled away, and he's got enough margin there. He could literally roll off and get to the line now if he wanted to. Further back, some action at the back end. Of course, the 911 car there of Yusuf Kotza. He's closing down on that battle just ahead of him there. Theodore for Mark and Albertine Pinar. Right, leader coming down the hill for the final time in 2020. That number 3 plate is going to be thrown away, and it's going to become a number 1 for 2021. Your new SA Formula V champion, Lucian Ramchanda, with a double win here on the day at the final round of the Extreme Festival and the final round of the hand-cooked Formula Vs. Ramchanda wins out over Greg Wilson, Lionel Janssen and Brandon Hills. It's Jean-Dre Leroux making it 1-5 for the Liqui Moly team there. Incredible effort coming out of Jean-Dre Leroux. His best outing, that is for sure, for the 5 spot. Peter Hills in 6th place, Jaco Schricks in 7th, and it's MD Bester, Sean van der Linde, and Gert van den Berg, the man who would be king. There he is, unfortunately out of this one. Down in 10th place is not good enough for Gert van den Berg. It means Lucian Ramchanda will take the championship, and 2021 will have the number 1 plate on his Formula V. There he is. You can see he's a happy man heading into turn 4 there in the number 3 car alongside his teammate. And it's an incredible battle that's happened all season long. There's been some really top class racing in Formula Vs. We see it all the time. They love to go wheel to wheel. We kind of nickname them the 4-wheeled superbike class because that's how tight the racing is usually. Almost on a 600cc-esque or even Motor 3-esque scale racing that happens in Formula Vs. But eventually won out by Lucian Ramchanda, and he'll be ecstatic about that. He's been fighting for a long, long time to take a national championship, and he's done it eventually here in the hand-cooked Formula Vs. He'll be ahead of Gert van den Berg, who'll probably hang on to that number 2 plate for the 2nd time. And as you can see, people making their way down there to congratulate all the drivers. Those are all the teams that are involved here. Those aren't spectators, of course. Those are just supporters of the teams. There's an allocated amount of people that these teams are allowed to bring to the circuit. And now in the pre-race area, we look forward to more action about to come out on track with the Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge. Pit lane opens up any second now, and that'll give them a chance to get onto track. But before we get down there, we're going to hope that Temba Kamala has got down into the pre-Park Vermeer area, and he'll be there shortly to have a chat to the newly crowned king of Formula V. So we're almost good to go now to bring out our Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge competitors. Remember, there's a 3-stage start to this one. Class A goes off first, Class B's second, and Class C's will be third for Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge. That's how they disappear into the heat of the action. Green flag at the pit exit, which will allow Rory Atkinson, Davy van der Merwe, and Valdi Maikis to make their way out to the circuit now for Class A, followed by Masters, Stian Kriel, the outgoing champion, and Jody Robertson ahead there of the rest of the pack. And then it's all about Class B. They'll make their way through there. I think Class B will be headed up by none other than Leighton Fourie in the second heat this time out. So we're going to pick up on the actual grid there as they've sent it through to us on the WhatsApp. Let's pick up on that one quickly, just run through how they're going to line up here for the second heat of Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge. Well, I don't have the exact grid because I haven't put it out onto the WhatsApp group just yet for race 2, but let's see if I can pick it up a little bit later on. Some fun to be had here for the Volkswagen Challenge Race 2. Let's see if that might be it there. I think that might be. There it is. Race 2 grid. There it is. Rory Atkinson, Darby van der Merwe, Valdi Monkeys, Bevan Masters, Stian Kriel and Jody Robertson. It'll be Chris Dale, Mike Barbaglia, Derek Smallberger and Wayne Masters. That is Class A. Class B, Leighton Free on pole ahead of Stuart Mack, Dion Holiday Jr. and Robin Kriel. Sam Dell and Robbie De Silva, Mo Dangle, Mitch Kutsia, Bryce Pillay and Chris Davidson. Ilio Mussolini and Maritz Negrini. Then you've got Leon Udendal and Lindsay Kleur, Ethan Kutsia, Andre Needham and Gavin Ross making up that group in Class B. Class C, it's Andy Gossman and Philip Cruz on the front row ahead of Adrian De Beer and Mo Karodia. And then it's Dino Smit and Charles Anderson at the back end of the Class C competitors. Temba Kamalo's down there before we go to race start. Let's catch up with him quickly as he picks up on some the interviews. And of course, your newly crowned Formula V champion. And that will be none other than Lushan Ramchanda.
That's the 2020 Hankook Formula V season done. I'm standing with your 2020 South African National Formula V champion. Congrats, Lushan. How are you feeling, man?
Thanks, man. Honestly, I don't have the words to explain. It's my first national championship, and I've never been this happy before, to be quite honest.
Amazing job, Lushan. Crazy battle in the beginning. How did you keep the composure to get out front and just pull a lead?
So I just bided my time for the first couple of laps. I knew that I had enough pace to get past the guys, and yeah, just I didn't take any chances. Made the move stick, and yeah, I'm glad I managed to come up on top. I just wanted to give a big thank you to my sponsors, Liqui Moly. Without them, none of this would have been possible. And a big shout out goes to my dad as well. I mean, he's been with me from the start, and yeah, just big thanks to both of them.
Congratulations, Lushan. Enjoy the off season. Good luck for 2021. We'll see you soon. That's it from Formula V. Next up, the Posse World VW Challenge. Back to you, Greg.
Amazing to see that. The Posse Drive Volkswagen Challenge now standing by to go to race action as we get the accolades given to the first man of colour to win a Formula V National Championship. And a great effort there from Lushan Ramchanda and the Liqui Moly team. Class A will be heading off first. You can see the red flag standing in front of Class B just to stop them from going at the same time as Class A. Leighton Free will be itching to get off the line and possibly take on the front end of Class B after a great outing in the Utsinga Polo Cup last weekend for his signature motorsport team. You want to do more of the same here in the Posse Drive Volkswagen Challenge Class B and look for a victory here at Zwartkops. Starters orders, lights on, lights off, and we're racing. It's a good start there from Rory Atkinson. Good start coming from Stian Kriel and from Bevan Masters. Bevan Masters trying to get on the inside of Valdi Monkeys as they go through into turn one. Wayne Masters goes side by side there with the Sabertech Polo of Derek Smallberger. But yet again, it's Stian Kriel who's in the mix there and not able to get through there on Valdi Monkeys. Class B down towards turn one as well. We pick up on action at the back end of the field there of Class B. Elio Mussolini having a little bit of a run there side by side as they get down into turn two. Looks like Leighton Free might have just got the drop on everybody else there. Chris Davison going through there just at the head. And as they come onto the back straight away, there is Class A headed into turn four. Outgoing champion Stian Kriel, that number one plate possibly headed to Rory Atkinson up the road there as he looks to take Class A honours and the overall honours here today. As he gets up onto the braking markers, he's closing the gap, and well, the gap has been closed down for second place, but a gap opening up for first place there as Atkinson starts to get on the drive right from the word go. Battles in Class B as they headed to the top of the hill. Wow, it was getting really close there as we panned across, and as they come out now, Class A just trying to sort things out as they come down towards the bottom end of the circuit for the first time in anger into GNH Transport Corner. Valdi Monkeys with pressure coming from the 16 car. Right on his tail there, Jody Robertson applying the pressure big time. Mike Barbaglia behind that, Class B now. It is Leighton Free out front. He hangs on ahead of the Monitornet car there of Dion Holiday Jr., Robin Kriel, and then it is Ricardo De Silva. De Silva ahead of Sam Dale. Sam Dale just ahead there of... Who's coming through there? I think that might just be a bit of manoeuvring happening as Dale comes through there. I'm just trying to pick up on who that was. It could possibly have been Mitch Kutsia or Bryce Pillay. I'm not quite sure which one of the two were there. Front end, it's Stuart Mack actually though that leads out Class B. Didn't see him go across the line, so Mack is just ahead there of Leighton Free. So Free in second place, Stuart Mack leading at the moment in the Posse Drive car. Wayne Masters looking for a way through as he comes onto the back end of Jody Robertson. Looking for a chance now up to the top of the hill. Here we go. On the brakes. And into the top of the hill they go again. Further back in Class C. Charles Anderson at the back end of the field. Rory Atkinson getting away at the front. And this is Class B. Ooh. Look at that. Holiday Jr. going left and right, trying to avoid the attentions from the car behind. And if I'm not mistaken, that'll be the 91 car there. And that'll be Robin Creel behind the wheel of that machine. Across the line, the leaders start again. Down into turn 1 go top 3. And in fact, it's Steon Creel into third place ahead of Bevan Masters. Aldi Monkeys has dropped back slightly. Baglia behind the Sabertech car of Derek Smallberger. Darby van der Merwe trying to close that gap down. On the back end of Rory Atkinson, the Universal and Team Red racing car trying to close down on the BHIT Logistics machine of Rory Atkinson. Third place, Creative Inc. and Motormark Clarkstorp, car of Steon Creel. Creel's got pressure from Masters. Further back, we pick up on Class B action as they go through there. 113 in full flight. That is Mo Dangle. The man from... Oh, on the right-hand side, a car off the circuit. Is that Mac or Dale? It's one of the two. Could possibly be Stuart Mac. And there is another car off the circuit as well. The 9.6 car there. Unfortunately, with some issues. We don't have 96 on the list here, but 96 is Maurice Negrini. And he's not on the timing monitor, as you'll see if he does come up. But on the grid sheet, Maurice Negrini is getting it out of shape there, unfortunately. So some action already in the second heat. Darby van der Merwe trying to close down on the back end and give Rory Atkinson a little bit more of a run for his money. Across the line, here come the next couple of cars, and looks like in the background the Performance Masters car there, Wayne Masters slowing. So Masters absolutely flat out, and problems there, but problems as well for Dion Holiday Jr. as Robin Creel has a look to try and get through there on the Monitornet car. Behind her, De Silva. Tucked in behind De Silva is Sam Dell and Mo Dangle. So I'm going to say, well, that's the Performance Masters car pulling to the sideline of Wayne Masters. I'm going to say the car on the inside of turn 3 is Chris Dale, because he's dropping down the timing monitor. So Chris Dell also having some problems there in the Posi Drive car. His son Sam going at it here, looking for a way through there on Robin Creel. That is Chris Dell parked on the sideline. Confirmation of that walking away from the Posi Drive Polo. So out front, Stuart Mack. This is Class B. Stuart Mack from Leighton Fourie from the Monitornet car there of Dion Holiday Jr. Robin Creel. Sam Dell De Silva. Then Mo Dangle. And just behind Mo Dangle, by the looks of things, is going to be Mitch Kutsia, then Bryce Pillay. Masters on the sideline trying to sort that car out. Leaders come through for another lap to be completed. Valdi Mikey's now trying to squeeze through on Bevan Masters. Bevan Masters trying to do the same thing on Steon Creel. Wow! Valdi Mikey's very late on the brakes on the inside. Runs wide. Nearly clips the back end of Bevan Masters. Very close there between Masters and Mikey's. And here comes Jody Robertson capitalizing. He knew that there was going to be somebody to run wide, and Jody dives on the inside and gets through on main squeeze. So Valdi Mikey's losing out there ever so slightly after a big ditch effort to get through on the car ahead of him. Didn't work out on Bevan Masters, and he's actually lost out 2 positions now as he drops behind the ever vigilant Jody Robertson. Third place battle coming through turn 2 now at the moment for Class B. Out front, Mack and Leighton Fourie. Class C also coming through there. Man who was on pole position for race 1, Mo Karodia. Trying to close down on Andy Gossman. Gossman still leading things out, I think, in Class C's. That's the second place car there. Signature Motorsport and champion sponsored car of Leighton Fourie. Trying to just get ahead. Maybe give him a run. Look how late Leighton Fourie is on the brakes there to close down on the leader of Class B there, Stuart Mack. Leaders completing another lap. 5 down, 5 to go. Let's just confirm that quickly. Yeah, it's a 10-lap race here for the Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge, so the halfway stage is now being reached. And are we going to see any changes here between Steon Creel and Bevan Masters? Bevan Masters once by, can't find a way through. Steon Creel up the road, Robin Creel in third place. Battle for what is Class B. Trying to close down on that young man. A lot of future, a big future I should say, ahead of him in saloon car racing. Already taking a victory at national championship level last weekend in the Utinga Polo Cup. And now looking for a chance of a victory in Class B in the Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge. Across the line comes Andy Gossman. There's the leader of Class C, leading over Mo Carodia. Then it's Philip Cruiser and Adrian de Beer. That's your first 4 cars in the Class C. Across the line now go the leaders, but up to the top of the hill goes Bryce Pillay. He's just not able to get closer to the man ahead of him there. That's Mitch Kutsia. A sort of fight between some younger drivers out there. Baldy Monkeys is back into the mix. Oh, Monkeys once passed. He once passed big time here on Jody Robertson. Wants to return the favour. Robertson capitalised on a manoeuvre that he tried and didn't work out for him. Sliding into turn 2 there for Stian Creel. Just hanging on. Battle for 3rd place. Now coming into some back markers. Back markers at the back. Dino Smith will be the first of the back markers they're going to close down on from Class C. 4 cars for what is 3rd place. Stian Creel leads them out. Bevan Masters on his tail. CPS warehouse car. JRT tuning machine there of Jody Robertson. And the first I should say, of those Posi Drive machines. And that's Voldy Monkeys at the wheel. B's going through turn 3. As Class A comes down to turn 8. So about half a lap up the road of Class A is over the mid-pack of Class B. BHIT Bulk Logistics car there of Rory Atkinson looking to wrap up Class A and the overall championship for the Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge. Davy van der Merwe is doing everything to try and close him down there for the Universal Healthcare team, but hasn't quite worked out for him just yet. He's still in 2nd place. 3rd place, Stian Creel still battles and keeps Masters, Robertson and Voldy Monkeys behind him. Massive pressure onto the back end of Stian Creel now. Here come the leaders onto the back straight again. Further back, we pick up on action there for the lead of Class B. Leighton Free fighting there with Stuart Mack, closing down on Mack. Stuart Mack under attack now from Leighton Free. Definitely a chance here for the youngster to show Stuart Mack the way around. Mack, a seasoned campaigner in Volkswagen Challenge. He's been around for a long, long time. He'll be itching to try and get a victory here. And the possibilities are certainly there now for him. Double on the day would be great as well as Mack comes into turn number 3. Into turn 4. And up the hill to turn 5. And it is very close here between Leighton Free and Stuart Mack. Philip Cruiser. And the Class C competitors. Do we have a change up here? BHIT Logistics closing on Adrian de Beer for Class C. And remember, this is the Class A is catching Class C now. De Beer will be well aware of Atkinson's attempt to get through. He's got through. Davy van der Merwe will be the next car trying to find a way past on him as well. You see Andy Gossman leading Class C. There's the leader of Class C heading to the top of the hill. 2nd place, waiting for him to come into shot. That'll be Mo Carodia. There goes the leader of Class A and overall leader as well. Rory Atkinson to the top of the hill on the inside of Mo Carodia. Robbie De Silva. He currently sits down in 5th place in Class B. You can see 3rd, 4th and 5th just ahead of him. In fact, he's in 6th place, I beg your pardon. Late braking coming out of the man just behind him there. Bryce Pillay trying to close things down. Leader coming down the hill now. Onto the brakes. And look at Davy van der Merwe. Wow. He's got a lap to go. 1 to go now for the BHIT car. And it's big pressure being applied there by Davy van der Merwe for the win. He knows that even a 2nd place will give the win, I think, to Rory Atkinson. But Davy van der Merwe's not worried about that. He wants a win for Team Red Racing. And he's putting big pressure onto the back end now of Rory Atkinson. Is this going to work out for him? Are we going to see Davy van der Merwe take the last bit of blood for 2020 here in the Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge? Lovely race action here between our Class A competitors. Coming up on Gossman, who moves out the way. He knows that the Class A steam train's coming through. He's going to follow them home. And he'll be taking the win in Class C relatively easily now over Mo Carodia, who backed out on a few occasions. Oh, change up for Class B as well. Leighton Frie's hit the front. Leighton Free hits the front ahead of Stuart Mack with a lap to go. Has he timed that to perfection? The youngster coming through there into turn 2. And he's got him. He's got up to 2nd place. He was there for the whole time and he finds a way through into the last lap. and now leads heading into the final lap of this race. Davy van der Merwe, is he good enough on the brakes to outgun the BHIT car of Rory Atkinson? No, he's not. Rory Atkinson going to take double victory. That will wrap up the Class A Championship and the overall championship for Rory Atkinson, ahead of Davy van der Merwe and Bevan Masters. By the looks of things, may have just squeezed through there for third. Here he comes. Has he been able to do that? Yes, I think he has. He comes across the line. Andy Gossman's taking the win in Class C, I beg your pardon. He'll take the win there ahead of Mo Karodia and Philip Cruiser. Waiting now for the Class Bs to come down the hill. Class B should be any second now. We'll see them come across the line. It's going to be Leighton Free. Look at this. Oh, it's close. Leighton Free going on the defensive to keep out Stuart Mack. Mack going to try and cut back on him in the last corner. Free hangs onto the inside line. The Signature Motorsport and Champion car going to go for the win. He's going to get it. Yes, he is. The youngster's gone back-to-back. National Championship win last weekend. Volkswagen Challenge win this weekend. That is how you do things, and that is a man certainly to be watching out for in the future of saloon car racing. So Rory Atkinson taking the win and possibly wrapping up the overall championship as well. Atkinson from Davy van der Merwe and Bevan Masters, your Class A top three. Class B, it's Leighton Free from Stuart Mack and Dion Holiday Jr. And Class C will be Andy Gossman taking the win there ahead of Mo Karodia. So that's it. Volkswagen Challenge done for 2020. The Posse Drive boys will be very happy with the performances of all the drivers involved in this championship. And that's how we wrap things up here for that championship. An amazing bit of action. We'll get confirmation, of course, with the interviews as soon as Temba gets down there as to how the championship has been eventually sorted out. But according to what we had at the start of the race day, Rory Atkinson with 2 victories and Dion Holiday Jr. not finishing at the front end of Class B today should give Atkinson the overall championship, and he'll also take Class A as well. Dion Holiday Jr. will still hang on to Class B's championship honours, and I think it'll be Andy Gossman who will be looking to take Class C honours for the Posse Drive team down in the latter part of the racing for Posse Drive Volkswagen Challenge. So from Volkswagen Challenge up next, we're going into Super Hatch. It's their final heat of the season. The Car Care Clinic drivers will be waiting in the sidelines down in the pre-race area. And as soon as we've got Temba down in the pit lane and Park Fermé area,
Rory champion, Free champion Class B. Dion Holiday Jr. Class B. Free won the race, but Dion is champion.
So we're down and in the Park Fermé area now at Tsema Kamala, catching up with all of the winners and the new champion for Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge.
Posi Drive VW Challenge Race 2. Rory Atkinson, a double win. Davy van der Merwe pushed you very hard this time around.
Yes, he did. Congrats to him. He drove like a little champion. Thanks to BHRT and obviously Posi Drive and all the series sponsors that allowed us to be here to race today, and it was a great event for me.
Awesome. And your plans for 2021, Rory?
To drive a car, whichever one it is.
Awesome. Well done, Rory.
Cheers.
Great racing. We now go to Car Care Clinic Super Hatch Race 2. Back to you, Greg.
Thanks for that, Temba. Good to catch up there with Rory Atkinson after a really tough day in the saddle for him. And he'll be looking forward to, of course, celebrating with his team now as we're into the final part of the day's proceedings. Now we're into the second heat of Super Hatch, Car Care Clinic Super Hatch on track. It's Trevor Stringer and Francois Henning who are on the front row, and Stringer on pole position. Dan Hauser and Tyler Scott will be the second row of the grid, and Jono du Toit alongside Leonard Archer. That's how they line up in Class A. Class B will be Gert Beerselaar and Courtney Nickel on the front row. Donovan LaRue, Mal Spur, Nick Martin, Ishmael Beloy, Henny Swanepoel and Vanna Petersen. And Class C, George Aldrich and Craig Priestley head up the Class Cs as the lights are about to go on for the second heat of Super Hatch. Down towards turn 1 they go, and into turn 1, Henning trying to go on the inside. It's the better line to be on actually for a race start. Even though it's the dirtier of the two lines, Henning hangs on. Dan Hauser goes through into second place. Trevor Stringer getting outgunned there ever so slightly, and looks like he might lose out a little position to Jonathan du Toit, who has to go the long way around that machine of Stringers. As they come through there, the rest of the pack just sorting themselves out there. Class C right at the back there, George Aldrich. Nice to see his car back on track. He had some issues in the first one, but everybody looks like they've got through, and nicely done from Henning. But here comes the race 1 massive contender, and this time his boot is closed. So are we going to see a bit of maneuvering here and possibly getting away from the pack now that there's no longer an issue on Tyler Scott's car? The Lopec Auto Spares Opel Kadett, of course, had the boot open for the entire race in race 1, but still managed the second place behind Jonathan du Toit. He's now got the boot down, so maybe he can get his head down as well and get away from this pack. Scott just ahead of Henning as they went into turn 5. It should be pretty much the same as they come out of turn 7. Yes, Henning now under attack from Andre Danhauser. A little bit of maneuvering from Jonathan du Toit, putting wheels on the dirt, coming up onto the inside of Andre Danhauser. Ooh, very cheeky from Jonathan du Toit. Looking to get through early on. I think he realizes that if Tyler Scott is so far ahead, he's going to make it a bit more difficult for Jonathan du Toit to take a victory here again. Class B is headed out by Courtney Nickel. It's Donovan LaRue in second place by the looks of it. Yes, it is. The blue Honda there in second. And then on his tail, it's big pressure coming from Nick Martin. Nick Martin, of course, was fighting with Class A in race number 1, and now tries to hang on to the back end of the hard-charging Donovan LaRue, who is looking to close down on the leader of Class B. Right now, leader of Class C at this stage looks like it's once again Shane Forget. He came from the third row of the grid to make his way through there, and has got ahead of the rest of Class C. But it's Courtney Nickel leading Class Bs at the moment over LaRue. That's the battle we see coming out of turn 4 up towards the top of the hill. Jonathan du Toit's got through on Henning and on Danhauser. Andre Danhauser in the Pro Auto Rubber Opel Corsa on the inside of that Polo. And it looks like the SelectReg.com Polo of Francois Henning being outgunned there by Andre Danhauser. The Opel Corsa as well, pushing hard as he goes down into turn 8, under pressure from Henning. Very, very close. And here comes Nick Martin, diving through on LaRue. LaRue going through there as well, pushing as hard as he can as they come through there. Brilliant stuff. As you can see, Henning now not able to find a way through on Danhauser, and Courtney Nickel still soaking up the pressure from Class B. Stringer, front row, and Poleman has dropped out of it, unfortunately. He's now into about 8th or 9th place on track at this point in time. In fact, 9th place on track. And it's just behind Mal Spur, who's just gone through on him and made a maneuver to get up into 3rd and 4th place now for Mal Spur in Class B. Ooh, problems for the 5-3 car running wide there. Gert Beerselaar, he was the pole man in Class C. He's just gone left, right, and eventually got back on track out of turn 1 in his Opel Kadett. Little Kadett Cub there of Beerselaar, not finding the way around turn 1. It turns left there, Gertie. not right. You don't want to be going into that kiddie litter at turn 1. I can tell you from experience in Super Hatch, that's definitely not where you want to end up. Now they get to the top of the hill once again. It's some big fights in the mid-pack too. Look out for a little battle there starting to rage between Ishmael Beloy and Leonard Archer. Leonard Archer just ahead of Beloy there. The man from Valcom, ACD Valcom, of course, is Leonard Archer. And he's going really well in that Hyundai Gets. He's prepped a couple of nice little Hyundais, has the man from Valcom. And now pressure onto the Volkswagen Driving Academy man there, Courtney Nickel, for the lead of Class B from Nick Martin. Dan Hauser soaking up the pressure, eventually pulling a little bit of a margin out over Francois Henning. Henning's dropped back into the clutches of the Class B battle. Class A, Lopec Auto Spares Opel Cadet of Tyler Scott and Jonathan DeToy going at it. DeToy's been itching for a race like this. It seems like he's had the additional power and the strength in his car to allow the Class A competitors to have a little bit of day in the sun. But now he's being evenly matched there by that Lopec Auto Spares Opel Cadet of Tyler Scott. So he'll be reveling in those conditions, that's for sure. Dan Hauser in 3rd place. Good drive there from the Pro Auto rubber car. Henning still in 4th, but 5th place overall, and Class B leader, it's still Courtney Nickel. Mal Spur tucking up onto the inside, rolling over the curbs, Stringer behind her. Then it's Archer and Beloy. Stringer on the inside of Mal Spur into the breaking point for turn 5, gets through. Mal comes straight back at him though. Oh, she's not going to give it up without a fight. Mal Spur had a big look there, going back at Stringer after he overtook her down into turn 5. Has she been able to come back at him? Let's have a look and see. Henning, Nick Martin takes the lead of Class B. There's a change up for the Bs. He gets ahead now of Courtney Nickel. So Rex Diffin Gearbox Peugeot ahead of the Volkswagen Driving Academy Polo. And then it is that Honda Civic, the mechanical Honda Civic of Donovan LaRue. Mechanical Masters machine doing a super job as he goes through into turn 1, trying to close down on Courtney Nickel. Behind that, Mal Spur has got ahead and returned the favour on Stringer. Nice fight there between the two of them. It's Class B versus Class A, but Mel wouldn't worry about that. She just wants to be in a dice. If she gets pushed hard by Trev, she might actually be able to bridge that gap to the back end of Class B and give Donovan LaRue and Courtney Nickel a bit of a run. 2 cars flat out of turn 4. Here's a move onto the inside of turn 5. Are we going to see Jonathan DeToy squeeze through? Is he good enough on the brakes? Very tight stuff there between himself and Tyler Scott in the Opel. That's Craig Priestley at this point in time, sitting in 4th place in Class C. Watkins, Van Eck, Van der Walt, and Priestley. In fact, that's 5th, because we've got Shane Forget just ahead of one of the Class B competitors, Henny Swanepoel. So there is a bit of a change up there. Still no change for the lead. Tyler Scott hangs on ahead of Jonathan DeToy. 3 laps to go. Unbelievable action here between these guys. I didn't quite expect this big battle. In the first race, of course, Tyler Scott had his boot open, so there was massive downforce and drag on the car. Now that the boot is down, he is definitely giving Jonathan DeToy a good run for his money. And as I say that, he loses out to DeToy under braking into turn 2. So DeToy moves up to the lead of the race overall and Class A's lead as well. That is Shane Forget just ahead there of Henny Swanepoel with Freddie Watkins on the back end of Henny Swanepoel. Class B and Class C fighting there. Nice mix of Class B's and C's together. Forget runs ever so slightly wide, allowing Swanepoel back at him. And that'll also give chance to Freddie Watkins to try and close down. Forget can't afford to make mistakes like that too many times. He's got Leonard Archer in the Class A Hyundai Gets just ahead of him. There he comes now, the ACD Valcom man. And that's Forget in the Opel Cadet Cub. Forget in the 4J's auto machine. The Opel Cadet Cub goes really well around the circuit, but he's got some pressure now being applied by Henny Swanepoel. He doesn't have to worry too much about Henny Swanepoel. He'd like to keep Henny Swanepoel between himself and the second Polo in that shot. Watkins in the second Polo. The German colours on the side of that car. Oh, it's not over yet though. Tyler Scott, look at Jonathan DeToy. You can physically see him looking in the rearview mirror into turn 1, watching for that dive from the Opel. Into turn 2 they go. How late Jonathan DeToy can break into turn 2 there. Pro Auto Rubber Corsa ahead of Henning. Henning under pressure now from Nick Martin. Pressure being applied as well from the Mechanical Masters car of LaRue onto the back end of Courtney Nickel. Courtney Nickel there looking for second place in Class B's, but he could lose Class B's second place there, potentially. if the pressure continues from Donovan LaRue. He heads into turn 4. Nice drive here from Francois Henning. Unfortunately, we're not able to capitalize on that front row start, but definitely looking for a chance now as he gets to the top of the hill for a bit of a bridge on that gap to Danhauser ahead of him, but I think it's too little too late. The leaders will be coming down to start their final lap. This is the Class C back end of the field as they cross through there. That is Tony Himes, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Tony Himes fighting with George Aldrich. Here come the leaders, about to start their final lap. 1 to go now for Jonathan DeToy. He's already wrapped up the championship, so it's just the final blood of 2020 he's looking for, ahead of that Jestik and low-pick Auto Spares Opel Kadett of Tyler Scott. Great drive here from Tyler Scott. Danhauser consistent as ever there in the Opel Corsa. Another lap completed here in anger. The final lap of 2020 about to be sorted out. As the top 3 in Class A start to get away there. Henning has not been bettered yet by the Rex Diffin gearbox and Total sponsored Peugeot of Nick Martin. He will take Class B honours. He's also, I think, going to take the Class B championship. They come into turn number 2. This is the battle for Class C starting to heat up there as Watkins trying to find a way through there on Archer and on... Oh, big move there. Trying to find a way past on any Swanepoel, but Swanepoel shut the door. Swanepoel using some Superbike lines through there. Ex-Superbike rider as he goes into turn 3. Further back, the end of Class C starting their final lap. Here come the leaders down the hill to the checkered flag. Jonathan DeToy with a double victory on the day. Wrapping up 2020 Super Hatch Championship with double victories on the day here for him. Nice drive there from the Trans-Africa Racing man, beating out Lopec Auto Spares, Tyler Scott, and Pro Auto Rubbers Corsa of Andre Danhauser. Henning comes through for 4th place. Good drive from him in the SelectReg.com machine, beating out Class B's winner, Nick Martin. Across the line, Nick Martin, Courtney Nicol, and Donovan LaRue, the top 3 in Class B, as the rest of the pack come through. Here comes Shane Forget for the win in Class C. Relatively unscathed and easily done in the Opel Cup. Forget's Auto taking the win there, ahead of Watkins in the LNF and Forget's Auto Polo. And Almiro Vanek in the Taurus will take, Taurus Polo, that is a big one, will take 3rd place in Class C's. And that is our Super Hatch category all sorted out now. Amazing action again from them. And more of the same to come, because we're not done yet. From Super Hatch, we go back into single-seater action now. The InvestCam Formula 1600s and Formula Fords will be down in the pre-race area. Looking forward to getting back on track for their last bit of 2020 season. They haven't had an official championship, as we've mentioned, but they have had some invitational racing at each of various rounds here at the So from InvestCam Formula 1600s, we've still got G&H Transport Extreme Supercars, 15 laps of their action still to come, 12 laps of the Super Cup, the Global Touring Car Super Cup class, and it'll also be 12 laps of V8 Supercars after the big incident in the first heat of the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars earlier in the day, with Johnny Ecote crashing up at turn 5 and having to do some repairs to the barriers up there. The Zwartkops team very much on the ball to get that all sorted out. Formula 1600s, well, there's only 2 of them down in that pre-race area at the moment, so some latecomers to the pre-race area there. But I'm sure we're going to be there pretty soon. And cars on track as soon as we've cleared the Super Hatch class. InvestGame Formula 1600s now on their warm-up laps to get some heat into their rubber. As they come around now, they'll take up their positions on the grid. It's going to be Andrew Rackstraw and Nicholas Van Wheely on the front row again. Behind them, it'll be the hard-charging Jared Roberski and Andrew Schofield out there in the Fly Safair Formula 1600. Alex Voss just behind that. And then his Akiri Zoo car will be alongside Ewan Holzhausen in the Total Plastics class. Nick Setinich in the Alpha Universal car ahead of the Dictator engine management machine of Zaim Gulam. Alan Mayer and Brendan Tracy will make up the front part of this race for the Formula 1600s. Formula 4s will be led out by Ian Schofield. Graham Hepburn will be alongside him, hoping not to spin out like he did in the first one there for his Suburban Auto and Qualipack Joburg car. We've got Dean Fenter and Duncan Foss, the second row of the Fords, ahead of Ronald Van Wheely and Paul Schultz. Steve Fenter at the back in the Desi's Equipment Swift. Going to Temba Kamala quickly before we get into race number 2 here of the InvestGame Formula 1600s.
Car Care Clinic, Super Hatch Race 2. Jonathan Dutoy, double race winner. Your day couldn't have gone much better, could it?
Yeah, no, it was a very good day. Qualified well. The car has been giving a bit of issues, but we fixed that during the week. But yeah, car ran like a dream. I mean, obviously in the first race, it was nice with Tyler opening his boot, putting a big parachute behind him. But in the second race, yeah, got my head down, got ahead of Tyler, and yeah, quite an easy win today.
Well done, Jonathan. Great driving from you today, and we look forward to seeing you in 2021.
Yeah, thank you.
We now move on to champion, Shane Forget, Class C champion. Great season. Give us your feelings overall.
Look, I couldn't ask for more. Thanks to Forges Auto, really, and the guys, the Forges Auto team. They've kept this car in perfect condition for me, perfect race condition. So that's all I can say. If it wasn't for them, I could have been here. Eh? So thanks to them, and also thanks to all the Super Hatch guys. Appreciate it so much.
Congrats, Shane. It's been a long, hard season. We'll see you in 2021. Now back to Greg for InvestChem Formula 1600 Race 2. Enjoy.
Right on time. Thank you, Temba. Lights about to go on and off for race 2 action now. InvestChem Formula 1600s. They're holding them for a long time. 30 seconds, turns to 5 seconds. Lights about to go on. It's going to be up to Rackstraw to see if he can outgun Van Wheely into turn 1. Will he be able to do it? They drop the hammer and down towards turn 1 they go. Good start there coming out of Andrew Schofield as well as he dives on the inside of Jared Roberski into turn 1. And Ian Schofield getting the drop in the Fords as they go through there, followed by Graham Hepburn. Hepburn trying to hang on to the back end. Oh, problems for Foss. He's run wide and off onto the dirty stuff. Alex Foss got that completely wrong coming out of turn 2. And as they come through there, he'll be able to slot in, but it'll be behind all the Formula Fords. And a lot of work now to do, except for Steve Fenter. Last man out there was Steve Fenter. He managed just to stay ahead of him. Van Wheely trying to find a way through on Rackstraw early on. Is there going to be a change up there between the two of them? Will Van Wheely share the honours today, or is he going to look for the double? Nick Van Wheely, the magnificent paint and hardware car there in the front end of class Formula 1600. The Formula Fords further back there. Look out for his dad, Ron Van Wheely, who'll be looking to get back to the front and possibly give Ian Schofield a bit of a run for his money. Didn't quite work out in the qualifying for Ron, but he'll definitely be pushing hard and looking for any opportunity he gets to get to the front end. Rackstraw hangs on. Van Wheely with a bit of pressure from Schofield. And Andrew Schofield had a big look there, but decided against it on this first lap. Maybe waiting for a little bit later in the race to have a go there at Nicholas Van Wheely. Across the line, the 88 car there of Zaim Gulam. Just in the mid-pack and looking for early opportunities to stay with those front 4, but he's just lost the toe there to the first 4. Gulam leading out the second pack of cars after that incident with Alex Voss running wide in turn 2. As they go through into turn 2 and 3 now. Leading group going through as they come. Here they come onto the back straight. 110 is Brendan Tracy. And there comes the move from Voss, diving on the inside of Graham Hepburn. There goes Ron Van Wheely and Duncan Voss. Steve Fenter at the back, heading to the top of the hill. Fenter just hanging on to the back end of that packet. Of course, he's not really involved in any championships. He's just here to enjoy himself at the final round of the Extreme Festival, coming all the way from Port Shepstone. Nate on the brakes now from Van Wheely, but he's not able to bridge that gap. Oh, and Schofield runs wide, puts wheels on the dirt. There goes Wawerski around him. Capitalising on the mistake there from Andrew Schofield in the Fly Saf Air car. Little Formula 1600s don't like to be put onto the dirty stuff. You've got to have your wits about you. That is the only way you're going to try and make things stick here. Coming out of turn 2 now, over into turn 3, onto the back straight away they go. Change up as well there between the 110 Brendan Tracy and Zaim Gulam. So Tracy's got through and he moves up into 5th place. Steve Fenter coming out of turn 2 now, back of the field. He goes up into turn 3, trying to close down on the back end of the rest of that pack of Formula Fords, which is of course Dean Fenter and Paul Schultz. Afternoon sun now starting to glint and glisten off the back end of those cars as they go into turn 5, but it's Rackstraw controlling things from the front. He's got half a second ahead of Van Wheelie. Van Wheelie sitting comfortably, also half a second ahead of Schofield. It's equidistant there between those cars. In fact, not Schofield, I beg your pardon, Werberski. Werberski's now up into 3rd place with 7 to go. Well, the live timing there, of course, slightly out. First lap in anger done. That's, I think, the 2nd lap in anger that they've gone through there. Just going to refresh my timing monitor in front of me here as well. Yeah, that's it. So across the line, you can see some work to be done now from Nicholas Van Wheelie's point of view if he wants to close that gap down on the race driver SA and Investchem car of Andrew Rackstraw. Magnificent paint and hardware man in 2nd place, ahead of the DAW racing car of Jared Werberski. Fenter still hanging on to the back end. Hasn't been able to bridge the gap there to Ronald Van Wheelie and Dean Fenter. Top 2 coming down the hill again. First 4 cars evenly split. Brendan Tracy in 5th place. He's comfortable on his own, so he's pulled away from Nick Setonich. Zaim Gulam has also lost out there to Setonich, who's dropped to 7th. Alex Voss is back up to 8th and closing in on Zaim Gulam. No problems at all there for Andrew Rackstraw, though. Rackstraw, Van Wheelie, Werberski, Schofield, Brendan Tracy, Setonich, Zaim Gulam, Formula 1600s across the line. Schofield leads out in the Kent category, ahead of Hepburn and Dean Fenter. Heading up to the top of the hill now. 5th place man into turn 4. Just behind that, you can see a little battle starting to heat up a bit there. Setonich, Gulam and Foss very close. There they come. And back up to the top one more time. As you can see, Foss trying to get through there on the slightly slower cars than he was this morning in the qualifying sessions. And just a mistake in that first turn. In fact, the 2nd turn of lap 1, running wide onto the dirty stuff. 3 cars across the line. That's the first 3. There's 4th place. DAW's Jared Werberski in 3rd place. Slowly but surely getting to grips with that Formula 1600, coming from a karting background and now moving up into single-seaters. And his chosen path is into the single-seater route. Standing by for that 2nd battle. There they are into turn 2. Ron Van Wheelie trying to close down on Dean Fenter. Dean Fenter trying to do the same thing there on Schofield, who's just up the road from him. There you can see Ian Schofield, in fact, behind Hepburn now. So Graham Hepburn has found a way through there on Ian Schofield and takes the lead of the Kent class. Alex Foss finding it difficult to find a way through there on Nick Setonich and on Gulam. Zaim just hanging on to the back end of Setonich and keeping Alex Foss behind him. Across the line they come now. Another lap completed there for Andrew Schofield. Sitting in 4th place, but look at the gap he's got to try and find on Rackstraw, Van Wheelie and Werberski. 4th place man, Fly Saf Air, even if he had a jumbo jet right now, would battle to find that gap to be closed down. 6 down and 4 to go. Still Setonich from Gulam. Foss dropping by the wayside. Looks like there might be a bit of an issue there for Alex Foss. Maybe a bit of damage on the car after his off-track excursion. Back up to the top of the hill again. Battle starting to rage now between Schofield and Hepburn as they come out of turn 3 there. Fenter waiting for something to go wrong between the two of them. Rackstraw controlling things at the front now. 2.5 seconds up the road from Nicholas Van Wheelie. And 7 down, 3 to go. Werberski, Schofield in the Fly Sapphire machine. Great to have Sapphire getting behind South African Motorsport. Maybe our guys can support them and get some more guys behind the colours of Sapphire. Werberski still in third. The DAW racing car there sitting in third comfortably. It's equidistant racing between these first 4 cars on track. Big battle now between Alex Voss as he gets into the mix here with Zaim Gulam. He's in the middle of that car and Nick Setnich. Setnich must have made a mistake somewhere. Ron Van Wheelie now. He's currently down in the 4th spot in the Kent class. He's got Duncan Voss on his tail. Dean Fenter just up the road from him. And there goes 1 and 2 through turn 3. So at this point in time, it is all about Graham and Ian having a battle for the Kent category. 8 laps completed, 2 to go there for Andrew Rackstraw. Shouldn't be too much of an issue there for Andrew Rackstraw to hold on to this lead now that he's got almost 3 seconds up the road from Nicholas Van Wheelie. Van Wheelie's trying hard, but just can't match the pace of Rackstraw at this point in time. 104.5s out of Rackstraw, 104.9s coming out of Nicholas Van Wheelie, 105.1s out of Jared Werberski. So almost 0.6 of a second quicker than any other car out there is the lead car of Rackstraw. Looks like Piazza Musso has been having a little chat to him in his ear to get him sorted out for race number 2, and it's worked wonders. Oh, Setnich off. Setnich off at turn 2. And looks like he's gone down into, out of harm's way. He'll just be helped out by the marshals to pull that car behind the tyre barrier. But Nick Setnich, not the way he wanted to finish up, that's for sure. Rackstraw starts his final lap. 9 down, 1 to go for him. Second place Van Wheelie, 3.2 seconds down the road. So it's plain sailing here for the race driver SA and Investchem car of Andrew Rackstraw. Nicholas Van Wheelie also comfortably ahead by 3.5 seconds on Jared Werberski. A couple of back markers to negotiate, but shouldn't be too much of an issue. If they're coming up on Steve Fenter, he will know exactly what to do to get out the way. Or he won't cause any hindrance to these cars getting through on him. Last time to the top of the hill in anger there for Andrew Rackstraw. Alex Voss has recovered nicely after that off-track excursion early on in the race. Going off at turn 2, he got through turn 2 a bit better this time, and he's actually made his way up into 6th place overall. So checkered flag on standby now for the race driver SA and Investchem car of Andrew Rackstraw. He'll take the final victory of 2020. Second place goes to Van Wheelie in the magnificent paint and hardware car. And third place to the Fly Saf Air machine, an Investchem sponsored machine of Andrew Schofield, because Jared Werberski's gone missing. Werberski has gone missing on that last lap. Not quite sure what's happened to the youngster. Yeah, here comes Alex Voss. Well, in fact, no, that's Brendan Tracy. Brendan Tracy coming through. Where is Jared Werberski? He must have gone missing at the top of the hill out of our camera shot. And Werberski, right on the last lap, retires and pulls out of the race for the Investchem Formula 1600 final championship race of 2020. Coming to the line, it is the Formula Ford Kents, and it's this time Graham Hepburn to beat out Ian Schofield to the line. Schof comes through there for second place, and Dean Fenter will come through for third in the Formula Ford Kent category. So it's Andrew Rackstraw from Nicholas Van Wheelie and Andrew Schofield, the top 3 in the Formula 1600s. Graham Hepburn taking the win over Ian Schofield, and Dean Fenter for the Formula Ford Kent category here at the Investchem Formula 1600s at the Extreme Festival's final round. So just before we get into the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars final heat of 2020, Temba's down in pit lane, catching up with Andrew Rackstraw, our race winner from the InvestChem Formula 1600s.
InvestChem Formula 1600 Race 2. Andrew Rackstraw was our winner. Great drive, Andrew. What an amazing way to end your season.
Oh, this whole weekend has been amazing. Fastest all of the practice sessions. Qualifying first for both races. Race 1 was unfortunate with the throttle getting stuck open, but I mean, it's racing, luckily, rather now than next year with the championship. Oh, like you said, absolutely amazing to end off the season with a high, with a win. And yeah, I think these are good stepping stones for next year, and I'm going to give it my all next year and see what comes from that.
Great job, Andrew. Just tell us your feelings today in the car, you know, out front. How was it, you know, to stay fast and consistent in these very hot conditions?
Obviously the heat with lots of bogs, so the smaller slide penalizes you quite heavily with time-wise. With these guys, they're all very, very talented, so those first few laps you have to just maintain the pressure, and yeah, luckily I did that and stayed ahead.
Thank you, Andrew. All the best for 2021. Great job, mate.
Thanks so much. Eh?
Cheers. That's InvestChem Formula 1600. Next up, we have the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Can Franco Scribante do the double. Back to Greg to give you your commentary.
Thanks, Temba. Yeah, Franco Scribante's on pole position, so he's definitely looking good at this point in time. Unfortunately, his cousin Aldo will not be joining him as the Turbo went in the big A4 in race number 1. He retired on lap number 9. Silvio is definitely back out in the supercharged Audi A4, and he'll be looking to possibly get another top 3 finish and maybe even do what they did the last time here at Zwartkops, a formation flying between the two Scuderia Scribante cars of Silvio and Franco across the line, if he can get ahead of Peter Zili and Charles Arangis. Darren Winterboer is in the mix as well as they make their way around now to come under starters' orders. Remember, it's 2 laps of action behind the Pretoria Noor Toyota GT86 just to get to some heat into the rubber. There is the Scuderia Scribante and Franco Scribante Racing Porsche 997 ahead of the Toyota MR2 of Zili auditors Peter Zili. Stradale Motorsports Ferrari GT3, and of course is being piloted today by none other than Charles Arangis. It's the 430 GT3, and it's Darren Winterboer in the Barron's Motorspares BMW M3 that's alongside him. Silvio Scribante makes up the 3rd row in the Audi S4. It's a supercharged Audi S4 there. And he's side by side with Isak Spies, the 2nd of the GT3 competitors in the LSP Group and Ultimate Outlaws Raceway McLaren. That MP4 12C just ahead of Aldo, who is not going to make it out, unfortunately, so it'll be Alwyn Steenkamp on his own on the 4th row. He'll be just ahead of Ricky Giannaccaro in the G&H Transport Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Behind them, it'll be Adrian Dalton in Class A's extra shoes and clothing BMW M3, Dion Duplessis in the BPT KTM Crossbow. There he is in shot. He's just ahead there of XO, and XO of course pushing hard in in fact XO at the back, I beg your pardon, XO at the back there. Zolile, there he goes, just behind Ryan Quanchai. He's changed up his car, gone down into the 360 Challenge Ferrari. Means that first red Ferrari would have been Mark du Toit ahead of his brother Jonathan in their 2 430 machines. The Ferrari Challenge, the 430 Challenge car of Jonathan du Toit, and the 430 GT3 spec machine of Mark du Toit ahead of Ant Blunden. Beg your pardon. Jimmy Giannaccaro and Stefan Schneider's back in action in the Stenton Investments Porsche 911 RSR. Roy Aubrey, Haval Edenvale's 996 GT3, and now under starters' orders, which means it's now up to Franco Scribante to dictate the pace across the line. Franco Scribante now dictating the pace, and he's going to just drop the hammer and get away. 15 laps of action coming away now as he crosses the line and stays ahead of Peter Zili into turn 1. Zili goes on the defensive into turn 1, side by side between Silvio Scribante and Charles Arangis. Silvio Scribante in the Scribante concrete Audi S4 around the outside of Peter Zili, even looking for a way to go through, and he gets it. Unbelievable stuff there from Silvio Scribante, going around the outside of Peter Zili and up into 2nd place. And that is exactly what he needed to do early on to try and keep out Zili's attack. He goes on the attack right from the word go, and Scribante hangs on. Zili in 2nd place, behind the 2 Scribante cars. And the 2nd place there, of course, as well for Peter Zili in the class. He drops down to 3rd from the 2nd he was in off the line. But Zili losing out there as they came through for the very first time into turn 2. A big maneuver around the outside from Silvio, making it stick into turn 2, and now hanging on for that 2nd spot. Can he keep it all together now for 15 laps? That's what the answer is going to be in a few minutes' time. Charles Arangis in 4th, ahead of Isak Spies, who's got a fantastic start as well. 2nd in the GT3 class, and 4th place on track behind Charles Arangis. He's got ahead of Alwyn Steenkamp. Looks like that is now Gianni Giannaccaro ahead of his brother Ricky. Ricky Giannaccaro ahead of Ben Morganroot. Then it's the extra shoes and clothing BMW M3 of Adrian Dalton as they go down towards turn 2. Behind that, Mark du Toit. Mark du Toit also with a good start there, tucked in behind the big M3 and Ben Morganroot. Du Toit, I think, has got his brother Jonathan on his tail as they come through turn 2 now. And a bit of chopping and changing happening in the mid-pack. No worries at all. Peter Zili diving on the inside of Silvio. Silvio Scribante opens up the door and allows him through. He runs wide. Oh, big contact. Big contact there between Peter Zili and Silvio Scribante as Zili got out of shape coming out of turn 4. Spun right in front of the S4 Audi and very lucky to be avoided. A little tap between himself and Silvio Scribante, but Scribante was exceptionally lucky not to T-bone him as Zili went a little bit haywire and drifted right into the front of the oncoming Silvio Scribante. Scribante only loses 1 position after that incident and tucks in behind Charles Arangis. Arangis now hangs on to 2nd place and 1st in the GT3s. So Silvio Scribanti now resuming a new attack on a red and white car. It's not the MR2, it's now the 430 GT3 of Charles Orangi's in the Stradale Motorsport car. So that was a bit of a big incident down into turn 4 there. Peter Zeely getting it out of shape after going on the inside, running a bit hot, looped it out right in front of Silvio Scribanti. As they come across the line, another lap completed though. Everything's starting to settle down a little bit there. Well, settling down to the point that extreme supercars can settle to. As they come across and into turn 4 again. Gianni Giannaccaro is usually just ahead there of Ricky Giannaccaro. Further back you can see that is Ryan Quanchai. And he's probably at this point the last car on track, other than maybe EXO. But I think EXO is the last car in the 360 Challenge Ferrari. Zeely dropped right to the back and down into 20th place. So I'm not sure if Zeely was able to get back on track yet or not. We'll keep an eye out for the MR2 recovering if he was able to get back onto the circuit. Gianni Giannaccaro, Ricky Giannaccaro in the yellow Trofeo, coming under attack now from Ben Morgenroot. Morgenroot onto the back end of the two brothers, the twins from G&H Transport. And Rick under massive threat now from Ben Morgenroot. Morgenroot going to look on the inside of turn 2 possibly. Gianni takes a good line through there, trying to close down on the Jay's machine there of Alwyn Steenkamp. Jay's logistics car there of Steenkamp. Mentioned it in the first race, a big fire-breathing dragon at one point. He had a massive exhaust pipe that literally came out the side with huge flames coming out of it. He's changed it up slightly there, giving it a little bit of extra power with that new exhaust system. Ben Morgenroot trying to find a way through now on Ricky Giannaccaro. He's got pressure of his own coming in the very near future from Adrian Dalton in the extra shoes and clothing BMW M3. He gets to the top of the hill. There's EXO, 360 Challenge right at the back. He's probably going to be cursing the fact that his McLaren isn't working, because his McLaren would actually be up here and fighting hard with these two as they come under braking for G&H Transport Corner. At Pekisa Freeway only about a month ago, he was fighting hard with Ben Morgenroot and with Isak Spies, so he would be in this little hunt here, no doubt about it, had he not gone in the 360 Challenge car and gone with the McLaren. Into turn 1 once again there for Dalton. He's now closed up on Ben Morgenroot. Morgenroot will realize that there's a BMW on his tail. Has to go defensive on the BMW and on the attack on the back end of that Super Trofeo. Incredible bit of driving here coming out of these guys. It's always what we see in extreme supercars, and of course we've now completed 4 laps. We're on the 5th lap, a third of the distance in the bag. Roy Aubrey continues his fight with Dion Duplessis in the KTM Crossbow. Behind him is Schneiders, and Schneiders has got Marius Jackson in the Audi R8. There is Zeely. So Zeely's back on track up to 17th. So the A-plus car will start to tick them off one by one. Peter Zeely in 17th place, looking to close down on that R8, the bigger fiber car of Marius Jackson. And Stefan Schneider's just up the road there from him in the Stenton Investments Porsche. Let's see whether or not that's going to be the case. Silvio Scribanti is absolutely hauling at the moment to stay ahead of this McLaren. The McLaren of Isak Spies really hasn't been a contender in this class. He's normally an oval track specialist, but it is great to see him making the step across and joining the extreme supercars in his McLaren. That car coming out of the Stradale Motorsport camp and now into the hands of the Ultimate Outlaws, an LSP Group race team. Zeely's through on Schneiders. So Zeely now up into 15th place. Stefan Schneiders with big smoke coming out of the back end of that Porsche. Aubrey closing on the back end now of Duplessis. He'll be looking on the rearview mirror, watching for Peter Zeely, possibly to spoil his day. Maybe be able to use him to his advantage to get through on that KTM Crossbow. Here comes Zeely onto the back straight. Zeely going to go past Aubrey with no issues at all. The extra power from that MR2 shouldn't be too much of an issue to get through on the Haval Edenvale Porsche. New suspension on that car, Roy was telling me. Still a bit of development to be done on that car with the new suspension. Leaders coming up through and getting past. I think that's on EXO, yes. Zolile Letlaka now being caught by the leaders. Passed by Charles Orangi's, his stablemate. He'll be passed by Silvio Scribanti, probably down the back straight away. Zeely's now through on Duplessis, so up to 13th. Peter Zeely trying to recover here after that incident in turn 4. Big smoke out of Stefan Schneiders. Gonna have to keep an eye on that lime green and silver Porsche. Schneider's bellowing smoke out of the back end of that car, so definitely some issues on that machine that they may need to be aware of. Mark Totoy, Gianni Giannacaro. Ricky Giannacaro's got through there, so it looks like there's a bit of a change-up in the G&H transport camp. Behind him, it's the Trans-Africa Racing Silver Dream Racer of Jonathan Totoy now getting through on Gianni. More back markers for Franco. Franco Scrivanti has been untroubled so far. Remember in the first heat he had a big spin from, I think it was Richard de Roos who spun out in front of him. He's now coming up on the back end of Ryan Quanshai in the Z4 Coupe from Trans-Africa Racing. Ricky Giannacaro with some pressure from Adrian Dalton. Totoy behind them, yes, so it is definitely the lead car is Ricky Giannacaro, and second place in Class A at this point for Giannacaro. He's got Dalton fighting for second with him. That's Silvio Scrimanti, second in Class A plus third on the road. And we've completed the halfway stage. 8 laps about to be completed, 7 more to go. So Franco Scrimanti leading things out comfortably. Big margin over Charles Orangis, but Charles Orangis also leading things out comfortably in the GT3 class, even though he's second on track. Dion Duplessis maintaining the gap over Roy Aubry and Stefan Schneiders. Not so much smoke out of Schneiders through that part of the circuit. He's ahead of Marius Jackson, remember, there in the Mega Fiber Audi R8. Here's the Jay's Logistics car of Steenkamp. Alwyn Steenkamp, that's leader of Class A, crossing the line and getting to the halfway stage of this race. 7 down, 8 to go. Alwyn Steenkamp doing a superb job there in the M3. Make that 8 down, 7 to go, I beg your pardon, other way around. Just kind of signal issues are affecting our timing as well. And Blunden now closing on the back end of the Lamborghini Super Trofeo of Gianni Giannacaro. Gigi under a bit of pressure now from the Stradale Motorsport camp. Blunden all over the back of him. Porsche versus Lamborghini. That's what Extreme Supercars is all about. Lamborghinis, Porsches, McLarens. At one stage we had some Aston Martins in there as well. We had the big Hurricane Lamborghinis as well. And of course this 997. Absolutely dominant factor in this series has been this 997. He's had some ups and downs. There's no doubt about it from Franco Scribanti's point of view. But since they've got this car sorted, it's been a very difficult man to beat. Currently lapping in the 103s, but he got down to a 62nd lap, I think, for qualifying. Ricky Giannacaro trying to hang on for second place in Class A ahead of Dalton. It's Alwyn Steenkamp just up the road from them, leading in Class A in the Jay's Logistics BMW, the gunmetal metallic BMW. Dalton hasn't got an answer. That, of course, is quite an interesting little story there, because that is Ricky Giannacaro's old BMW M3 that Adrian Dalton is piloting, and now in the Lamborghini, coming under attack from his old car. Must be quite hair-raising to watch your old car come up behind you and you're in a new machine. Dalton, of course, the seasoned campaigner here, particularly at Zwartkops, knows his way around this track and is a very competitive driver when it comes to the Extreme Supercars. EXO into turn 2, ahead of the Mega Fiber car, and that's about to be lapped by the leader. Jackson will probably see him coming. You'll see those yellow headlights of Franco Scrimanti. He won't chance going through on any of those cars unless he can squeeze through, because he's got the additional pace, and down the back straight he should just be able to get past relatively, well, I say that easily, but Jackson makes him work for it. And here comes Orangis. I wonder if Scrimanti's got a problem, because Orangis is right there now with Franco Scrimanti, and Orangis looking for a chance to go on the inside of Franco. Franco Scrimanti, with 10 laps completed, about to complete the 11th one, has been closed down rapidly now by Charles Orangis. Still some smoke out of Schneiders. Here comes Orangis and Franco Scrimanti, unless he's waiting for a bit of a dice. Maybe he hung back to have some fun now with Orangis. So Orangis all over the back end of that 997 Franco Scrimanti Racing Porsche. More Porsches to deal with there for him. First one is Schneiders. As they come down to turn 2. He's got Orangis on his tail now. That 430 GT3 spec Ferrari looking for a way through there on the A+ Porsche. Silvio coming through turn 1. That is the third place car as the top two go onto the back straight. And he gets Schneiders just between. Yes, Schneiders cuts off the Ferrari's attack. Schneiders, I don't think, saw the Ferrari coming along. He opened up the door and allowed Franco through. And I think there's a chance there. Oh, yeah, big move there from Franco to get through on Roy Aubrey. So Aubrey might help him out as well. Zeely's up to 10th. Make that 9th as he comes across the line. He's got through on Jonathan du Toit. So Peter Zeely from completely off the circuit, looping out of turn 4, back up to 10th place. And he's now back into 3rd place in A+. So coming up now, leaders have completed another lap. That's 11 down and 4 to go. Should be 12. Should be 12 laps completed now, I think, yes, by Franco Scribanti. So 12 laps completed by Franco Scribanti. And Charles Oranges. Oh, Oranges runs wide. Yeah. How much action do you want in this race? Oranges runs wide. A little mistake there from the 430 as he goes into turn 2. That's given enough margin. There is 3rd place on the road, Silvio Scribanti. And is that Isak Spish starting to close down on him? Might be a bit of a battle for 3rd place into the last part of this race as well. Ricky Gianacaro diving on the inside of Ryan Quanshite, trying to hang on to 2nd place in Class A. Looking for that Jay's Logistics BMW just up the road. Hoping that his progress through the traffic has not been as rapid as what he would like. Looks like it has, though, because they don't see that Jay's Logistics BMW too far in the distance as they come across the line. There goes Oliver Delay in the Marlboro Crane Hire Porsche. Dion Duplessis now also being outgunned by Franco Scribanti. I think Franco slowed up there to have some fun with Charles Oranges. So once again, he's found the race pace. He's bound into the 102s now. Oranges going to go on the inside of Dion Duplessis into turn number 3. Not hindered by the KTM Crossbow driver at all. With a lap and a half to go. Waiting for opportunities now to see if we can pick up. There goes Aubrey. He's got through on Schneider's. So Aubrey's through on Schneider's. Coming to the line as well now for Ricky Gianacaro and the battle between himself and the Extra Shoes BMW of Adrian Dalton. Closing on Ant Blunden. In fact, no, Oliver Delay. Beg your pardon. Similar colours on that car. Just saw the Marlboro Crane Hire colours on Delay's car. So Delay down in Class C. He's not going to be too much of a concern there for them. Yellow Lamborghini goes flying past Delay. So does the BMW into turn 4. Leaders on the final lap now. Leaders onto the final lap as these guys head up to the top of the hill for the second last time in anger. Franco Scribanti with a lap to go. There goes Silvio, his cousin and stablemate in the South African Endurance Series. He's in 3rd place and 2nd in Class A+, of course, as they cross the line. There comes the Jay's Logistics BMW of Alvain Steenkamp leading Class A. Blue flags waving, warning the slower cars that Ricky Gianacaro and Adrian Dalton are coming through. Franco Scribanti shouldn't be too far off the checkered flag now. Waiting for that leader to come down. Down into the checkered flag comes Scribanti around the outside of the Trans-Africa Racing Ferrari of Jonathan du Toit. Checkered flag is out and Scribanti makes it a double victory on the day. So it's Franco Scribanti with a 2-win final outing for the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars there, and for Scuderia Scribanti and Franco Scribanti Racing. Charles Oranges will come through for 2nd place, but he'll take Class GT3 honours. He goes through and takes that honour. Marius Jackson coming down here in the R8. He'll be behind Roy Aubrey and Stefan Schneiders for Class C. 3rd place in Class C there for the Mega Fiber Audi R8. Class A is Alvain Steenkamp coming through for the victory there in the Jay's Logistics BMW. And Ricky Gianacaro will take 2nd ahead of Adrian Dalton. He'll be happy with that one. Gianacaro in 2nd place. Amazingly, Peter Zeely, after that big spin, will come through to finish up, I think, in 9th place there, just behind Mark du Toit. So let's get confirmation of those results. Unofficially, of course, as the rest of the cars stream across the line, it is Franco Scribanti who takes the overall victory ahead of Charles Oranges and Silvio Scribanti. A+ goes to Franco Scribanti ahead of Silvio Scribanti, and Peter Zeely eventually recovering to 9th place in the 3rd of the Class A+ cars in the Toyota MR2 GT. Class GD3, it's Charles Ranjis from Isak Spies and Mark Totoy in the Ferrari 430 in 8th place will be the top 3 in the GD3 category. Class B, it's Ant Blunden who wins things out comfortably all on his own ahead of Dion Duplessis. And Class C honours goes to Roy Aubry in the Haval Edenvale Porsche 996, beating out Stefan Schneiders and Marius Jackson. Ryan Cranchai takes Class D, and that brings us to the end of 2020 season for the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Yeah, give me 1 second. Hit it. Timber's ready. So after an incredible day's racing in the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars, Timber's down in pit lane catching up with some of our top contenders.
G&H Transport Extreme Supercar Race 2 is done. I am with our champion Mark Dutoy once again with us here at the post-race interview. Just tell us a bit more about this amazing year you've had, Mark.
Yeah, so I mean, this is the first year that we've run a national class in Extreme Supercars. A bit lucky to win it. Me and John came down to the last race of the day. John, he didn't finish. I was struggling with overheating problems with my car, so I wasn't particularly quick. But yeah, I'm super stoked to win it. I don't think I'm going to get a chance like this again. There's some very quick cars that are coming to our series now. Some very quick drivers. So yeah, so from here it's going to get more and more difficult to win. And we look forward to it. I mean, it's amazing that we have such a fantastic series here in South Africa. Something that can be compared to international series around the world.
Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you for putting on a show. Enjoy your off season and see you in 2021.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
That is your Extreme Supercar season wrapped up. Stay tuned. Yep. The GTC Super Cup Championship showdown between Jeffrey Kruger and Bradley Liebenberg is about to go down. Over to you, Greg.
Thanks for that, Timber. Yeah, in a few minutes' time, as soon as we've got clearance on track, we will be getting into the second last race of the day's action here from Zwartkops. It's the Global Touring Car Super Cup, and as Timber said, a big battle expected between Jeff Kruger and Brad Liebenberg. We'll be with you shortly.
number 2, I'm changing battery. I'm running out of battery. How many more races are there? Should be 2 left. Sorry? I'm charging them by the house on the right. I'm charging them. Can I go and set the battery? Have I got time?
Go ahead. Final race action now for the Global Touring Cars Super Cup. It's the inaugural championship for these category, and it's literally going down to the wire. Unbelievable to think that after the 6 rounds of action that have happened here with the slightly shortened version of 2020's race season and a brand new category coming out courtesy of Volkswagen Motorsport. Not to say that only Volkswagen brands are allowed into this category, because they are looking to extend this Super Cup category into various manufacturers out there. Some that come to mind, of course, Ford, Hyundai, Audi are already looking at building an A1 option of this car. So definitely looking forward to seeing who's going to have what it takes now. It's a battle again between 2 rivals who've gone at it in various championships in the past. The closest one, of course, in history would have been the Polo Cup Championship, where Brad Liebenberg just beat Jeff Kruger in the last round and took the championship away from him. So some interesting stuff to be watched out for, and definitely something completely different, because into this round they came in with an 8-point deficit. That's Jeff Kruger on Brad Liebenberg. Liebenberg then went ahead and took the pole position, which gives him a bonus point, gives him 9. Race 1 victory and the bonus point for the fastest lap went to Jeff Kruger, which means now Jeff Kruger has to win this race. I beg your pardon. It's a long day's commentary. Jeff Kruger has to win this race and has to get the fastest lap in order to take the championship, hoping that Brad Liebenberg finishes 3rd place or lower. Otherwise, there'd be a situation where Brad Liebenberg will come through and hopefully can have a chance to win things out here in his first time in the Super Cup class. So Super Cup is on a knife edge here between Brad Liebenberg and Jeff Kruger. Kruger on pole position, thought he might have got an additional point for that, which means they would have come in on even Stevens into this last one, and it would have been a case of whoever wins the last race wins the championship. That's not the case. It's now up to Jeff Kruger to go and do exactly what he did in race number 1, win with the fastest lap, and just hope something goes wrong for Brad Liebenberg. Brad Liebenberg will be thinking the same thing, going, I've got to do exactly what I did in race 1 and just finish in 2nd place behind Jeff Kruger. Graham Nathan in the GTI 8 Global Touring Car, the official pace car today for this final race of the Super Cup, will lead them around. Look out for action from Jonathan Mkhotsi and Saul Hack, looking to improve after he found his car a little bit under power in the first heat, and that's why he battled off the line and went off the circuit ever so slightly. Had to recover, came back in to fight out with Jason Campos and with Mkhotsi in the closing stages. Mkhotsi, of course, then left Paul Hill, Andre Besaidnout and Manoj Maharaj to fight it out with the Odacure car of Johan de Bruin, after we saw Sean Dermody have a big incident going through turn 1 just behind Saul Hack, almost in sympathy for the almost spin that Hack got into going through Volkswagen corner here at Zwartkops, the first corner. Second last race of the day here at Zwartkops, the final round of the Extreme Festival. We're just west of Pretoria in South Africa if you've joined us on our live stream worldwide. And it's Global Touring Car Super Cup final race, warming up those Dunlop tyres. Mobil 1 V8 Supercars also to make their way out onto the track just after this for their final heat and the final heat of the day. It'll be a 12 lap as opposed to the published program of 10, due to they giving them an additional 2 laps of action after the big crash in the first one with Johnny Ecote. Out of double right-hander in Kenwood corner past the Zoc Club and down through the left-hander there at the Zoc Club. The wind has died down slightly, so that's going to make for a little bit easier conditions. The track temperatures have stayed up pretty high, but ambient temperatures dropped slightly. We're just under the 30 degrees Celsius mark now as they go into formation for the rolling start that will bring them to the final part of the season. 12 laps of action coming away. Jeff Kruger to set the pace with Brad Liebenberg alongside him. Saul Hack and Jonathan Mkhotsi behind that. It's Campos alongside Andre Besaidnout as they get down towards turn 1, Volkswagen corner. Who's going to have what it takes as they get into turn 1? It's Brad Liebenberg trying to outgun that inside line at Zwartkops in this part of the race. That is usually the better line to be on, but it is side-by-side action, and Liebenberg is not able to get around the outside. He runs ever so slightly wide coming out of turn 2, slots in behind his arch rival in the championship with Mkhotsi under attack from Saul Hack. The Team Perfect Circle and Hack Racing car under pressure, and SMD Exotics car on the track. Is that Dermody? It is. Dermody, Maharaj and Paul Hill have come together. Well, no, it's not. It's just Dermody and Paul Hill who've come together at turn number 2. Andre Besaidnout now tucked in behind Jason Campos as they go to the top of the hill there. It's Saul Hack ahead of Jonathan Mkhotsi. So Hack has gone slightly quicker now in race number 2. They've sorted out that issue, and looks like Fast Freddy has got his car to work better. The Calex Polo Super Cup machine pulls onto the track again. Has Dermody got going again? Looks like he has. They've cleared turn 2, fortunately, as the leaders come through turn 6, heading down to 7 and 8. I can tell you Mkhotzi's under pressure there from Jason Campos. Saul Hack trying to get away. Jason Campos around the outside of turn 8, G&H Transport corner. The turn 1 insurance machine and Campos racing car heading into turn 1 side by side again with Mkhotsi. Mkhotsi has to maybe give him a little bit extra room and tucks in behind Jason Campos now. Under braking for turn 2. Campos hangs on. So a maneuver there from Jason Campos to eventually make it stick on Jonathan Mkhotsi. Mkhotsi is supposed to be playing the tail gunner role there to Brad Liebenberg and not let anybody through. Unfortunately, Jonathan Machotzi's been caught out by a couple of drivers, one of them being Saul Hack, the other one has been Campos, and now he's under attack from none other than Andre Besaidnout, the second of the Team Perfect Circle and Hack Racing cars, onto the back end. The Odacure car, that is, of course, Johan de Bruin, and fighting hard with Manaj Maharaj. Germany coming together with Paul Hill into turn number 2. Little touch between the two of them, spinning them out, and they're both back on track, but a long way back for the two of them now to try and make up the ground that was lost early on in this race. Looking at the way things have gone, I think both of them are pulled into pit lane because I don't see them completing that first lap. And it looks like we've lost Germany and Paul Hill right from the word go. So the Kalex machine and the second of the SMD exotic cars have now parked it in pit lane. All right, it's up to Jeff Kruger. He's gone even quicker than he did in the first race. A 106.7 out of Jeff Kruger. He did a 106.8. And, well, a 106.77 is not quicker than Brad Liebenberg, who's just done a 106.738. So he's going to have to go faster. Jeff Kruger and Brad Liebenberg fighting at the front end for position, for championship, as well as the fastest lap. It's all going to determine who the champion's going to be at the end of this one. Kruger will definitely be getting information from his dad, John, from the sideline, and Team Red Racing saying, you've got to get a move on. Liebenberg will be doing the same thing. He'll hear that he's currently got the fastest lap in anger. A 106.738 and a 106.771 from Kruger. He has to go faster than that. Kruger's got to find a way to get a little bit more out of that car and get the fastest lap if he wants the championship. Brad Liebenberg's got to sit pretty right now. Second place behind Kruger. He's got the fastest lap, so he's got everything in the cards, and it's working out to Brad Liebenberg's favor, even though he's in second place. Second is good enough for Brad Liebenberg, and Bad Brad definitely wants this one. Across the line they go again. Is there a change-up? A 681. 106.681 from Jeff Kruger. He returns the favor and goes even quicker. So the fastest lap of the race goes to Jeff Kruger. He's done it exactly what he needs to do. Now that'll be information passed to Brad Liebenberg. Unbelievable action here in the final race of Super Cup. This is an inaugural championship, as I said, and the first time out we had 14 cars going at it. There are some more cars being built in the sidelines and a couple more that have shown interest in this category. Definitely looking like it could potentially be a major factor in South African motorsport. And the Super Cup class now putting on a show of note. Saul Hack in third place. Behind him is Jason Campos. So Team Perfect Circle, Saul Hack looking for a chance now to maybe spoil the day there even more for the top two. But can he bridge that gap? Oh, Paul Hill spun out again. Down at turn 2, the Kalex Super Cup Polo. And looped it out once again down into turn 2. Maybe he's just pushing a little bit too hard. Pushing hard at the moment is Brad Liebenberg. Liebenberg at this point in time has not got the fastest lap. Has he gone quicker on this one? Across the line they come to complete lap number 4 of 12. A 106.7 and a 107 dead. So the 106.661 from Jeff Kruger is enough at this stage to give him that bonus point. But it's not enough to win in the championship. He has to hope that Saul Hack can close down and pass Brad Liebenberg. That is the only way that Jeff Kruger is going to be able to win this championship. And by the way things are going at this point in time, Saul Hack currently lapping in the 7.2s. 7 deads out of Liebenberg. So in fact, no, 7.4s out of Saul Hack on the last pass. So he's 0.4 of a second behind Brad Liebenberg. And although he'd love to be up in second place, I'm not quite sure if Saul Hack can help out the man out front. Not that he's going to try and do that. There's no love lost between the teams here, and of course rivalries continue to rage all the way down, even to the last lap of the last race in any championship. Jeff Kruger at this point in time, though, is pushing it to everything he's got, doing it all right, doing exactly what is required of him. He had to come in here, win both races, get the fastest laps in both races. The only thing he hasn't done is take the pole position bonus point. If he'd done that and they finished up exactly as they are right now, they would have ended up on even points and shared the championship, because there is no setting in the rules of a countback for them. They've both had equal amounts of seconds, equal amounts of first places through the season. None of them have taken a third or fourth place, which means that it would have been basically even all the way through. And speaking to Mike Rowe in between the two heats of racing from Volkswagen Motorsport, he said they would probably have then shared the championship between Jeff Kruger and Brad Liebenberg. That's not going to happen right now, though, because there's still a couple of laps to sort this all out. We're on to the halfway stage about to be completed. 6 of 12 on the next pass across the line. And Kruger has got the fastest lap, a 6.681, as opposed to the 6.738 from Brad Liebenberg. They don't think they're going to get any better lap times out of these Dunlop tyres now after 2 heats of racing. The ultimate and optimum time to get those hot laps in was in the first 3 laps, and that's why they pushed so hard to get them. Here comes Campos, ahead of Machotsi, ahead of Andre Besaidnout. Massive turnaround there for Besaidnout's Super Cup season in the Team Perfect Circle cars. He was about 3 or 4 seconds off in the first couple of outings. He's now only 0.8 of a second off the pace of the leaders in terms of his qualifying and race pace. So definitely some massive improvements there from Frisco in his Super Cup car for Team Perfect Circle. Jason Campos has missed out a lot of the season. In fact, giving up his ride to his dad Roy down in Port Elizabeth last weekend in the Super Cup penultimate round. Campos, Roy that is, was having a phenomenal outing there, fighting along with Andre Besaidnout and Sean Dermody, along as well with Johan de Bruin. Saul Hack is pushing hard though. 107.2s out of Hack, 107 deads, and 106.8 again out of Jeff Kruger. So I lie. Those Dunlop tyres are actually working better now in the halfway stage of the race, getting down into a lot quicker times. A 106.811, but it's not as quick as the 106.81 that we saw earlier on. In fact, as we go right now, Jeff Kruger, as I said, doing it to perfection, but is it enough? Brad Liebenberg did pick up some issues in the first race. He had an alternator problem, which then caused some fuel pressure problems in his car, and he's talking to his dad, Corey. He had about 0.4 of a volt left in the battery to get him to cross the line, nearly running out of battery, which would have been disastrous for this championship. Saul Hack, 107.2, 107.1, so 0.2 of a second there, trying to close that 2.4 second gap on Brad Liebenberg. Is there enough time? We're into the second half of this race. 7 laps completed, 5 to go. Make it 4.5 as they come through turn 4. Campos, Machotsi, here comes Andre Besaidnout. He's still got some work to do in this car, along with his teammate Saul Hack, at the final round of the South African Endurance Series happening at Killarney on the first weekend of December. And then a week after that, possibly at Kyalami for the Intercontinental GT Championship and the Kyalami 9 hour, if that all happens. Hack is closing. He's bridged that gap ever so slightly onto the back end of Brad Liebenberg. Jeff Kruger doing it all right. Liebenberg is comfortable to sit there right now. He's going to have to be wary. We'll have to keep an eye out on the rearview mirror so none of these cars come into play. I don't think Jason Campos is close enough, but Saul Hack could potentially still spoil the day there for Brad Liebenberg. Hack won't give up. He's got nothing to lose here. His best finish so far has been a third, so he's looking for a second place here in the last time of asking for Super Cup 2020. Coming through with Jonathan Machotsi, the Volkswagen Driving Academy. And he's a little bit sideways through turn 4 as well as Machotsi, starting to heat up those Dunlop rubber. I'll be crying out a little bit now after being pushed to the limit over the last couple of race meetings. Jeff Kruger, though, is just hanging on. Brad Liebenberg in second place, down to the line and across the line one more time to complete lap number 9. 3 to go for Kruger, 3 to go for Liebenberg. Hack has got 3 to go as well, but he's got Campos closing in on him. Saul Hack for Team Perfect Circle and Hack Racing coming through there for the 3 spot in the final bit of asking. A little bit of smoke out of Brad Liebenberg there. Ooh. These cars tend to smoke a little bit though, so I'm not really going to be worried about that too much. We see it quite often in the Team Perfect Circle car during the endurance races that they've participated in. A little bit of smoke comes out of these cars on occasion. Kruger from Liebenberg, from Hack. Campos in the Pepper Racing, Campos Transport and turn 1 car comes through turn 4. Nice to have Jason Campos back at the wheel. Chatting to his dad Roy in Port Elizabeth last weekend, they're saying there's a good possibility they might pilot that car with Tasman Pepper at the South African Endurance Series 9 hour in Cape Town. So another Super Cup car potentially into the fray for the 9 hour as Kruger comes to complete lap number 10 of 12. 2 to go. Really much else we can say about this championship. They're all doing it to perfection. Everything that they need to do is going the way of both Brad and Jeff. Jeff must be looking in the rearview mirror going, why? What have I got to do here? Fortunately, Jeff, there's not much you can do. Brad Liebenberg has had a phenomenal season. Take nothing away from bad Brad. And equal on race wins, equal on second places, equal on pole positions even, these two drivers at the front end, other than at the last time of asking. So Liebenberg just hanging on at this point in time. And praying for that checkered flag at this point, I'm sure. Corey and Stella probably on the sideline shouting. I can hear her from here, actually, making lots of noise for Brad, looking for another South African championship. Multiple SA champion, Polo Cup champion, Global Touring Car GT2 champion as well, so certainly knows what to do behind the wheel of a race car. Saul Hack in third. His first time out in the Super Cup class and first time out in a front wheel drive category for his race career. Normally a rear wheel drive specialist in Porsches, and has loved life in this Polo Super Cup car. So into the final lap. It is Jeff Kruger who leads out. He's done everything he can do to win this championship. He's going to fall short by literally 1 point as the checkered flag comes out on Brad Liebenberg. That's how close this championship has been. Can you imagine what 2021 is going to be if we get a couple more competitors out there, a couple more manufacturers involved in this championship? It's certainly going to be something that South Africans have been dying for a long, long time in saloon car racing. So Super Cup up to the top into Mercedes-Benz. Even Mercedes-Benz could throw in a little car there. Maybe a little A-class Mercedes into Super Cup would be awesome. Clint Weston, there you go. A little punt for your brand. Maybe go and have a chat to them and see what you can do to get that right. Onto the brakes and into the final corner for the last time. Jeff Kruger's done it all right to win the double on the day. 2 fastest laps, but it's not enough to take the championship. As they come through there, the checkered flag is out. Jeff Kruger's pretty ecstatic about his double win on the day. But it is the second car across the line that will be taking the championship by 1 point. Brad Liebenberg taking the win, and he'll be looking forward to getting into pit lane and celebrating with his team. Volkswagen Motorsport have done an incredible job here to create these cars, create this championship. It's the inaugural championship for Super Cup. And across the line comes Johan de Bruyn and Minaj Maharaj. Sean Duminy and Paul Hill unfortunately out of the race early on. So it is an incredible drive there from Jeff Kruger to take the double victory. But there you go, side by side, your new champion on the left, and the man who pushed him the hardest on the right there for Team Red Racing. Jeff Kruger comes through in second place. Saul Hack, a great effort from him. He should be very close to third place, if not third place in the championship with Jonathan Machotsi, but I think Machotsi might have just pipped him to the line there for the third spot in this inaugural championship for the Global Touring Cars Super Cup. Up into the sunset now. Temba's made his way down to the pit lane. He'll be catching up with some of the drivers and also catching up with Brad Liebenberg, taking another championship and another SA title to add to his CV. Bad Brad is your 2020 Super Cup champion. Up next, we head into the final race of the day as the Super Cup cars make their way around. It's Dunlop tyres exiting the circuit and Goodyear tyres making their way onto the track for 12 laps of action in the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars.
flat. I'll SMS you on WhatsApp. Alright. What you doing? Okay. Alright. I'll see you later. Yes. Bye.
So just before we get into the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, let's catch up with the newly crowned champion in the Global Touring Car Super Cup. Timber's down there with Brad Liebenberg. Give it to me. So it looks like a little bit of a mic issue there with Timber. We'll go back to him as soon as possible. We're going to set that interview up as the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars roll out for their second heat of the day and the final race action from 2020's Extreme Festival. Brad will just be on standby there. We're just going to do a quick battery check here on our receiver and get that all sorted out. And then we'll head straight back down into the pit lane as the V8 Supercars have got 2 laps to warm up. It's a reverse grid for them and 12 laps of action as opposed to the 10 laps that they were supposed to do. So lots of action coming away now for the final heat of their championship for 2020. Tim is ready. Let's go back down to him and catch up with our new champion, Bradley Liebenberg.
1, 2, 3, we go. Here with Bradley Liebenberg, GTC Super Cup race who just finished. Bradley, first ever South African champion in the GTC Super Cup. Just let us know how you feel.
Over the moon at the end of the day. Got home just 1 point, I think, at the end of the day. Yeah, trading fastest laps with Jeff during the race. We always knew that second place, even if he got fastest lap in the race, win was always going to do it. So, you know, at the end of the day, after the start, just brought the car home. Over the moon, you know, can't thank the team enough. And yeah, you know, look forward to next year and hopefully we can do some of the same.
Awesome, thank you, Bradley. It was edge of our seats racing. Congrats on the championship and all the best for 2021.
Thank you so much.
That's your GTC Super Cup champion, Bradley Liebenberg. Our last race of the day, our last race of the season, V8, Mobil 1 V8 Supercars coming up. Back to Greg Maloney with our commentary.
Thanks, Timber. Yes, as the Toyota GT86 brings them round. He's the official safety car and pace car, of course, of Zwartkops Raceway. And a massive thanks to Pretoria and Noord for all their support this season and always here at Zwartkops. Steve Herbst will be leading things out here. He has got the number 10 car of and 20 marks alongside him for the reverse grid here for the second heat of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. The championship up for grabs. It looks like it's just a matter of finishing the race there for Franco de Matteo to take that from Mackie Adlam. Points are pretty tight here between them though, so some work to be done. Unfortunately, Thomas Reeb out after that first race. He had to swap cars with his Chevy Holden, unable to make it out for the first heat. He has had a bit of time to try and get that car sorted out, so I'm just trying to pick up whether or not Reeb has been able to get back out in his original race car. It looks like he might be just in the background there. Yes, he's definitely back on track. So Thomas Reeb definitely back on track, which means that the number 9 will be given back to the red car. Behind him, Larry Wolford will resume his number 77 machine. But there's the man they're all trying to beat this time out in the V8 Supercars 2020. Franco de Matteo, the Italian stallion, in the Daltec Batteries Jaguar. The first race being an 8-lapper. This one should have been a 10, but they've given them 12 due to the fact of that big crash with Johnny Ecote up at turn 5 on the exit point. So let's see whether or not they can now keep it all together. They're under starters' orders. Steve Herbst has been in this position before. He knows what to do at the front end. And I think Anthony Marks will be looking forward to it as well as they come round now to get into formation. Yellow flags into turn 1, yellow flags into turn 2 as well. Green flags out of turn 3 is usually the case for V8 supercars. 12 laps coming away, and the Rolling Thunder head down into turn 1. Herbst with 20 marks on his inside marks. Might look like for an opportunity for the whole shot through turn 1. Terry Wolford already under attack there from Mackie Adlam as they go down into turn 2. Late braking coming out of Julian Familiaris to keep Wolford on the outside, Adlam on the inside. De Matteo tucking in there. Right behind them comes Thomas Reeb. It's Larry Wolford and Rolf Duplessis. Right at the back will be Pit Nokia in the Chevy Corvette. Big move on the inside. Oh, big dive and a touch. And 2 touches. Oh, a massive mistake there from Corey Volshank. Volshank dived on the inside of Warren Lombard. Tagged Warren Lombard. Came straight across the circuit and got hit and T-boned by Julian Familiaris, who had nowhere to go. So climbing out the car, fortunately, Volshank's okay. But a big dive there from Corey Volshank, and he got it all wrong. He got it all wrong, and the WPPS machine is stricken on the sideline. I don't know if there's any other cars involved in that, and they've been able to stay on track, but definitely a tag there between Corey Volshank and Julian Familiaris. Across the line they come. In anger, they're not slowing down, so it doesn't look like there's any call for... No, there is. There you go. Adlam puts his hand up. Safety car, possibly even a red flag. I'm just waiting to see what we see on the sideline. No, safety car's been called. There you go. The GT86 is back on track. Warren Lombard, very lucky to survive that one. We'll have to just give their positions back up again once the safety car came out. So it's and 20 marks from David Kutsia. There is confirmation of the safety car. Yellow flag and the safety car board out. And Pretoria Noord Toyota called out for the very first time to do duties as a safety car in the last race of the day. So that's kind of indicative of the turn 4 where the incident took place. That is Pit Nokia in the Chevy Corvette at the back of the field. And now under safety car, of course, these cars drop down into probably first and second gear. These cars are able to do 140 k's an hour in first gear, so a lot of power behind on those back wheels. It's a lock diff on the back of the car as well. So it's basically a 600 horsepower go-kart that they're playing around in here. That's literally how you could describe it to the general public out there. Coming into the top end of the circuit once again. And now coming around into turn 6. Still lights on the car, so I think some cars still to be sorted out before they turn those lights off. Another lap under safety car. So it's on 20 marks. David Kutsia, Steve Herbst, Mackie Adlam, Warren Lombard, and Franco De Matteo. So we're still live streaming here to YouTube. Looks like our Facebook stream has just died. That we're going to try and get that back up as soon as we can. If you are watching on YouTube, just maybe send a message over to everybody that's watching on the Facebook page that we are working on getting that stream back up. Fortunately, we're under safety car, so we're not missing any of the action, although these laps do count. So we're ticking off laps of the 12 that we've got available to us. That's 2 down. And that means we could be in for what was originally going to be the 10-lap race anyway. Rolf Duplessis up to 8th place ahead of Larry Wolford and Thomas Reeb. And 20 marks, David Kutsia, Steve Herbst, Mackie Adlam,